木ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる王君とはまだまだましか。
アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Anda kembali bersama saya Poji dan juga orang yang kuat di dalam scene e-sport ni sendiri, Kuja. Apa khabar Kuja?
Alhamdulillah sihat.
Alright Kuja, kita nak menghimbau kenangan sekejap
Boleh.
9 tahun lepas Kuja pernah bermain di MNC dan masa tu ada kumpulan IDNS. So Kuja ada tak apa-apa sejarah ke, pengalaman ke bersama dengan pasukan-pasukan diorang?
Okey, IDNS short form dia, dia punya full name dia adalah I Do Not Sleep.
Tak tidur?
Memang tak tidur. Memang kita orang bersama-sama dulu main rank sama-sama dekat rank waktu tu. Memang berkawan rapat lah dengan orang.
So memang ada sejarah juga lah, pernah main sama-sama.
Memang sangat rapat dengan
bertanding sama-sama.
Bertanding bersama-sama dan masa dekat Indonesia waktu tu pun memang kita orang banyak keluar sama-sama pergi makan semua.
Diorang champion?
Diorang champion.
Hebat IDNS.
Betul.
Tapi IDNS ni tim daripada Thailand. Puja tahu tak sekarang adanya MSL tu, MLBB Super League yang baru buka dekat Thailand.
Serius lah?
Serius. Puja ada tak apa-apa macam pendapat untuk scene yang baru dibuka dekat Thailand ni?
Okey, sebenarnya saya happy lah untuk komuniti dekat Thailand sebab diorang dah berpeluang untuk bertanding secara lebih orang kata apa, agresif atau lebih aktif. Dan untuk kawan-kawan saya dekat sana yang mana yang pernah bertanding pada zaman-zaman dulu diminta untuk kembali semula sebab kita orang rindukan IDNS yang lama. Dan of course ada beberapa player masih aktif dan saya mengharapkan diorang terus sukses kat sana lah. Dan ini adalah peluang yang terbaik untuk komuniti Thailand untuk bangkit dan tunjukkan balik kekuatan diorang semasa Messi yang pertama.
Faham. Maksudnya diorang pun ada kehebatan dan kelebihan masing-masing.
Betul, sebab kalau saya rasa diorang lebih ke arah mekanik lah sekarang sebab kita sekarang lebih ke arah makro punya playstyle. Diorang masih start dekat mekanik. So mungkin diorang nak kena improve untuk mekanik untuk makro punya playstyle untuk compete dengan kita orang lah.
Sebab soalan saya yang ketiga, saya nak tanya Kuja, apakah bagi Kuja yang Kuja nampak perbezaan yang paling ketara di antara playstyle untuk Thailand dan juga Malaysia?
Okey, macam yang saya cakap tadi adalah saya rasa diorang mekanik kita lebih kurang sama sebab bagi saya majoriti mekanik punya user memang tak jauh beza. Cuma makro je yang menentukan macam mana kita nak bawa game plan dan gameplay kita tersendiri. Dan saya rasa Thailand disebabkan dia baru aktif untuk MSL, betul? Untuk season yang pertama, saya rasa diorang kena lebih fokus pada makro untuk nak bersaing dengan region-region yang lain. Dan saya mengharapkan korang sukses.
Okey, tapi kan bila macam Kuja cakap ada tengok kawan, diorang pernah buka liga yang baru. Kuja tahu tak, ada juga info yang menariknya. Untuk MSL kali ni kan, champion dia kita akan hantar pergi ke wildcard untuk EWC.
Wow, tanya. So directly dapat terus wildcard
Directly dapat. So untuk benda ni sendirilah, adakah Kuja rasa adalah satu benda yang bagus untuk scene diorang dan juga untuk fan diorang secara menyeluruh?
Okey, of course benda ni memang sangat bagus untuk komuniti Thailand seperti saya cakap tadi. Cuma bagi saya lebih happy untuk Mobile Legends sendiri sebab dia telah membuka lagi besar cabang-cabang di serata dunia dan saya mengharapkan lebih banyak lagi negara-negara lain yang terlibat untuk kita besarkan dan kita majukan komuniti ini bersama.
Baik. Itu sahaja daripada saya. Anything nak shout out kepada kawan-kawan IDNS kalau diorang tengah tengok benda ni?
Okey, untuk IDNS yang semua nama ZZ kat belakang, mungkin saya tak ingat sangat lah. Mungkin saya ingat cuma Amzi dan Frame TZ, saya tak ingat lah. Tapi memang kalau tengok muka saya memang kenal. Saya mengharapkan korang comeback. Dan untuk komuniti Thailand, all the best. So sekarang you guys ada platform yang sangat-sangat baik untuk you guys tunjukkan bakat. Dan saya mengharapkan korang terus maju jaya ke hadapan. Dan jumpa di international. Good luck guys, all the best.
Terima kasih Kuja. Itu sahaja daripada saya dan Kuja. Kita jumpa kejap lagi.
Sawadi.
Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
mesti telan air mata. Selamanya ku takkan di bawah. Perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Blood, sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi arah. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Yeah. Dari bayang nyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi. Yeah.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Adakah takdir mesti telan air mata. Selamanya ku takkan di bawah. Perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita
MPL Malaysia Season 17 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Power up now with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Climb to mythical immortal with unlimited 5G power, uncapped hyperspeed, and endless entertainment. Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Limitless. Made for Gen Now.
Bloop, 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 bloop. What's that sound? Feels like something is flowing. It's the Infinix GT50 Pro, powered by HydroFlow liquid cooling. No lag, just smooth gameplay. 144 FPS, pressure sense GT trigger, fast and responsive. For MLBB players, this one's for you. Get it now at Infinix official store and TikTok shop, Infinix Malaysia.
Official food delivery Grab. Definitely focused when full. When people is hungry, they lose focus. Then they will have bad aim or bad performance during the game time. Hence, order from Grab Food to stay focused. Cultured by Todak. Todak Culture. Get MPL Malaysia's official merch at Todak's booth or buy online at store.todak.com. MPL Malaysia is now cultured by Todak. Official motorcycle partner, Yamaha. Official content partner, Media Prima. Official streaming partner, Tauntaun. Our strategic partner, Ferry. TNT Co. Obspot. Quill City Mall. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
A beautiful day here today at the MPL MY continues on its 7th week live at the MPL Arena at Quill City Mall. It is currently 4:41 GMT +8 here in Malaysia. Welcome to all local fans coming into the arena and supporting their favorite teams. And of course, those of you who are watching online, we beg you hello and welcome. Today we've got a great set of games. We've got Team Flash facing off against SRG. Once again, they will not be playing with Cram this time round. They still will be fielding Uni in the EXP.
And on the other side, we've got familiar faces, Diablo, Zorn taking up the screen, looking for that tiny chance of maybe qualifying into the playoffs. One thing's for sure, it is going to be even more than an uphill climb.
Absolutely. It's going to be a difficult day here today at the MPL MY, but we bid you welcome, everybody. MPL MY cannot be doing what it's doing without you guys tuning in every single week. But today, we have to talk about a lot of things because it is week 7 and we are on our final leg. These are the last 2 weeks of competitive play before we already move on into the playoffs. And Flash has a pretty high chance of actually getting axed here if they lose their entire series against SRG.
It's not going to be an easy one, but that means it's even more interesting for you guys to watch. And just to give you guys a thank you for dropping by today, we got that QR code at the bottom of the screen as usual. So scan the QR code or you can use the redemption code directly in-game for some cool stuff.
Let's talk about this upcoming matchup at the very least, right? BTRM is currently doing very well, which pushes them away from everybody else. We got RRQ Tora. Initially, I thought it was Team Ray that was going to be part of that, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Flash happened to be there. And if they want to try and at least get a leg up, maybe they should consider powering up a Celcom Digi Prepaid 5G Power Pass, where they can go limitless and unlimited 5G power and uncapped hyperspeeds made for the Gen Now.
Make sure you guys show them some love as usual, right? They are part of the reason why all of this MLBB action can be brought to your screens in the first place. So if you guys are not already using Celcom DG and just so happen to be in the market to switch things up a little bit, that could be a good step for you to take.
One of the few steps that you could take. But then again, compared to the teams who are currently at the bottom of the standings right now, there's not a lot of time for them to really get back up into the standings.
Yeah, it's always going to be difficult to be near the bottom of the charts, especially this late into the game, especially since the regular season is longer than before too.
Yes, 8 weeks of action-packed MLBB action. And of course, we want to make sure that you guys are getting the best experience possible. Keep in mind that within this short period, 2026, the All-Star event is now available, bigger and badder than ever. We've got Yuzong as one of the highlight skins if you get enough currency in the game itself. So, team up, dive for some fortune, and honestly, I feel like this event has messed with me a little too much. I've died a couple of times picking up the currency in the battlefield.
Oh, yes.
Where you're like, oh, there's a coin there.
Money on the floor. It's like, I want that.
I've embarrassing in very embarrassing ways because of it. It is not. I'm not proud of it. But let's come back.
Could be worse. People could be distracted by the new Lord.
That as well. That as
hit
well.
the retry timing because you're looking at the new Lord.
Oh man, oh, too real, too real. But Flash have a very difficult game up ahead against them, especially against a so-called weakened SRG. But Uni shows that he knows the fundamentals of an EXP laner. Hopefully, with this latest patch update, maybe we might see something else.
Yeah, I personally have been waiting for this update for such a long time. Paquito, one of my all-time faves, waiting for a buff, finally gets a buff, and it's a pretty sizable one as well, right? He's got damage reduction now, he does a little bit more minion clear, so it's easier for him to split push waves in the late game, and then he can also get extra shielding and mobility in his combos, which makes him a lot more viable in a meta where he previously suffered.
Yeah, he also... Did you know that he apparently also gets damage reduction?
Yes, he does.
Which is pretty goddamn ridiculous for Paquito. I mean, it doesn't state it here. There are a bunch of things that also aren't stated, like the fact that the 60 extra movement speed is now changed from 1.8 seconds to 1.2, so that's a slight nerf, but it overall feels nicer. Bigger changes that we also have to talk about. Marcel, wow! Was not expecting that, right? The passive change now over to 300 HP regen outside of combat, giving you more of a reason to go for the rapid boots.
Yeah, to be honest, I did not know this was a thing. I saw all of the other changes in the patch notes. I didn't see Marcel in there, so this is a surprise to me as well to hear that he's had these updates. Also, that immobilize effect now changed to a higher slow is quite interesting. That is massive, right?
Yeah, right?
That's
it's
a
silly.
big change.
It's really silly because now you can kind of like walk by him and not get like hyper punished, but it's like, oh, unless your team is ready to jump on him, then there's no punish, right? So there's that window it creates because of it. It's so weird. The previous passive so much better. You can't flicker out of that. This you can.
It's pretty strange, you know. Normally you are supposed to stand still to take a good photo.
Yep.
Now you just have to move, but very slowly.
They increase his shutter frame speed, and now his ISO is out of
Marcel took a few more photography lessons, and it's like, no, you can move. I can handle it.
I've learned the rules of thirds. I understand perspective now. A few other changes that I don't know whether it was necessary. I do think that the Harley one was a little, a bit much towards the mid-game. Overall, I think unless you can deny him that snowball in the beginning, at least he has like a mid-game to fall back on. Now he can't really poke out his opponents as consistently without going for the all-in.
Interesting. I personally feel like the damage nerf is not too big a deal, especially since Harley needs the snowball anyway. If anything, I feel like they should have nerfed his mobility slightly.
Oh,
Just
I'm not
slightly.
sure about cooldowns or the movement speed. Both are really good.
I think movement speed for me.
Oh, yikes. That one, I can't, I want to get behind it, but at the same time, there's no way to compensate.
Maybe I'm just biased.
It could be. But let's look at the playoff qualification chances and the conditions, because right now, it's all about Team Flash. They have literally a 1% chance, and majority of it isn't up to them.
We see right there, their best scenario is to win all 4 of their remaining matches, and then BTRM and RRQ loses all of theirs, with AC as well not performing well enough, and Flash will still have a chance to move on into the playoffs. But it is very high odds, as you can see, only a 1% possibility of this team making it to the top 6.
As you can see, it is a very low chances for Team Flash, and I think it is not within their control to make it to the playoffs at this point. The most that they can do is beat SRG here today and pray everything else just lines up for them.
Now, I know that SRG did drop a series last week, but I personally feel like that is growing pains, right? First, the match that Uni was playing, probably not too used to things yet. After that, started getting a little better. I imagine that after a week has passed, while SRG may not be at peak strength, they are still going to be a very hard team to take down.
Yeah, they've shown last week that they can do a lot more, and more importantly, Uni, he knows how to zone out people. I don't know whether they've got the full length and breadth of his hero pool, but at the same time, I'm sure that he's been working on it. But that being said, we've got word that there is some news from Rose. We're going to throw it over to her to see what she is up to and who she's interviewing.
Hey guys!
guys, Rose here. Sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan pertama untuk minggu ke-7 MPL MY musim ke-17, Rose actually nak borak sedikit dengan Diablo sebab tiba-tiba dia kembali di dalam main roster Team Flash. So, hi Diablo, how are you?
Hello. I'm good.
Okay, we actually have a few questions that we would like you to address because a lot of the fans knew that you debuted in Team Flash, especially for this season, as the main 5. Yet, in the middle of the season, Adamir was brought in for a few matches, and now you are suddenly back in the main 5 again. Now, can you please tell us, why did you come back to this lineup? What happened actually?
Initially, I think it was my comms that are lacking, as well as I don't talk as much as Adamir when it comes to controlling the team, because as you can see, for the first few losses we lack discipline, so we lost. Nobody to really give a short call for the team other than our jungler that time. So Adamir's coming to the team is to help with the communications as well as fitting into the playstyle that the team desires. Yeah.
Okay, now you mentioned about communication, right? Now, I did hear a few mic checks from the side of Team Flash where you guys are starting to pick up Melayu, Bahasa Melayu, right? Malay. How is that like going for you, Mr. Singaporean?
Honestly, I don't speak a lot of Malay, so coming here is one of a good experience. Can learn new language, but I'm also trying to slowly pick up the language, because sometimes in the heat of the match, it's hard to really remember those words. So sometimes I will still stick to English. Yeah.
Okay, now let's go back a little bit to Adamir, right? Now, a few weeks ago when we brought Adamir in, Zorn actually said that they wanted to try something different with Adamir, correct? So now that you're back, what do you think you can bring to the table? Have you fixed your communication issue? Have you fixed how you guys bond in-game and outside of game? What can you bring to the table now?
I think is showing off my strengths, I would say. Because initially, at the start, it's more of me fitting with the team. But right now, as we are in a dire situation, I feel that, I gotta at least show, my strength before, like let's say if we really don't make it, at least I try my best. I show what I could. Yeah.
Okay, now speaking about not making it, Flash still has a chance to get through. It's like 1% something. But 1% out of 99%, that is very steep. And perhaps some would even say they would need a miracle to get into playoffs, right? But what would you like to say about the current situation of Team Flash? Because if we look back to last week, I would say Team Flash did pretty okay. It wasn't as bad as the previous weeks. So how is Team Flash looking right now?
Right now, honestly, mindset is like nothing to lose. I mean, we're already at the bottom. So what if we lose 1 or 2 more, right? But of course, we are coming in now with lesser pressure and more of playing as a team, just enjoying the game. Yeah.
I think that's a very important mindset to have. Nothing to lose, no pressure, and of course, you guys got to lock in as well. Yeah. Now, speaking about no pressure, nothing to lose, if things don't go your way this season, you guys will unfortunately not get a playoffs ticket slot, right? So what's next for Team Flash?
Honestly, I have no idea. I don't know what's the next plan for Team Flash, and also my first season here in Malaysia as well, so we shall see for next season. Yeah.
What about Diablo? What's next for Diablo?
I think it depends if my hands are still fast enough, because age is getting to me as well, so let's see next season if I'm still playing. Yeah.
Okay, only time will tell then. Good luck for your match today, Diablo.
Thank you so much.
Good luck. Alright guys, kita dah dengar daripada side Diablo, and of course the only thing we need to do is throw it kepada caster-caster kita untuk mulakan perlawanan ini. Let's go.
And there you have it, the status of current Team Flash, consisting of SkyZ, Zorn, Cortese, Rival alongside Diablo, trying to bring up the main lineup this time round. And yes, many changes have been made to this team, but is that what it takes to get a win?
I do think that this is a better form for Team Flash, at least compared to what we saw at the start of the season, but it's still lacking something, and hard to really say if they're going to be able to find that something in the short time they have left, not to mention that they have to win every remaining game, and now they're facing off against the Red Giants.
But they've got no pressure at this point, and I think that maybe this patch came at a weird time because Diablo might have access to now a new hero that might go against the meta later in the EXP. Now let's look on over to Selangor Red Giants.
We got Innocent, Yume, Stormy, Skies, and Uni, who I feel has done a pretty admirable job of adjusting to the EXP lane. He obviously doesn't have the experience that we've seen from the veterans, but I think he's caught up very, very quickly, and now it comes down to how the rest of the squad can play around him.
Yeah, let's not also forget that Cram was supposed to be the captain and main shot caller for the team. Now Stormy taking as the interim captain of the squad for the time being, alongside with Uni, both giving calls in the middle of the fight. So again, a lot of those growing pains definitely felt like it came more to the communication rather than Uni's overall laning capabilities.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the team as a whole got a bit of a wake-up call from their previous loss, and I can only imagine that it's a good thing to happen now to really get them thinking about what they need to fix before we head on into the international stage.
With that being said, it's going to be one hell of a match. It is time to bring out both of these squads as they begin their inaugural walkout.
When the pressure is highest, legends are forged in the fire. Now comes the moment to rise, regroup, and reignite the fight and push for a glimpse of hope. With everything on the line, this is Team Flash!
We saw some dashes of brilliance from this team, especially in those side lanes. Now with Diablo back in on top of SkyZ, we need to see those side lanes explode and bring new life into this squad. Can Curtizi and Zorn finally click to be the last remaining pieces to pull this team together? The Giants have conquered the standings, but their dominance is far from over. Every match becomes another statement, every opponent another name left behind. Built to rule the league, let's cheer for the Selangor Red Giants!
This will officially be the third match for Uni in the EXP lane, and with more time to fit into the role, let's see what he can show us. And of course, we gotta highlight Yumes, who've been playing out of his mind. But we also gotta highlight the brains behind the operations, the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every match. Walking up on stage now with our head of League Ops, Franklin, to ensure every game runs fairly and smoothly. For Flash, we got Pods and Arance, and for SRG, we got Arcadia and Azora Becky.
Let's keep it going with the fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism and their last point of contact before they go to war in the land of Dawn. Good luck to both of our professionals as they battle up onto their stations.
All right, a very, very important match for Team Flash, though you could argue that every single match in the season left for them is going to be crucial if they still want to keep those hopes of playoffs alive.
Yep, and ideally, they've got to find some answers, right? The biggest weaknesses we've seen from this team, inevitably we thought, hey, it's that mid-trio that's been suffering a lot. They got the access to Zorn, and even then, they still weren't able to make things work. So until we see that mid-trio working well together, that's when things change.
Well, let's see what the other side has to say about the situation. We WhatsApped Coach Arcadia in our MPL MY Insider to ask us, could you tell us what kind of effort SRG has been putting in recently? And he responded, with Uni playing EXP, everyone on the team, including management, has stepped up. We've been having more scrims every day, 4 instead of 3, and Stormy is also a naturally good leader. He's one of the most intelligent players and has a very high EQ.
Interesting. They added one more sandwich to the regimen and they're like, yes, this is the preparation that we need. An extra, now keep in mind, scrims come in sets of 4. You will play 4 games within 1 session of scrims. So generally speaking, when they say one more set of scrims, that means an extra 4 games to their, 4, 8, 12, 16 total games.
That's a lot of games, actually. I know a lot of people out there who will play a lot of MLBB, and even that is quite a high number. But what about Coach Pavs, right? He said that in Game 3 against IG last week, SkyZ wanted to play Claude, but we decided to go with Harif because, honestly, we hadn't practiced Claude much. We also had an execution in mind, it just didn't happen during the game. There's a lot of pressure and responsibility that comes with coaching Flash, but realistically, I've only been with the team for 2 weeks, so making drastic changes is difficult. So far, the biggest challenge is communication.
This is totally understandable, and I definitely think that this is like in and of itself a setup for a game premise here. They got the football manager, the esports manager should be coming in because these are very real battles. Any big changes that Pops does could make the problem way worse if he hasn't identified what the main issue is. And so far, based on what we've seen, he's saying it's communication. We just gotta believe him.
It's difficult to come in halfway through a project and fix what's been going on before. And now that he's up against SRG, you can see the fan support. That child is very upset.
The child is very upset, but I love the banner just behind the child. Uni is not just the jungle, he's universal. That one.
Excellent.
Excellent.
I mean, that's where the name came from, right? Universe?
Yeah. Just, so good, so good. Our fans are getting hot and heavy here today, but we still have a minute left on the clock before we start figuring out what the drafts are going to look like. And speaking of, I actually went into some drafting data to look at whether or not there was a big skew between red side and blue side. And guess what I found?
All right, what did you find?
That Malaysia is 50-50. We're literally 49 point something percent to like 50 point something percent.
Excellent.
We're
balanced.
You say that. You say that now. Guess what MPL Indonesia's blue side, red side win rate looks like?
What is it?
It is 52 to 48.
Huh.
Guess which side?
Red side. Higher.
Red side higher? Yes.
Okay.
Yes, red side is higher. Now, guess, this is the best one. MPL PH. What do you think their blue side, red side win rate looks like? Now, keep in mind, you know that Malaysia is a little slow to pick up in the meta. You know that MPL Indonesia is the one that's more, they figure out their own stuff pretty quickly, and they have like strong teams who have solid identities. And then you have PH, who's like the median, who's supposed to be the median.
Well, you're saying that means there must be a pretty notable skew. But how far does that skew? Like, I don't know, 55, 45?
55, 40. You're not too far off.
Okay.
You're off by like 2%. But which side?
Blue side.
You're absolutely right. Blue side has had a ridiculous win rate in MPL PH, and I cannot figure out why. I'm guessing it's because they're more collaborative in their effort in creating a mid trio, and their side laners that are effective. That's why we see a lot of Claude, a lot of potential Harris if you get access to it. But most of the time, it's going to be Claude. That's what I think. But in this particular game, I don't know. They haven't even figured out what their identity looks like.
That is honestly really interesting, though. Because honestly, I guess the blue side just off of your reaction. That was not an analytical opinion. That was just like, the way Gideon is asking, this seems like it would be the opposite.
It is surprising.
I would think that red side would be better. Then that's why I guessed it for ID first. Right? Because like all the counter picks now that there's so many good meta heroes.
Right? And yet, we see time and time and again that PH has proven, hey, there is actually a way to draft. There is a certain degree of where we need to draft, but a lot of it comes down to how do we set this up. And I think most of the times they've got something solid. Everybody's contesting for the mid trio, but sometimes do you play for your EXP laner or do you play for your gold laner? And I would say that PH is some of the best gold laners in the world, which is why we're seeing so much of it.
Yeah, it makes sense after all. Gold lane is still going to be your late game win condition no matter how things go. And we know that games tend to get somewhat close over there. So having the better late game insurance is generally going to help.
I suppose. That's the thing, right? I don't know if this is conclusive of the data that I've been able to pick off from Liquipedia. I really hope that Munton would eventually give us the databases so I can search how many people actually use certain things like favor, right? How often is favor getting used over things like encourage? Because at this point, I think that if you're using anything other than conceal, there's got to be a direct reason for it. And most of the time, if you're taking encourage, I feel like you're wasting your time.
A little bit. I mean, encourage can be very useful, like say if you're playing a more utility type support, so that you can get more assists and gold in that way.
I mean, what are we doing here at that point?
But then, yeah, if you're going like healer support, you may as well go favor, right?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I just feel like it's just one of the Roam Boot blessings. Don't feel like it's fair compared to the rest of them, because every other marksman, every other quote-unquote marksman who technically needs that particular blessing, they already have the Trinity build, so it doesn't matter.
It does make sense, right? Even imagine the Roam Boots existed in real life. You know? You could have shoes that make the friends around you a little stronger, or you could go invisible. Right?
One's a lot more creepy than the other. That's for sure. I definitely think that, like, if anything, for the roamers out there, I would like to see the data. I would like to see the data for that. I would also like to see data about what the heck is going on in ranked right now. And that one,
how so?
This one has nothing to do with
I need some clarification.
Clarification, because I've been seeing a lot of like random nonsense. Like one in particular is Sun, and Sun has been an interesting problem for most people because it now that we've kind of changed how the late game has kind of worked, the scaling on this hero is ridiculous, and I think that he is a little more overtuned than people noticed.
Oh, he is. I can guarantee that. I literally played a game earlier.
Really?
Like we played a ranked game earlier with me, Mars, and Sunfrost. And we lost the Sun backdoor.
Ah, yes.
Because we just cannot catch the monkey.
Yep.
There's so many monkeys that he creates and you just don't realize he's gone.
That's the least of the fact that he has multiple monkeys is the least of my problems. The most annoying fact is that his skill rotation is basically like Harley's hat trick.
I agree, yes.
It is just, it comes off a cooldown way too quick. And,
yes.
And sometimes he's not even building CDR, which is the worst part.
It's so ridiculous how often he's getting those clones in the team fight.
It's pretty funny, admittedly. It's pretty funny. I just wish that there was better counterplay other than just beat him up early and don't let him scale. Like,
I know a lot of people out there watching are going to be like, just use hero lock.
Yeah, just use hero lock. That's not the problem.
That's not the issue.
The issue is I can't touch him. I can't close the distance.
You can't lock on if he's dashing all over the place.
Yeah, especially... They probably shouldn't have given him iframes, huh?
Maybe.
I don't know. I feel like the iframes is like a nice part of it. I just wish that it was more of a mechanical part of his kit rather than... Because only his ult is the one that you use to dodge things.
Yes.
Everything else is kind of like, just in and out, right?
Yeah, I agree. They should like maintain his ult as a dodge and then...
They just straight up turn his ult into a parry. As soon as you parry someone's ability, you split the two monkeys.
Imagine if it was funnier as well. Like, make it a slightly longer parry. But every time he gets hit, it creates another monkey.
You just walk into Odette's ult, you just spam! And all the other monkeys will do the same thing, so all of them are doubling up on each other.
Or like you get a DOT while you're running away and you just leave a trail of monkeys.
Okay, there probably needs to be some like tighter constraints to this, but the idea is there for the monkey to be in a place in the meta that isn't just obnoxious.
That would be so funny though.
That would be.
Honestly, that should just be like we just got the Franco hook mode. We need an infinite sun mode.
An infinite sun mode, but it's like a roguelike. Every single time you get a kill, it's like just a new power up. Yeah, you can swap out your abilities and stuff. Now you have 2 dashes instead of like turning into 2 monkeys or something like that. I don't know. $1 million ideas here at the MPL MY. And thank you so much for waiting out throughout the tech pause here. Based on what we've got, news from Franklin, it seems like it's only a Type 1 issue. It should have been done a little bit faster, so it looks like it was just the headset that needed to be replaced. Hopefully, it's done in just a little bit. But in the meantime, here's a bit of trivia for you guys.
Ooh, okay, what do we got? Which hero was the most picked in MPL MY Season 16? Last season.
I mean, this is not a difficult... I mean, if you whip out... I probably shouldn't say it. I know where you can find the answer almost straight away.
I mean...
there is a space.
You just have to go to
Google is pretty...
Yeah,
I'm not going to
right?
tell you what to search in Google, but like Google's a powerful tool. This is
But
cool for
I
me.
can't really think of it off the top of my head.
Off the top of your head?
Yeah. What was popular last season?
Come on.
Oh man, I'm too old.
What do you mean you're too old? I've been in this like for almost a decade. I've almost been here an entire decade, my guy. All right, if I off the top of my head, pretending that I don't know the Liquipedia answer, I would say that it either leans between somewhere along the lines of the gold laders. I'm gonna say I'm trying not.
Yeah,
to
he's not looking yet, guys.
I want to say it's either Fredrin or Suyo, one or the other.
It is not Fredrin or Suyo.
It is. God damn it! It's Kimmy.
Yeah, I forgot about Kimmy.
Kimmy was the better one. It was the better one to lead.
Kimmy was actually picked in like almost every game.
Here's the thing. I was going to say Farsa as the second one after. I thought that would have been a little bit closer, but I thought the junglers were more important. But then again, it depends on which part of the
Wait,
year.
was Suyo even that popular last season? Like, yeah, he was picked here and there. I don't think he was that popular.
He was hovering. He was mainly hovering, to be fair.
But yeah, Kimmy makes sense.
Kimmy makes a lot of sense. But then again, it doesn't really... no, it does. Because it tells you exactly the period. I missed it.
Because, like, Kimmy was basically first phase pick material every single game.
Yeah. I mean, there was also...
It's basically what Zusin is now.
Yeah, except way worse. Except way worse. Yeah, there's no real way to actually get around it. Oh, wait, no, there was. Kalia was another one that should have been come to mind, but they picked or banned, so that's where my mind was going to.
I think we need a Lolita, though.
We need a Lolita.
Yeah, so that like heroes like Kimmy and like the marksman, you know, you can get countered in a funny way.
You can get countered in a funny way.
Right? Because now everyone's just like, oh, just CC the marksman, you know, just burst the marksman. No, I wanna see the marksman kill themselves.
There's no better way to phrase it. No better way to phrase that. Second trivia question for you guys is a quick transition to this Q&A. Who was awarded the Legenda Award in MPL MY Season 16? I'll be honest with you, I don't remember. I do not remember. I have a couple of names.
Isn't it pretty... I thought it was obvious, but now isn't it Zorn?
Oh,
yeah, right?
Zorn. You knew it off the top of your head. Dude.
I remember this, and you didn't really remember the Kimmy thing,
no,
but
I didn't
you were
remember
more confident about it.
Very much more confident about it. The Zorn one, no clue. Just absolutely.
I mean, it was at the award ceremony.
It went completely over. I didn't look. The award ceremony is very little part.
It was like all touching and everything.
Oh yeah, a very short part of my memory. The rest of it was just like who's going to the international. That's what I cared about. Like,
fair enough.
As you can tell, I have different priorities.
Zorn's pick rate is not on Wikipedia.
Dude, if only there was like an entire free agents list and there was a pick rate for each one of them. That would be so cruel. That's just like straight up saying, what's your net worth on an app? Oh, brutal stuff. Brutal stuff. Oh, let's quickly look at the player cams here. Brought to you by Ozbot, of course. As you can see, it's already set. Actually, are they already done with the tech issue? See, I wish I can say yes.
It doesn't look like the... we're good. We're jumping in. Once again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being patient with us. While we resolved everything, we can officially get things going. Let us jump into the draft for game number 1.
All right. Once again, big shout outs to Franklin dealing with the issues with the rest of his marshals at the helm here. We need to get a heart rate monitor for him. Because if his heart rate monitor goes up, I'm genuinely concerned.
Actually, it's a good question, right? As a marshal, would your heart rate go up if there's an issue?
Oh, yeah. Like, if he's telling me a type 1, but his heart rate is like 240, I know it's not a type 1.
Okay.
This is like the generator.
Context clues.
Yeah, context clues for the rest of the day. All right. Now, Flash on the blue side, SRG.
Wow.
On the red side, Dangerous Grass, Fanny, Fovius, alongside with Benedetta for the side of Coach Arcadia.
Instant first ban Benedetta. He'll only see it versus Diablo, and well, we all know the reason for that. What else would they be concerned about though? I really hope we get to see some Paquito again. I don't think he'll be like top meta pick, but I think he's a very viable choice in the EXP lane again, which is exactly what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, I agree, but it depends because he also has a couple of bad matchups, right?
Yes.
Like matchups where it can turn volatile or, worst of all, turn into a sandbag, so your impact is minimal. I'm guessing Uranus, pretty difficult matchup overall. If Uranus takes control over the lane, it's very difficult to take control of it back. Esmeralda follows suit in that category. I wanted to say Foe, but it already got banned out. Freya also got banned out too. Only leaving us with not too many options overall.
Power picks at this point would still be Zusin, Guinevere.
Yep.
We've been seeing a drop in Glue's pick rate overall. I think Sora is a possibility still with Diablo on the opposite side.
But Valentina still in play.
Yep.
I think they hold off on this, right? I think they can start attacking different sides of the map if they wanted to. Let's see whether the mid trio is going to get affected, because Suyo is getting banned out for the side of Flash. Interesting. I would have imagined that they wanted Suyo on the return.
Harley.
Harley's picks have been going down overall, but let's see, right? SRG might opt to go for it, because Harith is also still open as well. So with this many power picks open, I'm not entirely sure how this is going to favor one side. I would imagine right now the advantage is on blue, because there's still 4 power picks able to go over, so technically Flash will end up with more.
That is a possibility, but red side also gains a lot of power when you still have a lot of strong picks in the pool, as long as you get rid of the more problematic ones. So the Zusin will be banned out.
All right.
Now we got the Guinevere, we got the Harley. These would be the most obvious, I think, off the top of my head. Harif is also a possibility there.
Really depends on the player. It's good. You get free crabs. It's pretty hard to contest it.
And Phoveus is banned as well.
I think showing Sora now would be a little bit of a mistake, so they gotta take something good. Okay, they take the Harley for starters, that's totally fine. Just means that every other mid laner is gonna be susceptible to getting jumped on.
And the instant response with the Guinevere and the Claude from SRG, keeping it stable right here and also stealing that Claude pick away. Now, Innocent, he has been a linchpin for SRG for so long, and he still holds the highest KDA, GPM, DPM, kills, and unique heroes played in the entire season.
Oh, no surprises there. And this isn't even one of his best seasons yet. That's the crazy part.
It's actually one of his less standout seasons.
Well, mainly because the whole team is stepping. The whole team has been stepping up. Also, we also been having like 8 weeks rather than 6, so the pool of data has been a little diluted. Now we see the Cho, we see the Z10 get picked up for the side of Flash. Now, I'm a big fan of this. I'm a big fan of this because I felt like Arcadia was trying to set up to say, hey, you're most likely going to play Yves. You're most likely going to play an artillery mage. Z10, kind of that in-betweener that can punish.
Yeah, and not to mention, we previously saw how hard Harley can get countered by a Saber pickup in the hands of IG, and Zetian's one of the heroes that can actually deal with that with her passive, and then you got the Cho to open up the map, which is also a hero that got buffed in the recent patch. Kind of surprised they buffed him, considering that he's still been very good up until now. I imagine Zorn's gonna feel quite happy about the quality of life he got.
I mean, the quality of life is to weave in some extra damage in the middle of your combo, right? So it's good for mechanical players out there. We see the Sora get locked into the very end. I'm expecting the Valentina ban instantly from SRG's side.
Definitely should be, though there is already a Zetian pickup, so if they're particularly confident that Diablo won't be pulling out a Valentina, they might be willing to let it through as well.
Also true. Both answers pretty decent overall. The Guinevere is just going to be tough, no matter what, right?
Yeah. I mean, Cho and Zetian are okay at dealing with these melee heroes, so...
I don't know. Depends on how that lane plays out, right? I'm trying to think of a mid laner that actually is able to sustain through it, but it's tough when you have Cho and Zetian. You could be like aggressive on your own end by getting an aggressive support on top of maybe a Lilia. But Lilia, it's at range that's a problem, right? If she has to walk up to the lane to get close, then Cho has an opportunity to collapse on her.
Yeah, there's not a lot of mid laners left that would be able to match up to the clear rate of a Cho is the Zetian level 1, right? Fastest clear would be Farsa, but then she's vulnerable to Cho.
Or you can just go like, you go Farsa, Gaton. Fast clear, you're out of there.
That's a possibility.
I'm trying to think of something along the lines of Farsa. But isn't Farsa? I mean, there is E, but like Harley is such a problem. Like you are going to get attacked from every single angle. So I'm thinking maybe even a Lunox might come.
Yeah, I was actually thinking of Lunox for a bit there.
Something with iframes. I want to say Lilia really, really bad, but there's so many ways that it could go wrong.
I mean, if you have Black Shoes and Purify together, though, I mean, Lilia is meant to be a Harley counter in a way. So I can see it being picked up, especially if Flash is going to be grabbing a tankier EXP laner, though knowing Diablo, that's not really going to be the case. So, Flash may run into some durability issues here, because Rival already is going to be on the Harley. We know Diablo doesn't really play sandbags, and their main roamer is a Cho.
Yeah. This is, they kind of need Diablo to not be on the damage dealer.
Yeah.
Right? They need him on, like, Uranus, most likely.
I guess Terizla would be the best, like, they banned Valentina. So what are they trying to play?
What? What are you trying to halt the ults here?
This is what?
You won't take my deadly magic.
I mean, Terizla, I guess, maybe?
This Fury of the Phoenix stays with me. I can't. I don't think that. Is there like no other better band here?
I don't know. There has to be a reason, because yeah, it's not really a hero you would want to ban in this position, which leads me to believe that Flash is intending to pick up something that Valentina would counter, and I guess Arlet is what SRG thinks.
Okay, Arlo. I'm like, okay, that's kind of fine. I feel like it's going to be a Paquito angle here into the Sora.
I'd be excited to see it, but Paquito would out-trade Sora before level 4. Once you hit level 4, Sora definitely wins.
You have counterplay at the very least. You have to knockout punch as he's like after the iframes and he tries to dash at you just to create distance.
It needs a lot of finesse for sure.
It's going to be very technical if it does come down to that. It's got to be something way better to deal with, right? Arlet is gone. You could go for a Yuzong, but then Claude is really like hard to catch anyways.
There is still the glue, but Paramis is still open too, and Valentina's already been banned. They banned the Leomord as well, so trying to lock down on Skies.
What? I'm guessing they want to make sure. I'm guessing they want to make sure that the possible flex picks go into the places they're supposed to go. Because Guinevere could have gone into the support role for all intents and purposes rather than just the jungle. And even up till now, we still don't know if it's guaranteed.
So I think Flash is just trying to force SRG into a Guinevere jungle, but I also don't think that's too big of a deal for them. Like, they could definitely give Skies this hero and it would still be fine. I'm hoping we see what exactly Coach Pops has been thinking with these final 2 picks.
Yeah, I'm thinking SRG could go like Kalia maybe. They could go. They need something that can contest. I want to say Gata, but that's mainly for the laning phase. It doesn't provide like any real value outside of that.
Khalid?
Khalid could be. I mean, he's a little more aggressive, I suppose.
But Flash is just gonna go with the Bruno Lapu, so keeping it pretty standard. At the very least, Lapu offers some frontline bulk, but Flash is also gonna be quite vulnerable to backline dive, and there's quite a lot of that from SRG currently.
Yeah, why are we going Bruno here? I guess they want to diversify the damage profile. It should have been Harith, but unfortunately they have a majority of magic anyway, so I guess there was a no-go there.
I personally don't think it's a problem if all of your damage comes from magic.
Yeah.
If it's all physical, then yes, that's an issue, but magic is so strong in MLBB.
It is. We get different treatments.
Yep.
Make the damage equal again.
We need more magic defense items, honestly speaking.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be a Hilda, so along the lines of the Khalid right there, which means early invades are going to be a threat for Flash. Their mid duo is quite good at clearing wave, but can they handle all the different angles the SRG will attack from?
Well, I think it's going to come down to the laning phase, right? If the laning phase goes well, everything should fall into place pretty comfortably overall. The compositions, based on the way that they feel like they're going to start collapsing on is really, hey, Team Flash, we have to play for our lanes. We need to find rival opportunities to start snowballing out of control. Leave the team fights to Cortese and Diablo. Everybody else, you are looking to play selfish.
Well, let's hope they will be able to do so because they need this victory. They gotta be able to topple the Giants. Otherwise, their hopes and dreams of moving on to the playoffs of Season 17 will meet an unfortunate and early demise. The Land of Dawn opens up once more, and we are greeted with Game 1 of the day.
All right. Let's see how this is going to play out here, the mid lane, and most importantly, where the jungle is going to start. This first level for the mid lane is going to be by far the most important. Stormy can't afford to lose life. Yulbis can.
And they're trading really hard against Zorn already. That's the Kimmy effect right there. Nearly gets the stun. Zorn nearly goes down. Holds on to his flicker, though.
Not bad, not bad. And even Sakai's is here breaking over Zetien's passive. And that's exactly what you want to see. Big wins coming in from SRG side, forcing out the recall. Little Wanderer falls into their hands as well to give their jungle an EXP lead right from the get-go.
Mid lane for Flash needs to play very careful. We've seen how active Skies is on a Guinevere jungle. He will gank level 2 and then gank level 3 right afterwards. So they gotta keep that in mind. And unfortunately, they're not gonna be able to get vision with Yumes on the Hilda.
Yeah, I mean, Guinevere is one of the few who has a proactive engage tool, which is pretty good, right? Which is why you see her gank at pre-level 2, pre-2 minutes. That way, even if any of the minions die and Guinevere helps to clear the minions of that mid wave, it's all going to the right people. It's not going into yourself, and you lose almost 0 to no time.
Rival gonna show up, level 4, Deadly Magic onto Yume. Stormy blocks the cards. Well played.
Nicely played, nicely played. That's exactly what you want to see. Now, Rival, he doesn't have his ult. He's lost the ability to 100 to 0 somebody, but that mid trio is still dangerous, and they're putting on a good freeze.
They're gonna hold the lane here just to make sure it collides closer, and then they can hit level 4 a little quicker for that first turtle.
Yeah. I think this first turtle...
Oh, Skies actually finds Zorn in the boys. Violent Requiem. Beautifully played. First blood to the Guinevere.
Nicely done, nicely done. Good coverage. They fell into the net in Team Flash now. Should be a no contest for SRG as they're on their way to claim the first the first turtle of the game.
Should definitely be free. Diablo, this is risky. Bird finish comes out. Diablo steals the turtle and finishes off Skies. Takes out Yunes with the Deadly Magic as well. Uni not able to respond. Zorn comes in. Flicker, kick not available yet, but will commit to it right at the end. Cortese picks up another.
Good timing here from Cortese and Diablo. That's the synergy you need to see. Unleashing the Fury of the Phoenix at the same time, giving no way for the Retribution to come on through properly.
It was basically perfectly done by Team Flash. The only way that they could have potentially stolen that objective away, and they achieved it. Looks like Innocent also starting to lose these gold lane trades to the Bruno.
Yep, this should be expected here. Bruno does have higher base damages in comparison to Innocent, who has to steal away those stats. 75 more seconds till the next turtle is going to spawn here, and it's net neutral, right? When it comes down to the mid lane, as much as everything has been progressing back and forth, nobody has really gotten some significant advantages other than Cortese, Diablo, and Rival creating a 1.5k lead.
But if Flash can keep up this pressure, it'll be really good. Oh, the stun! Zorn's taking a bit too long, able to kick Yumes and escape, but the Deadly Magic committed with nothing in return.
Zorn better get
here comes Shifting Skies, catch 2-man into Violent Requiem. A great combo, Diablo. Now 1v4 nearly takes out Yumes, but gets shoved into the tower and locked down by Uni.
Unlucky. No flicker, and unfortunately just wasn't in range to get the empowered auto attack. Now, Innocent, he's playing with fire here. He knows that SkyZ is losing a majority of his resources, but most importantly, he's trying to wait for SkyZ to lose his passive stacks. Once he loses those passive stacks, his crit rate significantly drops, allowing him more opportunities to fight.
Innocent plays Bruno. He knows the trade. Deadly Magic on Stormy, down to 40% HP, but will survive, and that means no Harley ult for the next turtle. Oh, they commit a kick. They're actually going on a noob, surrounding with 4 members. I don't think he expected Diablo to be here.
Very nice. Again, Flash not hesitating. Diablo's already there. They need to find something. He's going to lose a wave down bot side. They might get one more here, but Uni, he's chunked out. This should be a no contest for Team Flash now.
A really nice exchange right there. A little flicker there just in case. Guys goes for the combo. Flash gonna maintain their 1k lead in the early game.
Potential punish down on bot side with no flicker on Diablo. It's really just the timing of when he gets his bravest fighter. He's got the War Axe as well, and SRG, based on the way that they're distributed, at this point might set up for anybody transitioning up into the gold lane. I think if Team Flash just leaves the gold lane by itself, there shouldn't be a movement from SRG just yet.
Yeah, I don't think so as well. SRG is definitely aiming to play more towards the mid-late game. They've got double marksman set up after all, so they don't mind being a little bit behind early. Kurt gonna get caught with the traction pulse. We can already see Stormy being quite annoying.
Yeah, just chunk them out. Look for the life totals here.
We see a big dive from SRG. They're going on Zorn. Fear the Phoenix into the deadly magic, and Stormy goes down. Killing spree for Rival. Sky is trying to re-engage, but look at the poke from Curtizi. Blazing Red comes out, but the kick responds. Team Flash taking over from behind the flank. A bit too late. SRG takes 3 losses.
Completely out-kited there. I'm trying to look at the items. Genius Wand already complete. Glowing Wand also complete for the side of Curtizi. Their base damages here. Oh,
Uni wants to go for this. He's got the lightning form in. Thunder's Wrath gonna set things off. Bruno goes down, trades back for Rival. Nearly goes 1v2, but Zorn is here to stop that.
Unfortunate indeed, but great for Rival. He's 3-0-4, and at this point, he might even consider getting a Sky Piercer of his own if it keeps on going this well. I think as long as SRG recognize, hey, if our initial engage fails, we need to go for a full reset. We cannot start trickling in one by one, because that's exactly what Team Flash wants them to do.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised SRG decided to still go for that fight, considering they should be well aware right now that their damage is still a little lacking.
Oh, there we go. Once again, this is red ref pause. I would only assume this is coming from SRG's side. Let's see what the technical issue is from our marshals. They'll give us a heads up, and hopefully it's a short one.
But right now, we can see that Team Flash definitely doing a good job of holding up this early game, and Rival is, what's his KDA? 3-0-4.
Yep.
Luckily for SRG, no Sky Piercer yet, but still a notable snowball on a snowball hero.
It's looking really, really good, and even Skyzed himself, right? I would have thought he was going for the Berserker's Fury. I think he's going to go for a Malefic Gun second item.
Well, I don't see why not. Most of your damage is gonna be going into Hilda, so may as well try to burn her down fast.
Does she have enough MR yet? I mean, she's got the steel leg plating, so I guess so. I guess you'll get a little bit of value from that. It's not a Malefic Roar or anything of that sort, but as long as Rival... Actually, how are they finding these moments? I feel like SRG, Uni might be giving a little bit too much information here. I want to double check this once we get back into the game, because I'm wondering how Diablo was sitting in that bottom bush when they first attacked Hilda. Where was Uni at that point of time?
Yeah, it feels like Uni is a little bit slow to join these fights up until now, and Diablo is winning out just by being with his team, which is a risky play because if no fight actually happens, then you're wasting valuable farm time, but SRG is kind of running into Flash almost unnecessarily.
Yeah, and you can definitely see some ideas here of like, oh yeah, if we catch this guy, then C, D, and E becomes so much easier to do, but A, B, and C is going to be a struggle if we whiff. So I think right now, until we see like a fat engage coming out of Sakai specifically, maybe even Uni if he catches multiple people.
Looks like Zorn will scout out Yuns and Tri-Brush. Actually force the reset. Fear the Phoenix scouts out SRG. All 5 members are here. Turtle being controlled by Uni right now. Traction pulse catches Kurt. He has the flicker out, but Shifting Skies catches him right back. Diablo comes in from the back, but Innocent pops in with a blazing duet, finishes off the mage, and the turtle goes down, secured by SRG. Double kill already for Claude. They finish off Diablo as well with the full surround, and SRG in signature fashion and instant turnaround.
Yup, and that's what I was talking about. They managed to catch the important people, get rid of the engagers from the side of Team Flash, and now they don't have a spearhead to attach onto their long sticks. Now, SkyZ, he needs to scale up, and he needs to scale up fast. He's going to be the life insurance of Team Flash if they want to progress to the next stage.
They got to play around SkyZ, they got to play around Rival. They threw away a lot of gold with that previous one.
They did. But look at the way that this engaged, right? They forced out the big flickers. The traction pulse from Stormy is what caused it in the beginning, allowing Woody to find these good engages. Now another fight actually ensuing.
Yeah, looks like Yums getting caught with the deadly magic. Diablo once again jumps in. Landshaker purified by Stormy, and Diablo will stop his chase there. But SRG not letting him get away. Violet Record catches down Diablo. But here comes the Fury Phoenix along with the deadly magic, blasting off Stormy. Uni comes in from the flank, shut down onto Rival, an important camp. And they find another as well. Double kill for Skies on the Curtise. And Yums cuts on Zorn. SRG back on top.
Uni is so desperate for the kill, ends up dying in the middle of that process here. But SRG, they've hit their power spike, and now they're going at full throttle. Innocent, currently, does he have his Trinity completed? No, just 2 items. The Golden Staff is not done just yet.
But even with that, managed to get a good amount of gold off of kills and assists in that last fight in particular. And this is a very SRG thing to do. Funnel resources into Innocent.
And now he's getting everything. At this point, maybe they should do the same for SkyZ. As much as I want Rival to get into these fights, he's got the damage, but getting into the fights have been basically near impossible. Unless we see these big picks from Zorn or even from Diablo, I don't see it happening. And I think that Slango Red Giants have identified their win condition. Just take away Zorn. Take away the Trigger Man.
SRG lost most of the earlier fights just by being out-kited, so if they make the fight happen so quickly that kiting cannot happen, then, well, they have the advantage. Oh, Skies goes in, Zorn gonna get caught by Lurkin. Once again, Fury Phoenix comes out, Diablo jumps into the back line. Look at Yums, he's already taking 1v2, but Stormy gets ganked by 2 in the middle of the pit. Innocent 1v1 against Rival. Deadly Magic almost takes him out, but Rival blinks back, dies to the rest of SRG. Yums still alive, buying time against Tree now. Zorn chasing him down. Finally, they land the last hit on the Hilda. Lord down to 20% HP. Skies gonna be able to retreat it away, but SRG now very low on health. They gotta get out of here.
Yep, good comms to the side of SRG. They ended up losing more members here, but they still get the Lord. If they could have dragged out the timing, it would have been a little bit better, but unfortunately, Flash not gonna be the one.
Guys from behind! The lockdown on SkyZ in the blazing duet. Diablo now 1v4, goes in, tries to do damage, not able to find it. Zorn gonna be able to kick Uni in front. Shifting Skies only catches 1, but he heals back up and survives everything. Nope, here comes Rival. They finish off the Sora at least, but they go back in. Stormy with some revenge. 4 members of Flash dead.
And this is why Guinevere is so good. She's so good. She can extend fights for so long. She can chase forever. Rival now, unfortunately, dropping down in EXP over to Sakai, who's a level ahead. They're going to lose their top inhibitor. And from this point, it's just a slow burn of a game.
This is exactly what happens every time the Red Giants take control. Flash looking to be in a good spot early on, but you lose a couple fights in a row and all of that momentum goes straight out the window, especially with heroes like Harley and Bruno on your side. You gotta keep that ball rolling.
Gotta keep dancing here. Another 100 more seconds. 31-35 is the total gold score for both of these teams. Flash, 4.4k behind. Their next item power spike is very soon. However, they need to get into the end stage, right? Let's quickly check on Life Insurance SkyZ himself. 2 items already done, already working towards that Berserker's Fury, but is way off from it. 1 Legion Sword at most.
In comparison, Innocent finished with the Trinity, halfway done with the Rose Gold Meteor. Not sure if he'll finish that or just hold on to the Magic Blade, but it's already difficult to pick him off.
Are they doing the thing with the where one guy has anti-heal and nobody else has it? Yeah, they are.
Seems that way. Minion waves streaking in. Top inhibitor will probably fall, but looks like Stormy's damage not high enough. Team Flash will hold on to their structures.
Okay, all right. So that means Cortese is just that much more important. If he goes down, they lose a way to indefinitely kill Sakai's. I would also make an argument for Stormy 2. Wait, let me just quickly go check. Is he running Concentrator or is he the kind that runs the traditional? Yeah, he is going for those Queen's Wings.
Yeah, he's got the Blood Wings. Just finished the Divine Glaive as well. So SRG actually grabbing a good number of defense items just to make sure they don't go down to the initial burst poke from Team Flash. That Blood Wings, the Rose Gold Meteor was actually completed by Innocent as well.
Yeah, so again, Innocent, very good position to be in. Sky's unfortunately 2 really expensive items behind, but not the end of the world. And I think that's what they're looking to play for. Berserker Fury now done. Team Flash need that 1 extra util item. Winds of Nature would be pretty good here. It's also an argument for Winter Crown. Here's look at Seal.
And Zorn gonna go in. Nice Purify. Well, actually the CC immunity to stop things. Diablo as well gonna CC immune out of Traction Pulse, but SRG just running straight in. Violet Rock and Winter Crown actually does whiff, but Innocent nearly dead to the Deadly Magic, able to heal up through the minion wave. They find Rival. The kick comes through on Uni. He'll go down, but his job is already done as the rest of SRG is going in. 2-man knockout from Skies. Unstoppable streak from the Sky Prince. Curtisi trying to flicker away, and Skies is just not letting it happen. Double kill for SRG, killing spree for Stormy. It is a team wipe with Diablo falling. Triple kill, wipeout for the Selangor Red Giants as they break straight through into the base, and it is going to be a one-way path to victory.
And they close out game 1 in spectacular fashion. 13 minutes to close out the game here against Team Flash. Unfortunately, not enough peel, and man, Guinevere, really ridiculous to deal with. How do you get past her?
It is so difficult to deal with a good Guinevere player, and we know that Skies is one of them here in MPLMY. The early game definitely raised some eyebrows, but it's pretty classic SRG to trade bodies and then just suddenly turn the game around when you least expect it.
Yeah, that's the thing. We didn't see the Team Flash big convergence, right? We didn't see it translate into something a little more tangible. Whether it is buff steal, whether it's tower take. I think the only time was first turtle. They decided, you know what? We can't contest for it. Let's contest for second and third. And that's exactly what they did. They even broke bottom tier 1 because Udi left the lane so early to try and make impact. So again, it's all of these small things that eventually compound into each other.
Yeah, I think there were good calls from Flash early on. The combinations were very good. They clearly had an idea with this lineup, but once SRG adjusted, they needed to be able to switch up their gameplay, and I think they weren't able to do that.
Unfortunately, not this time around, but it's not the end of the story just yet. It is a best of 3 here. So right now, match point for SRG. Flash need to make some adjustments, and I'm not sure where those adjustments need to go, right? Because again, it feels like at this stage, if I wanted to attack anything, probably it would be Uri. Getting him off of that Sora, I think that make him play something uncomfortable.
But we don't even know what exactly is uncomfortable for Uni right now.
So we take away Fove, we take away Sora, we also take away probably Gwen, just because it can be flexed in.
Are you sure you want to spend all those bans on a new EXP laner though? That is the issue. And on top of that, you got Yums with the MVP performance this time around. Hilda is still so hard to handle.
Oh yeah, difficult. Bruno, you saw what Skies had to deal with. Just Hilda constantly in your face, and those mini stunts enable people like Skies to get in for free with those magic thumbs. Mini stuns, man, really annoying, but very effective at what it does.
Yeah, good build path as well, starting with that Radiant Armor first, just so he can run down the Zetian and the Harley more easily, followed by the Dominance and then the Chastise. Really keep on top of the enemy team. Yums was holding back 2 or 3 people in those later game fights all by himself, and that makes the job a lot more easy for the Red Giants.
Yeah, way easier, way easier, which is why Yums is able to survive a lot more of these situations than most, right? And I think that in terms of the raw setup that everybody had, it would have been nice to have some extra anti-heal. Somebody with a Dom Ice from the side of Flash, ideally. Who could have taken it? Did Zorn build it instead? He needs the Radiant Armor Chastise. I guess the only thing he could have opted to change was going to be the Immortality, but you're coin flipping at that point, right?
a little bit. I do agree with you. Some anti-heal was much needed. Curtisi didn't have the glowing, right? So
He did.
Oh, he did.
He did have the glowing. That should have been his first item.
Logically, that would actually be okay, thinking about it.
I think it only hurts them later down the line. Nobody else has Dom Eyes because Chastise is necessary when you're dealing with a Golden Staff user on the opposite end. It's nice to have both, but usually you separate the two.
Maybe SRG is aware of these timings as well. That's why they go for the end game push before you can get into the stage where there is enough defense items that their big burst is not going to be quite as effective anymore. Mid game is where SRG really starts to come online, especially if the marksmen are fed, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, that means if the adjustments are going to be made, then I'm looking towards whether or not it might just be helpful for the side laners to get a little bit more priority this time around, right? Have your flex, ideally have that flex in the jungle as well as support like Guinevere. If you don't have access to that, then maybe you need to reassess the plan to play more towards SkyZ's lane. Because again, they left him on an absolute island. He was stuck there for a long time. Same goes for Diablo. It was really the mid trio who was battling against each other.
I think the unfortunate issue for Team Flash is that the players that they have don't mesh the best, especially in the side lanes where both SkyZ and Diablo are players you want to play around and build a comp around. But if you have multiple of those, then the job is tough.
Hard. Difficult. A lot of different ways to describe it here, but let's look at our Hall of Famers. 783 coming in from Rich Guy Innocent. Curtisi actually coming up with the most amount of damage within this game, which is rather shocking. I would have imagined that Rival was able to poke out just a little bit more.
I think Rival lost a lot of his effectiveness after minute 6 or so.
Yeah.
Because he really couldn't do anything after that. I think the second highest, the highest damage on SRG was actually Sky, surprisingly, on the Guinevere. So, yeah, you can tell that Rival couldn't really do much after a certain point.
Yeah, I mean, he did get his inevitable snowball, but like, how do you translate it if you can't find these bigger conversions? If every single time you fight SRG, both sides are looking to kind of pinch the other to hopefully break off the jaw, you know? Look for opportunities to stop them from biting down. There are lots of moments here where you see, like, once the tier 1s from all lanes get broken up, the SRG can fully enact their plan.
I like that Team Flash is going for the backline dives, that Rival is largely executing Stormy in most of these fights. The problem is, it's also costing him his own life in exchange. Maybe if you trade for Innocent at this point, it could be worth it. But they're not able to do so. Half-man, half-beast positioning is always too good. And SRG has so much dive potential, which is something I already said Flash would be vulnerable to.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that maybe there could have been different priorities to attack the side lanes, different opportunities even to be able to attack. Because Innocent just feels like prime real estate for someone like Rival. He's coming in, no flicker, only has to purify. Once that BMI is down, he kind of doesn't have a lot of counterplay.
He actually tried to go for Innocent here in this particular situation, but this was after the Rose Gold Meteor was completed, so that actually allowed him to survive, and then he just completely heals up off the minion wave because Claude was apparently not nerfed enough.
Yeah, I don't know. There could have been a couple of different ways to play it, but unfortunately it's just due diligence coming out of SRG, right? Limiting the rotation angles, making sure that everything you do is going to be one extra step longer.
They are veterans for a reason. They have stood atop MPL Malaysia for so long due to this experience, and even with Uni filling up their ranks, you can see that issues are quite easily resolved, and this is what I was expecting to see from SRG after last week, right? A little bit of time makes a big difference with this org.
Yep, and now that they're looking better than ever, I think that this stage, SRG don't really have to do too much adjusting, just stay on it when it comes down to the comms, because I think that is their biggest strength. Very fluid in the way that they play. Their laning phases seems to be all right. So now, just wait for Flash to show off. See what they do first. In the meantime, guys, don't worry. If you're thinking about the grand finals, the lower bracket finals, the upper bracket finals, unfortunately, they've been sold out. fast, please get your tickets to support your teams. Quickly pick them up as soon as you can, because again, a lot of these tickets are selling out really, really quick, and which means that there's only one thing that you can do. Join the MPL MY Festival, brought to you by Esports Con. And admission is absolutely free, so you can just walk on in, and there are fan activities, a little bit of a carnival, free giveaways, and the ultimate giant screen to watch party between the 5th of June, 7th of June, so be there.
So if you were not able to snatch those tickets for the big ticket matches, there is still going to be a big screen watch party happening at the venue itself. So that means that you can still drop by, you can still hang out and have fun with your fellow MLBB fans and watch live at the venue, just, you know, outside.
Just
I think it's outside. Should be outside, right?
Well, I mean, it's Esports Con, so outside is a relative term. It's a lot of stuff.
True.
A lot of stuff in that area.
We don't know the setup yet.
I know it's Stadium Juara, so I know where they're probably going to put it, and that's still a pretty big area, if I'm being perfectly honest. Either way, it's still going to be a fun time, and only you guys can make it better. With that being said, we still have 4 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. We're going to be throwing it over to Rose. It seems like she's got a little special little segment we're going to throw over to Rose. What's going on with you?
Hey guys, Rose here. Rose sekarang bersama dengan Buff Innocent daripada SRG. Kita ada Chacha.
Hello everyone.
Hey. Okay, so Chacha, welcome back to Malaysia.
Thank you so much.
Now, we know that the last time we saw Chacha was the playoffs of last season, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So Chacha, what made you decide to come to Malaysia and give Innocent a surprise?
It is actually short notice. Danya sent me a message and she's asking me if I'm willing to surprise Innocent. Because I posted like, I don't wanna, I cannot attend the his birthday because I'm in the Philippines, I need to work. So when Daniel sent me a message that SRG and Stormy's family is planning a surprise, also the players, and I said I will just going to move my schedule so I can attend his birthday, and it's actually kind of I'm very nervous that time because I already surprised Innocent, but it's only me and my sister. And then this is the first time that we had a surprise with everyone. So he actually looks nonchalant, guys, but he's very emotional on that video because some of their friends like Innocent is very nonchalant, but he's actually very emotional and he doesn't want anyone to see it. So
yes, guys, Innocent is a very shy baby boy of Chacha.
Shy baby boy.
Shy baby boy behind the scenes. Kalau ko natatawa dyan ka na cakap dia sombong. He's actually not. He's just very nonchalant, very secretive. Now, Chacha, I want to ask, you have been with Innocent for quite some time. You have been supporting his journey in MPL MY, even in international tournaments. But to you, as Innocent's biggest buff, how important is it to you that you ensure that you support his journey in MY?
Actually, online, offline, whenever I'm not in MPL during his game, I will always make sure that I'm going to watch. Even though I'm in the Philippines, my phone is always right there watching his game. And each and every game, I'm always gonna cheer him up, especially if he's using a specific hero. Like if he's using Moscow, I was like, go Moscow boy, and I was like, go Harit, and I was like very happy each and every time that he's gonna have Savage. So yeah, all the time that we're not together, I make sure that I'm going to be his biggest support.
Aw, that's so cute.
Yeah.
And guys, I'm pretty sure a long-distance relationship is definitely not easy. And I gotta give it to both Innocent and Chacha on how they actually handle their relationship and balance it with their game and their professional career. You know what, Chacha? SRG needs one win. They need to win today. It could be a 2-0, it could be a 2-1. But if they win this match, they are getting their upper bracket slot. Is there anything that you want to say to Innocent or to the rest of the SRG boys, perhaps?
Let's go, boys. Upper bracket secured. Let's go.
Let's go! Yes, guys, for your information, kalau SRG berjaya menang perlawanan ini, mereka akan layak ke upper bracket. With that, Mar, let's throw it back to the casters untuk mulakan perlawanan ini.
Thanks so much, Rose. And there you have it, the buff in sight. Came all the way over to celebrate Innocent's birthday. Honestly, real good shout-outs to SRG, keeping the morale of their players and doing anything that is necessary to keep that morale up.
I don't even think it's necessary after what we saw in game number 1. So an extra buff means it's... What? There's caster cards?
They made caster cards!
Yo!
Hey, how do you have access to those photos? Who gave you those photos?
That's awesome!
Dude, those are the high fidelity photos. Where did they get those?
That's really cool.
They don't hand out those assets. Now I'm actually genuinely worried now that I think about it. Where did they get those photos from now that I think about it? Oh,
There's
boy.
some secret backdoor paths that the fans are taking for our photos.
I don't... Yeah, something to...
I'm sure you could find them somewhere.
I mean, but in high fidelity? In all in HD?
I mean, we don't know how high fidelity it is, right?
You know what? That's a good
We're looking
point.
at it from a camera.
That is a very good point. I did not think of that. Now, we got 44 seconds left on the clock here, and we know that SRG is going to be taking that blue side. So red side going over to Flash, they get to respond. I don't know. Based on what we've seen the previous times Flash has been on red side, the red side has been ridiculous, has been wild.
Yeah. They can come up with some pretty interesting options. We literally saw the Mincetar from Diablo last week. Worked the game one, didn't work the next game. And that means that, you know, cheese picks are always going to need to rely on that element of surprise somewhat. If Flash has a surprise, they gotta pull it out, right? This is one game away from their official elimination in the playoffs.
All right, let's find out how they're going to do this. First, the random map and draw. SRG will be playing on blue side, Flash on the red. Benedetta instantly banned out as we see expanding rivers this time. Ooh, this one's going to be a rough one.
I think SRG has a tendency to go very fast on expanding rivers. They're one of the teams that knows how to execute on it. And I hope Team Flash will have some kind of answer here. Because SRG's not going to go easy on them, right? Flash is fighting for their survival, but SRG is fighting for that upper bracket.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. From the looks of it, and from the way that they're playing, it feels like it's almost secure. I mean, Cha-Cha said it the best, right? Playoffs already secured for SRG unless we see something new from Flash as a way to address what SRG is willing to throw on the table.
Guinevere being banned out means that SRG is prioritizing something else. They usually like to go first pick Zusin. Besides that, is there anything else that SRG likes to go for? I think their Harley has been okay, not quite as effective. I think Zusin is generally what they like to rely for. Harif as well, from time to time. So what will Flash decide to ban?
But Flash could get rid of Valentina. They could get rid of Sora. I would like them to actually get rid of the Sora at some point, just to see what else Uni has in his back pocket. And then the only other thing is just, you know, the Phoveus.
Ooh. All the members of SRG. That's an impressive collection right there.
Nice, nice. But do they have the secret Coach Arcadia one? Just start pissing people
The
off
secret rare.
Yeah, the secret rare that nobody knows about.
Does it exist?
Does it exist? It's just legend. Or tactical coach Zora
I'll trade your head coach Arcadia for my tactical coach Zoraveki.
Ah, but what you don't have is the analyst Winter.
Ah, that's the true secret rare right there.
Secret rare that nobody talks about. Baxia, okay.
Baxia ban is interesting. So maybe a Harley first pick from SRG?
Oh, we'll see.
Or Harif. Actually, it might more likely be Harif.
I feel like it's going to be Harif, but if you're getting rid of Baxia, the things that you don't want to deal with, anything that has like high sustain, that way you don't have to buy so much anti-heal early on into the matches. Or maybe it's along the lines of like, hey, if they do end up going Fredrin, that's fine, I guess.
Well, the Zusin will officially get banned out by Flash, so Harley, Harif are the most likely options. Or if SRG wants to be very cheeky, they could also open with the Claude just to keep things as open as possible.
I'm thinking Fove is pretty good.
No, that's true.
Fove is pretty decent overall. When he plays it well, unless he's like really boring, then they go for Uranus, but I don't think that's first pick worthy considering that there's so many better options. Stronger power picks even. No, wait, no, you can't go Harry first because no matter what.
Yeah, there's a Fove.
Oh, shucks.
All you need is a little magic to dream a
Yep.
wonderful dream.
That's the Harley.
Okay.
Makes sense.
You go Harley, they go Harifove, they go Uranus, I guess? No. You pick mid and then you pinch mid. No. Wait. No, it's tough. It's tough.
I think if Flash goes Harifove, SRG will just go either Suyo or Leomord and then the mid lane.
Jungle and mid for 2v3. Okay. Let's see it first, right? First, how does Flash want to answer this problem? They've got Harley on the opposite end, so no matter what, you are susceptible to getting 100-0. There's no going around that.
Maybe it's time for Rival Saber?
Rival Saber?
Allow me
If he's got
to
it.
lead the charge.
Oh, looks like it's going to be Hilda alongside with the Claude.
Pretty solid opening. The Claude, just to make sure SRG doesn't have their safe fallback scaler. And then the Hilda to invade the same way that Yumes did, but I'm worried that might be revealing it too soon.
Does the Hilda also reveal that they're going to play an attack damage style jungler, or does it even matter?
I think it doesn't matter too much.
I'm thinking it only would make it would only matter for a Leomord situation. But there's not enough on SRG's side to confirm whether Leomord is even worthwhile, right?
Looks like they will go for... Ooh. Well, looks like I was completely wrong. It is the side lanes being locked in by SRG in the first phase. A Moskov and the Terizla. This is one of Innocent's clutch heroes, so I'm sure the fans will be happy to see it.
Terizla's interesting because Terizla actually has some pretty decent lane matches into Phobius, into Uranus as well, to a certain degree, right? To a certain degree. It's really how you play that level 1. I mean, they could go for like Lapu. No, everything is just too quick, too fast. Direct lockdown. Since you've already shown Hilda, you don't have access to Cho. Gwen is already banned out. Yeah, this one's a little tough. This one's a little tough.
They go for the Sora. To be totally honest, I would not have minded a Saber here. Like, I feel like it could have actually worked out for Flash, because, yeah, you do need some form of lockdown, and you don't have that with the Cho anymore since Hilda is already there. Sora has lockdown, but it's not going to be quite as reliable, too.
I mean, I suppose, but, I don't know. The lockdown in case and in question, I feel like the Harley's not going to find too many opportunities, if I'm being perfectly honest, right? The only one is if they set it up with the Terizla movement, or if like Moskov is like ready to fake something with the with Spear of Misery or something like that.
Harley's performance depends heavily on their mid duo, which is why SRG probably saved it for last, right? Just to get the best possible mid lane they can.
I mean, I guess they could. What would actually be good here? What would actually be good? I'm thinking. Yeah, they can just go Zetian here.
Yeah, Zetian is still fine. We literally saw the combo of Zetian Harley last game.
Yeah, it's most likely going to get banned out, I feel. Unless... No, it's better not. It's better not. They're both contesting the exact same roles. They could attack Rome if they wanted to for the side of Flash, but I don't think there's any linchpin to their comp.
Chose me to vanquish the
maybe the Kalea is worth being a little respectful towards, right? One of Yume's signature picks, combos well with the Harley.
I think if it was going to be banned out, it would probably be on blue side rather than red side, right?
Well, no, because red side already has Hilda.
Oh, that's true. Hey, then what was the... Oh, yeah, the Fanny Man, of course. What does that leave SRG with in terms of options?
I think SRG is fine with Zetian or Farsa. Lilia is also possible, considering the Hilda and the Sora. As for their roamer, I do still think Kalea is pretty solid. I'm wondering if there's anything else.
It could be Cho, it could be Kalea. All of them are kind of alright. Okay, Zetian finally gets banned out there, as expected. SRG gets rid of Leomord here.
Would they be more afraid of Leomord or Nolan?
That's a good question. Ooh, boy. Would you? No, I think you would be a little more... Huh. Actually, I gotta really think about this, huh?
Yeah, because
Moskov is definitely going to be able to get priority over the Claude, assuming, depending on what Claude's emblems are. And I'm guessing that both sides are going to take Master Assassin, knowing that they want to take control over the lane. So what does that leave us with? It leaves us with Terizla against Sora, which it is Terizla favored. So SRG has both side lanes kind of on lock at this point.
Huh. Valentina banned. Now, this could be explained by SRG wanting to play like the Farsa, for example. Like Farsa or Eve, you will typically want to ban against that. But I'm wondering if there's anything else. We've seen Stormy play Odette a few times in the past, and they do show some respect to Valentina when that pick comes out. Could that be a surprise?
I don't know. I'm thinking like he's going to whip out a Nana or something. But
then you wouldn't ban Valentina versus Nana.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, I'm not 100% sure why. It feels like they, all intents and purposes, they could also be setting up for a potential Lilia as well.
The Gourd making the debut appearance in MPL MY.
It has been a while, and he's got like a good initiator in Sora, so you've got a bit of a wombo combo there if you add the Blazing Duet on top of everything else.
Gourd has been doing quite well in MPL PH, I believe.
They have. They've been doing a lot better.
I can't remember which team was the one playing it. Yeah, I don't remember, but I know that it has won multiple games over there.
Yes. Looking at the last couple of picks here, SRG, what do we go with? You know that there's like a long-range engage. You can try and just stop the engages as much as you can.
It's time to go to the RT.
Sounds like a Lilia. And then that is a Hylos.
Yeah, something that can play Revitalize, something that can peel, something that can slow down initiations if necessary. Yeah, I'm all for this. I like the way that SRG played this out. I think that the Hylos was kind of the only thing to pull it all together. I was thinking maybe they wanted to play a more single target lockdown, but with the Hilda, it can be a little tough to maintain control over that front line.
Yeah, SRG has a pretty standard front to back with the Moskov and Harley that can kind of skirmish around a little bit. So having the Glorious Pathway to slow down Flash's dive is a lot more valuable to them compared to single target catch or something like a Gatot Kacha. I initially was wondering if maybe we might see a Farsa to punish the Gourd, but Lilia makes a lot more sense for the Sora and the Hilda, and now Flash will go for the Lancelot.
Huh, very bold. Very, very bold. It's got iframes, it's got a way to kind of cut through the crowd here, even with the black shoes. I mean, Rival has to put on one hell of a performance here on that Lancelot. Again, a lot of these guys on SRG are pretty slippery.
And the ones that aren't slippery are very, very tanky. Among the tankiest heroes in the game, in fact. So Team Flash going to have some difficulty this time around as well, especially on expanding rivers. They gotta be able to move quickly. And you got a Terizla and Hylos breathing down your neck.
Yep. Again, a traditional team fight composition front to back from SRG facing off against Team Flash, who technically they want to also play that traditional front to back, but they've got some bigger wombo combos. So it's about initiation. Who pulls that trigger? Who can light up the headshot first?
A single victory here from SRG will guarantee them upper bracket slots in the playoffs and officially end Team Flash's run in Season 17. So it will come down to the side of Team Flash to see whether or not they can defy this fate.
Now, Zorn immediately with the invade knows where Sakai's is starting off, especially here at level 1. We didn't see much of a contest here. Now, Stormy knows he has full control over this lane single-handedly. Cortese on the opposite side. He needs a bit of help every once in a while.
I see Zorn going to be able to move a little faster across the map compared to Yuns, but at slightly more risk. I thought he stole that lit though, but it looks like Sky still got it.
Yep, he still got it at this point, which is still pretty good for them. SRG still maintaining the EXP lead for the time being. Oh, the stun. Almost collapsing.
Zorn has to be careful. Lilia is quite designed to handle him, and the flicker comes out. Stormy actually goes down. First blood to Rival. Zorn falls right afterwards. Flicker comes out once again from Curtizy as well to avoid Skies ganking a level 3. But he just jumps in. He gets stunned under the tower. One hit away from death.
Almost outplayed it. Almost found at least one back. But still, it works out either way. It is 1-1, and at least, well, unfortunately, the kill went over to Yums. Probably not the best target. Rival was able to find his.
They're going again on Zorn under the tower, and Stormy just blows him up.
Yeah, why, dude? Why aren't you walking backwards? Why aren't you walking away from this, sir? You don't have to hover around this.
Yeah.
Don't have to hover around. Zorn has been getting punished pretty hard in these past couple of games, huh?
Oh, I just realized that he actually has Master Assassin as well on the Hilda. So he's trying to be aggro.
He knows that the laning phase is done for. Like, he literally provides little to no value here unless, like, Stormy forgets about him.
Well, SRT will scout out the turtle being taken. Zorn tries going on Stormy, gets blown up by the deadly magic straight away. Turtle down to 40%. Flicker penalty zone from Uni. Stormy secures the turtle, and the catch from Diablo comes through. The Stormbind locked him down on Thunder Mystic Gush. Double kill for Curtizy. But now SRT looking for a bit of revenge. Guys not able to catch the gourd.
Okay, all right. The combo was a little messy, but they still got something for it, which is more than you can say compared to game number 1. This is great, looking for Team Flash, right? As much as they want to have the lead of their own, it's very difficult when your lanes aren't exactly in your favor. Sky Zed now having a slightly better matchup into Innocent this time round. At the very least, he was dominating previously, but at least this time with a Trinity build, he doesn't have to worry about too many things, especially Uni. As long as he's able to dodge that ult, he doesn't lose out on his Blazing Duet.
Oh, deadly magic in the mid lane once again. Curtizy, Mystic Gush defensively will survive. Zorn and Rival as well in the front line looking for Skies, but he's dodging beautifully from the landslot. Now Rival will get caught in the gloom. Killing spree for Stormy. Stormbind way too late from Diablo.
Yep, but not peel him off. Zorn trying to open up this map with Stormy, looking to match him every single time. They want to deny Zorn that passport. They want to deny him entry into their property. And
the slow is way too much from Hylos and Lilia together. Even the flicker doesn't get away. Mega kill for Stormy.
I don't understand. You see Yums just flicker away from him if necessary. I don't understand why he keeps on taking these hits.
Getting greedy. Skies seals the buff as well. It's getting worse for Team Flash.
It's about to be a short game here. Things keep on going this way. Skies, oh my god, a level and a half ahead.
After Glorious Pathway cuts the mid lane and half deadly magic onto Curtizy, but good blocks from the rest of the team. Not able to save him.
Oh boy, this is going to be a really rough game. Lethal Ignition finding its mark here. Better yet, Stormy is just too big. He's 4-1 already. Like, I don't think they can realistically kill him.
Yeah, Lilia's getting way too much funnel just from Zorn alone, actually. Constantly trying to run his way into the duo. Does he have a Radiant? No, still a bit too early for that.
Doesn't have it yet. But Stormy already with his first item complete here in the 2.6k lead. They're gonna hold Flash hostage.
Arrival is here. Sky's still just waiting to see who he can pick off in the backline, so Flash has to be very defensive. Zorn in 1v1 against Uni. Glorious Pathway cuts off the backline. Flicker from Curtizy. The stun comes out on Sky Zed. Blazing Duet can be used. Everything completely whiffs. Diablo flickers in, shifting Skies, catches Skies. Can they pick up the Harley? No. They will finally chase him down. Turtle gonna get reset over. Stormbind comes out. Diablo doing a lot of work right now into the stun. Two-man knockback as well. The Sora alone controlling the Slangor Red Giants and giving control back to Flash.
All right, and now they find their way back in. Zorn doing a pretty good job chunking out Uni in the middle of that fight and dragging it on two separate fronts. Cut SRG in half. They wanted the traditional front to back. They were denied it.
And Flash was able to break through the cracks in the armor. Picking up the Harley there. Highly valuable considering the circumstances to even things out just a little bit, though SRG will still hold on to the gold lead.
Yeah, but look at this convergence. Instead of immediately trying to invade the enemy jungle and start stealing away resources, they've set up for a T1 break on top side, sacrificing the bottom side one while still being able to get both small camps. So vertical jungling has come into play.
Innocent knows they're there and he's not going to be able to contest, but now another Glorious Pathway, they're trying to catch Diablo, not able to pick him off in time. The Stormy already popped the sprint as well. Zorn comes in, Yums, bit low on HP, but is a high-low, so it's kind of hard to remove him. Deadly Magic onto Zorn, but he has enough healing to survive it.
Both sides disengage from the fight. And Rival now trying to catch back up in EXP as the guy's just a little too quick across the map. With 55 seconds left, they're just gonna have to wait. In terms of the waves, top side has a bit of a slow push actually starting to build up there. They're going to need to correct that from the side of SRG. Bottom side is a neutral state. So as long as they maintain this, they can guarantee movements from Team Flash.
So far, Team Flash still doing a good job of at least holding this early game. And we can see that SkyZ has actually been able to outfarm Innocent a little bit. In terms of late game scaling, both sides will have a solid amount to play off of. So Flash just needs to not allow SRG to do that mid-game turnaround they're famous for.
Oh, Rival!
Oh, he may have taken a bad path here. Is he going to be able to dash out Glorious Pathway? Cuts him off, but here comes the Flicker. Uni hammers him down. The Spear of Destruction contested Kurt, but the Mystic Gush actually does a lot of damage to Innocent in return. Stormy chases him down. Unstoppable. Black Shoe's going to be used. Innocent chased down by Zorn, but he's not able to land the last hit. The rest of SRG saves their goal laner.
Yeah, managed to peel him off here, but this is going to be a free push for SkyZ onto that top side. That's going to be top T1 broken down because of that movement. Turtle falls into the hand of SRG, and ideally they also break mid-tier 1. Let's look at the instant replay one more time. How did this go so wrong for Rival? And to be fair, he was playing it well right up till here, right? He ended up missing that one important dash to give him the reset to get out of there, which ended up killing him.
I also think that the Rival took a bit of a risky decision to try and return to his half of the map through the mid lane instead of just taking the long way around. That would have been undoubtedly safer. Now SRG contesting the purple. Penalty zone catches 2, but the Stormbind catches 3 from Diablo. It's a blaze spread, but the Revitalize healing so much. Stormy nearly dead. Black Shoes comes out, and Zorn is the one traded away instead. Casualties already mounting up to 1. Stormbind only catching Yubes. SkyZ finding Skies, but gets pinned against the wall, and the Deadly Magic finishes him off. It's a double kill for Harley.
Just a little unaware there, trying to poke and prod, not realizing how many resources they actually have from the side of SRG. Again, Sakai's very patient with the Deadly Magic there, waited until it was a prime target to unleash his full potential. In the meantime, though, Rival basically in no contest at this point. Even though he's got one of the most powerful ults in helping to secure the Lord, it's tough when you're 2 levels behind.
Yeah, we talked about how important it was for Flash to avoid that mid-game turnaround, but as to what happened exactly right after I said it, too, it is the usual timing. SRG now with a 4K gold lead. The only thing that Flash can depend on now is this Claude, who is still ahead in farm by a little bit.
Let's see how long they can get away with this. Sakai's opting to go for a different route in terms of his Harley build, going for the Genius Wand into Lightning Truncheon, an atypical high burst version. Divine Glaive really, it depends on the item builds on the enemy sides, but at this point, I think that Sakai's understands he's got 100 to 0 this Gore, and he's got ideally 100 to 0 this Claw too.
His job is the backline. They've already got a Lilia and a Moskov to melt the tank, so he doesn't need to go into tank shred build, which makes a lot of sense, especially with how confident he is that he can find the squishy units.
Now there is a correction on that top wave here. At the very least, we see from Rival looking to make sure that that is done right. Wishing Lantern on Cortese to help him out, even though he does true damage. The extra bit of 800 damage that comes out of that Wishing Lantern will melt away Yobs.
Yeah, Wishing Lantern is actually a pretty solid power spike for Cortese. Though Zorn gonna get caught out. Deadly Magic, 10% HP left. He had to flicker out at that one, but he'll survive at least.
Bit unlucky, but hey, they've got the important item passives out of the way. Yobs got a Chastised Pauldron as well. They're just waiting for the Deadly Magic.
SRG in control of the Lord, but they're purposefully delaying it because Innocent is up top. Just finished his Trinity as well at a pretty early pace. They're just gonna let him get the tower for free. Which means Team Flash has to jump the gun. They have to try and do something. Zorn's gonna run in, absorb all of the damage, and go down instantly. Blazing the Wind is pretty good. Stormy nearly dead, and it's a shutdown. for SkyZed. Glorious Pathway though, slowing down the rest of Team Flash, and Uni comes in penalty zone, locks down the Claude. It's gonna be a trade. Stormmind comes out on 2, but the damage is not enough. Sky's finishes off rival, gets a double kill on Diablo, and 4 members of Flash are out for the count.
A good push and pull coming in from Sligo Red Giants, being able to draw in the members of Team Flash while still executing some good combinations. Look at the way this is played, right? Rival gets into the middle of this fight, and he's looking for targets. The split from SRG, immaculate. It did cost Stormy his life, but that's because SkyZ is finally in position to fight.
And Innocent even able to join the fight at the very end there to get a couple of assists under his belt while the wave still pushing up top. SRG now officially knocking on the front door of Team Flash.
They're already at the cusp here. They've got the Powered Lord. Should be more than enough. However, there is the holy shielding, which is a problem, except for the mid lane. Now they siege.
Glorious Pathway slows things down. Team Flash trying to clear minions as fast as possible. Stormmind only catches 1, but is able to push Fumes into the tower. So the Hylos gets traded away. The Lord colliding up top. The top inhibitor probably won't survive for long. Uni absorbing all the damage to make sure the Lord survives. Takes down the top inhib. SRG still sticking around to maybe get another one.
Okay, 12 minutes in and things have been looking phenomenal for SRG. On this next push, ideally, they find something else. And keep in mind, they only broke the inhibitor on the long lane just to set up for more.
Oh, Zord actually baits guys into the push for the shutdown.
Oh, nicely played. Good play here. And Cortese, at least he was ready for it. Zorn ensured it.
I gotta say, I haven't seen Zorn's recall spam work like that in a long time.
It has been a while, it has been a while, and even the best of us tend to forget. But at the very least, it allows Flash a little bit of breathing room.
That's exactly what Flash needs right now. A small step to claw their way back into the game. A 2k gold swing, actually, off of that kill, so that's pretty notable.
They'll take their time with this. Can they get further into this? How do they catch Stormy here? I don't know. The sprint is very greedy from him, but so far, finding him has also been pretty tough. I would have imagined that he would like to go for the Purify instead in case he got caught in those cloud shifts, but so far, Team Flash have not been able to get like the fat ones.
Yeah, only SkyZed really is oh, the Spear of Destruction connects his sword into the Glorious Pathway. The instant dive into the penalty zone in the backline. But Diablo with the 4-man catch into the blazing door, turns it around for Team Flash instantly. Innocent still alive, turns around on rival. Uni still holding the front line, and look at Stormy and Innocent chasing down SkyZed. Skies comes in from the flank, finishes off the Claude while Stormy picks up the double kill. It looked like Flash could turn it around, but the goal lead is just too big.
Yup. It's honestly, SRG are just playing a much better game right now, mechanics-wise, the way that they're forming up on these fights. But most importantly, they were aware of the counter engage. They didn't mind giving Diablo 3.
Oh my goodness, Cortese's just gone, and with him, so are the hopes and dreams of Team Flash. SRG gonna melt through their ranks, take down the crystal, and secure their pathway into the upper brackets of the playoffs.
And there you have it, upper brackets secured here in SRG fashion. Exactly what they were looking for with Uni and the EXP. Things have been going out real well for the boys. Maybe they're finding their mojo back.
I already knew this was on the cards for SRG. First week looked shaky, but they just needed a bit of time. And Uni living up to that universal title. This unfortunately means the official end of the journey. Flash, their chances were already low, but this brings it down to 0.
Yep. And there you have it. Last chance for Flash here. Every other game will not give them an opportunity in, but it is still a learning experience regardless, and that's the important things for our professional players up here.
There were some good plays, some good showings from these players, but there's still clearly something that they need to rediscover. And they'll still have a couple games left in the season for them to do so.
A lot to learn here. Oh boy, but SRG, once again, taking this game is already good enough for them. Flash, they're not disappointed with this. They knew they had tough competitors ahead of them. Maybe they can start planning for the upcoming year, right? Next season, after EWC, I'm sure Flash has things to work on. With that being said, though, we're going to be throwing it off with an interview brought to you by Rose with two of your favorite boys from SRG up on stage.
Secara rasminya, Selangor Red Giants berjaya mendapatkan upper bracket untuk playoffs yang akan datang. And of course, di atas pentas bersama Rose, kita ada Adik dan juga Becky. Hello, congratulations.
Hello.
Okay, kita start dengan Adik dulu. Adik, 5 kali berturut-turut berjaya layak ke upper bracket. How are you feeling right now, honestly?
I think this season is kind of special for us. Like getting to upper bracket this time is different compared to other season. And yeah, we are kind of proud of our team lah. I kind of proud of our team, especially Uni step out for SPL. Yeah.
Sekarang dah berjaya dapat upper bracket. Rasa macam lega tak? At least boleh bernafas sikit kan?
I think lepas dengar berita yang kita orang dah secure, feel better lah. Especially.
Now, kita tahu masa kita bermula dengan musim ini, kita actually borak dengan Coach Arcadia di mana dia cakap as much as possible dia nak kekalkan win streak of 17-0, betul? Dia like win streak regular season lah. Tapi we know that win streak tu tak jadi. But when there's no win streak, there's no pressure. So do you think that masa win streak tu pun dah patahkan, you guys rasa more relief to play, lagi senang nak main, tak yalah pressure sangat nak fikir untuk kekalkan win streak yang tersebut?
Yeah, I think I would agree with that because after we lost again AC and the win streak already broke, I think it's better for us lah. We play like without pressure and we just don't think anything lah. Just play.
Yes, play like we have nothing to lose, betul?
Betul.
Okay, later kita akan borak dengan adik sekali lagi. Tapi sekarang ni Rose nak borak dengan Coach Becky. Hello Coach, congratulations. Hello. Now Coach, I want to ask you about Uni because we know that you as a coach have seen the transition from the jungle to the EXP lane. And last week when you guys won, I could see how proud you were of Uni. But perhaps as a coach yourself, with your own perspective, can you maybe share with us how the transition has been going for him?
It was only difficult because the amount of time that we have, because last week it was legit one day and then we have to play tournament already. So after the first game of matches, I believe it was already a lot of warm-up for Uni. And then Uni really has talent because in scrims, he's also beating a lot of like well-known XP laners. So sometimes we just joke around, it's like, you feel like the one who has been playing XP lane for so long compared to like jungler. That's what we joke about. He feels so talented in that role.
Yeah, dia nampak sangat-sangat talented in that role, and I think it also helps that dia cakap dulu dia pun suka tukar-tukar role dengan Momo kan in his previous team. And of course, Coach Becky, I want to ask, I also heard from Coach Art that previously you guys just used to scream like 3 games a day. Now you guys have moved on to 4 screams a day. How has this impacted the team? Do you guys feel more tired or extra pressured or actually doing really, really well?
I think going for 4 scream is just to really catch up because we have a new lineup, and then there's a lot of like different ways that we have to play the games. There are different comps, and then playing 4 scrim just let us catch up as fast as possible because even with Uni playing right now, we are still looking to win every single game. Yeah.
Okay, rasa tu semua fans SRG nak dengar. And untuk interview session ni, kita actually nak bring something new di mana kita akan review gameplay daripada perlawanan tadi and get Adik's opinion on what happened throughout it. So let's play this clip. Kalau kita tengok di dalam klip ini, it happened di game pertama di mana SRG berjaya wipe out Team Flash. Tapi mungkin dari pendapat Adik, boleh tak kita fokus? Kenapa you guys nak decide untuk kejar kill ataupun bagi mereka wipe out daripada secure the Lord objective in this fight?
Mungkin sebab kat sini saya pakai hero yang mobility yang tinggi, which is Guinevere. So I believe dorang pun hero dorang low mobility. So saya rasa yang saya confident lah boleh kejar dorang. Like walaupun dorang ada dalam fountain, saya boleh kejar agak.
Comms macam mana masa war tu tengah berlaku? Adakah ada seorang yang cakap, lock dulu lah, or everybody just like kill.
No, he just lagi kat sale macam tu lah.
Macam tu je?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Alright guys, kita dah tengok perlawanan clean sweep daripada Selangor Red Giants, tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP. So, agak-agaknya siapa MVP untuk perlawanan ini? Mari kita tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Stormy! Kenapa macam muka dia tak percaya sangat dia boleh dapat MVP? Jom Stormy. Come up on stage. So guys, how has Stormy been as a captain? Okay tak?
Yeah, I think he's doing well lah.
Doing well. Coach Becky, how is he as your interim captain right now?
I think he's speaking so much more right now. So much confident, my cap.
Wow! Congratulations, Captain. Hi, Captain. How are you?
Yeah, good.
How do you feel selepas menang, selepas berjaya mendapatkan upper bracket slot?
Yeah, very happy because that's what we're aiming for right now.
That's what you guys are aiming for now. Stormy, Rose nak tanya. Sekarang mereka akan tunggu di upper bracket untuk playoffs, betul?
Apa?
You guys are now in the upper bracket in the playoffs. So, dengan beberapa tim yang sudah pun panas lah orang katanya di MPL Malaysia, pasukan mana yang you guys rasa akan bagi you guys a challenge this upcoming playoffs?
Yeah. Challenge.
Sebab kalau kita tengok statistik and data, you guys have dropped a few games throughout the season. So, pasukan mana yang boleh bagi challenge?
I think AC. AC.
Tapi AC belum layak playoff.
Boleh.
Boleh. Any words untuk bagi semangat dekat AC?
Jumpa kat playoff.
Okay guys, Stormy dah bagi So, I rasa dorang yang putus win streak mereka, so dorang nak jumpa balik di playoffs, betul?
Betul.
Okay, Stormy, is there any words that you want to give to your fans, your family, kepada semua yang selalu support SRG?
To our fans, thank you so much for coming, and today is Mama's birthday, so happy birthday, Mama. I mean yesterday, yeah.
Happy belated birthday, Mama. Thank you, boys. Congratulations on your upper bracket slot. With that, mari let's back to the casters to analyze apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan bersih ini menentang dengan Team Flash. Casters, throwing it back to you guys.
Thanks, Rose. Our MVP of this game going over to Stormy, making this a relatively quick one. 7-2 and 13, and just making sure that lane, oh boy, nobody walks through mid without paying the tax.
Lilia is such a good pick against heroes like Hilda especially, and I feel like Zorn just didn't respect it enough. Perhaps not so prepared for the sprint, you know? This little purple girl catching you a lot faster than you're used to, with that Ice Queen's wand as well being built up later on. Man had an 87% kill participation.
Yeah, it's hard to beat it, especially when you've got high loss on the opposite side that basically tells you to stop your combo midway, and then Lilia can just walk away and start shredding you down. There's just nothing much you can do about that, especially once she gets the Ice Queen's wand. There's no running at that point.
Lilia and Hylos together is so ridiculous, actually.
Compared to like Zushin plus Hylos, I think that one is even more ridiculous. This one, like, it hurts, but at least there's counterplay. The other one is like, what do I even do? I can't get close, I can't walk up, I can't even flicker out of it, I can't...
I guess it's different cases, right? Because Zusin Hylos is like, I'm not allowed to move. And then Lilia Hylos is, I'm not allowed to survive.
Yeah. But at least you can kind of like try and dodge it to like walk in and out to get EXP.
You can play Minesweeper.
Yeah, a little bit Minesweeper, basically. That's the exact way of putting it. But even so, a lot of this just really came down to Sakai's making sure that he was able to capitalize on a lot of the picks and a lot of the plays that happened throughout the game. Yes, mid had plenty of control, but Sakai's was getting pretty involved, noticing that Rival kept on showing up pre-2 minutes. It's like, okay, that's the second time you're going for this gang. That's not cool.
Yeah, I think Lancelot can still be good, and I don't doubt that Rival is a good player, but the hero itself has a lot more difficulty compared to before. You really got to be able to weave your way into the backline, and then there's no guarantee that you're getting out. I think a rival commits, realizes, well, now I'm stuck here, and then just dies afterwards. And then the backline is also being threatened quite a lot since Curtisi is very immobile.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where it's like you would rather have a traditional fighter to try and sustain your way through it rather than somebody who's a little bit more burst-oriented, high mobility, but in moments where you just get, oh, my ability gets canceled out by a Law and Order, or if I just get stiffened up, if I so happen to not have my Thorn Rose, when Uni decides to come in with a penalty zone. It's moments like that where it feels so bad.
SRG knows the timing of abilities. They know when to hit you where it hurts, and right in between the combos, you're suddenly dead. I think that Diablo and SkyZ did respectively. We can see that SkyZ did a lot of damage with that Blazing Duet once he had his items, but by then, the gap was too big.
Yeah, I think that the comms unfortunately broke down for the side of Flash as soon as that early game just didn't go the way that they were hoping for, right? I think that the early game just needed to be played a little bit better, and Zorn obviously trying to influence the rest of the map. He knows he can't do it in the mid lane, so why didn't he show up on opposite sides? Like, make laners suffer just because you exist.
Yeah, I feel like Flash is a bit too stuck in a specific way of playing where they're attempting to make the mid trio do something and let Diablo do his own thing, which can work, but I wish they would play around SkyZ a bit more. He's a good carry, but he needs a bit of help, and they're just expecting him to win out lanes and farm on his own.
Well, I think it's not like he was winning out lane. I think most importantly, he wasn't losing the lane, which I think gave a lot of hope for the rest of Team Flash. I know that EXP was probably the hardest lane to probably find a gank off, but even like pre-level 4, there probably should have been a gank there coming in from that Hilda to forcefully push Uni out of lane and delay that level 4.
I think Team Flash was a bit too passive on the side lanes, and it's partly because Zorn was a non-factor this game. Everywhere he goes, he gets caught by the mid duo, and without the Hilda, you can't really gank. But I wish we got to see like a rival in the side lanes, could just walk over and throw a projectile in to be annoying, and they didn't. Innocent got the farm for free.
They got the farm for like a good amount of time, actually. And even so, nothing much they could have done better here. I mean, well, the fact that he flickered foil for that coming in for SkyZ, pretty bold overall. But they tried their best. That's the most that you can ask for, considering that a lot of these team fights just felt like comms was an issue more than anything else. Like, it felt like slightly delayed from the perfect timing.
And even here, that was a really good catch. The 3-man shifting skies into the Blazing Duet, and somehow only Yumes dies. Like, yes, Stormy has black shoes. I thought that they could have picked off Innocent, but he actually survived it.
Yeah, he managed to carve his way out pretty quickly. I think, again, it really just boils down to communication here. If SkyZ can work together with Diablo on those engages, they probably would have a lot more success, because it's not like they're not finding the Blazing Duets, and they're not, and they are hitting multiple cloud shifts. So therefore, how does it not like come together nicely?
It's tough. I think Flash by nature is a bit more of a chaotic heal type team. They like fights to last longer, which makes it very hard to go against SRG, because once they adapt to you, they go fast.
They go much faster. The execution won't give you a lot of time to respond. But with that being said, though, at least the Giants have now secured the upper brackets coming into the playoffs. And well done to them. First team to qualify. We're hoping that the rest joins them, because now it's going to be BTR by Vitality facing off against AC.
An interesting matchup for sure. So far, Bigatron Malaysia looking to be rising in the ranks, finding their footing and their flow. But AC did technically win a series against SRG, so it could be closer than we think.
Yeah. For those of you who are interested in the upcoming remaining Flash games, here are where you can get and start planning for those dates. The 16th, the 22nd, and the 24th facing off against RRQ, which is selling out fast. RRQ Dora versus Flash, going to be a hot game. BTRM in the following week, as well as Vamos is their very last match.
I think the scary thing about any team facing Flash now is that they truly do have nothing to lose.
Yeah.
So they are in full, I'm taking you you with me mode. So watch out.
They're going to be dragging you into the deep here. SRG, unfortunately, a lot of their tickets have already been sold out. Their last 2 days, which were available last week, unfortunately, have been copped this week.
And they're probably going to have all of their matches sold out in the playoffs as well. So if you guys haven't grabbed those, there are still some available, the earlier matches. Make sure you guys grab that too.
Yep. Don't forget, again, there is going to be a watch party. So, of course, if you didn't have your opportunity to buy those tickets from official sources and nowhere else, don't worry. You can still enjoy the show and still be part of the atmosphere. With that being said, though, let us talk about our merch, TNT Co. Daily prediction activities, which happen live in the MPL Arena, where fans get to guess which team will win. They write down their predictions on a little card before the match and pass the voting card to the TNT Co. booth, which is right outside. Literally right outside. It's the first thing you see. Keep in mind that this is going to be a bit of a lucky draw, so people who get those answers correct put their ticket into a bucket, and from that bucket, they choose somebody to get 200 MLBB diamonds per winner, okay? Don't forget that there's also, they do online purchases. And you can apply the promo code to get free shipping from East Malaysia included. Offline purchase, buy 2 pieces, get 50 ringgit off. So come on over and visit TNT Co's booth for more merchandise and more details.
TNT Co always has really nice shirts. The material is good, the design is clean. I'm sure you guys already have seen it before. Make sure you guys check them out.
Yeah, with that being said, though, it's going to be enough of us here at the MPL MY. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we're going to see some more BTRM.
Xóa đây.
Aman. Give me that. Mati. Nice. Boleh lagi. Boleh ambil atas tak?
Misi. No jump.
Jom. Berang.
Nice. Good.
Aku dapat clone. Lah.
This one. Go. Take top. Ali dulu.
Come on.
Nice.
Jom TikTok aku.
Hello.
Dah play.
Aku ni. Boleh depan.
Go. Dapat Bruno.
Lagi kat C.
Main dia.
Lagi kat C ada.
I can chase sana.
Lagi kat C. Berapa second dek? Dua. Boleh. Aku tag. Lagi kat C. Lagi kat C.
Nice one guys.
Lagi kat C. Wala.
Nice one guys.
Uy ni.
Tiba.
Pak Ilda ya. Boleh Ilda? Let him TP stand by ulti him.
Yeah.
Tomba.
Nampak?
Wait.
Ready? Wait, just let him bury first.
Let him bury dulu.
Easy.
Ready?
GG.
Look, tengok. Bury ya, tomba.
Baca ya biar.
Aku bang. Dapat.
Gon Afrika.
Aman. They all into me. Tengok left.
Mati. GG.
Don't be bye.
Dia aku bang. Aku kuat bang. Ini.
Aku deh. What a shot call. Let him TP.
Kill first.
Johnny B.
Nice one guys.
Thank you, Zorn.
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specializes in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Toda Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standing yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second turtle, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar Zon. Aku pun lapar Zon. Kami faham Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo kawan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かな子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス。愚かなる弟よ。
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Anda kembali bersama saya Poji dan juga orang yang kuat di dalam scene e-sport ni sendiri, Kuja. Apa khabar Kuja?
Alhamdulillah sihat.
Alright Kuja, kita nak menghimbau kenangan sekejap
Boleh.
9 tahun lepas Kuja pernah bermain di MSC dan masa tu ada kumpulan IDNS. So Kuja ada tak apa-apa sejarah ke, pengalaman ke bersama dengan pasukan-pasukan diorang?
Okey, IDNS short form dia, dia punya full name dia adalah I Do Not Sleep.
Tak tidur?
Memang tak tidur. Memang kita orang bersama-sama dulu main rank sama-sama dekat rank waktu tu. Memang berkawan rapat lah dengan orang.
So memang ada sejarah juga lah, pernah main sesama.
Memang sangat rapat dengan
bertanding
orang.
sama-sama.
Bertanding bersama-sama dan masa dekat Indonesia waktu tu pun memang kita orang banyak keluar sama-sama pergi makan semua.
Diorang champion?
Diorang champion.
Hebat IDNS.
Betul.
Tapi IDNS ni tim daripada Thailand. Kuja tahu tak sekarang adanya MSL tu, MLBB Super League yang baru buka dekat Thailand.
Serius lah?
Serius. Kuja ada tak apa-apa macam pendapat untuk scene yang baru dibuka dekat Thailand ni?
Okey, sebenarnya saya happy lah untuk komuniti dekat Thailand sebab diorang dah berpeluang untuk bertanding secara lebih orang kata apa, agresif atau lebih aktif. Dan untuk kawan-kawan saya dekat sana yang mana yang pernah bertanding pada zaman-zaman dulu diminta untuk kembali semula sebab kita orang rindukan IDNS yang lama. Dan of course ada beberapa player yang masih aktif dan saya mengharapkan diorang terus sukses kat sana lah. Dan ini adalah peluang yang terbaik untuk komuniti Thailand untuk bangkit dan tunjukkan balik kekuatan diorang semasa MSC yang pertama.
Faham. Maksudnya diorang pun ada kehebatan dan kelebihan masing-masing.
Betul, sebab kalau saya rasa diorang lebih ke arah mekanik lah sekarang sebab kita sekarang lebih ke arah makro punya playstyle. Diorang masih start dekat mekanik. So mungkin diorang nak kena improve untuk mekanik untuk makro punya playstyle untuk compete dengan kita orang lah.
Sebab soalan saya yang ketiga, saya nak tanya Kuja, apakah bagi Kuja yang Kuja nampak perbezaan yang paling ketara di antara playstyle untuk Thailand dan juga Malaysia?
Okey, macam yang saya cakap tadi adalah saya rasa diorang mekanik kita lebih kurang sama sebab bagi saya majoriti mekanik punya user memang tak jauh beza. Cuma makro je yang menentukan macam mana kita nak bawa game plan dan gameplay kita tersendiri. Dan saya rasa Thailand disebabkan dia baru aktif untuk MSL, betul? Untuk season yang pertama, saya rasa diorang kena lebih fokus pada makro untuk nak bersaing dengan region-region yang lain. Dan saya mengharapkan korang sukses.
Okey, tapi kan bila macam Kuja cakap ada tengok kawan, diorang pernah buka liga yang baru. Kuja tahu tak, ada juga info yang menariknya. Untuk MSL kali ni kan, champion dia kita akan hantar pergi ke wildcard untuk EWC.
Wow, tanya. So directly dapat terus wildcard kan?
Directly dapat. So untuk benda ni sendirilah, adakah Kuja rasa adalah satu benda yang bagus untuk scene diorang dan juga untuk fan diorang secara menyeluruh?
Okey, of course benda ni memang sangat bagus untuk komuniti Thailand seperti saya cakap tadi. Cuma bagi saya lebih happy untuk Mobile Legends sendiri sebab dia telah membuka lagi besar cabang-cabang di serata dunia dan saya mengharapkan lebih banyak lagi negara-negara lain yang terlibat untuk kita besarkan dan kita majukan komuniti ini bersama.
Baik. Itu sahaja daripada saya. Anything nak shout out kepada kawan-kawan IDNS kalau diorang tengah tengok benda ni?
Okey, untuk IDNS yang semua nama ZZ kat belakang, mungkin saya tak ingat sangat lah. Mungkin saya ingat cuma Amzi dan Frame TZ, saya tak ingat lah. Tapi memang kalau tengok muka saya memang kenal. Saya mengharapkan korang comeback. Dan untuk komuniti Thailand, all the best. So sekarang you guys dah ada platform yang sangat-sangat baik untuk you guys tunjukkan bakat. Dan saya mengharapkan korang terus maju jaya ke hadapan. Dan jumpa di international. Good luck guys, all the best.
Terima kasih Kuja. Itu saja daripada saya dan Kuja. Kita jumpa kejap lagi.
Sawadi.
Rasa keping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specialize in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Toda Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
愚かなる弟よ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam you ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM10 satu gelas.
RM10?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス。愚かなる弟よ。
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
木ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Anda kembali bersama saya Poji dan juga orang yang kuat di dalam scene e-sport ni sendiri, Kuja. Apa khabar Kuja?
Alhamdulillah sihat.
Alright Kuja, kita nak menghimbau kenangan sekejap
Boleh.
9 tahun lepas Kuja pernah bermain di MSC dan masa tu ada kumpulan IDNS. So Kuja ada tak apa-apa sejarah ke, pengalaman ke bersama dengan pasukan-pasukan diorang?
Okey, IDNS short form dia, dia punya full name dia adalah I Do Not Sleep.
Tak tidur?
Memang tak tidur. Memang kita orang bersama-sama dulu main rank sama-sama dekat rank waktu tu. Memang berkawan rapat lah dengan orang.
So memang ada sejarah juga lah, pernah main sesama.
Memang sangat rapat dengan
bertanding
orang.
sama-sama.
Bertanding bersama-sama dan masa dekat Indonesia waktu tu pun memang kita orang banyak keluar sama-sama pergi makan semua.
Diorang champion?
Diorang champion.
Hebat IDNS.
Betul.
Tapi IDNS ni tim daripada Thailand. Puja tahu tak sekarang adanya MSL tu, MLBB Super League yang baru buka dekat Thailand.
Serius lah?
Serius. Puja ada tak apa-apa macam pendapat untuk scene yang baru dibuka dekat Thailand ni?
Okey, sebenarnya saya happy lah untuk komuniti dekat Thailand sebab diorang dah berpeluang untuk bertanding secara lebih orang kata apa, agresif atau lebih aktif. Dan untuk kawan-kawan saya dekat sana yang mana yang pernah bertanding pada zaman-zaman dulu diminta untuk kembali semula sebab kita orang rindukan IDNS yang lama. Dan of course ada beberapa player masih aktif dan saya mengharapkan diorang terus sukses kat sana lah. Dan ini adalah peluang yang terbaik untuk komuniti Thailand untuk bangkit dan tunjukkan balik kekuatan diorang semasa MSC yang pertama.
Faham. Maksudnya diorang pun ada kehebatan dan kelebihan masing-masing.
Betul, sebab kalau saya rasa diorang lebih ke arah mekanik lah sekarang sebab kita sekarang lebih ke arah makro punya playstyle. Diorang masih start dekat mekanik. So mungkin diorang nak kena improve untuk mekanik untuk makro punya playstyle untuk compete dengan kita orang lah.
Sebab soalan saya yang ketiga, saya nak tanya Kuja, apakah bagi Kuja yang Kuja nampak perbezaan yang paling ketara di antara playstyle untuk Thailand dan juga Malaysia?
Okey, macam yang saya cakap tadi adalah saya rasa diorang mekanik kita lebih kurang sama sebab bagi saya majoriti mekanik punya user memang tak jauh beza. Cuma makro je yang menentukan macam mana kita nak bawa game plan dan gameplay kita tersendiri. Dan saya rasa Thailand disebabkan dia baru aktif untuk MSL, betul? Untuk season yang pertama, saya rasa diorang kena lebih fokus pada makro untuk nak bersaing dengan region-region yang lain. Dan saya mengharapkan korang sukses.
Okey, tapi kan bila macam Kuja cakap ada tengok kawan, diorang pernah buka liga yang baru. Kuja tahu tak? Ada juga info yang menariknya. Untuk MSL kali ni kan, champion dia kita akan hantar pergi ke wildcard untuk EWC.
Wow, tahniah. So directly dapat terus wildcard
Directly dapat. So untuk benda ni sendirilah, adakah Kuja rasa adalah satu benda yang bagus untuk scene diorang dan juga untuk fan diorang secara menyeluruh?
Okey, of course benda ni memang sangat bagus untuk komuniti Thailand seperti saya cakap tadi. Cuma bagi saya lebih happy untuk Mobile Legends sendiri sebab dia telah membuka lagi besar cabang-cabang di serata dunia dan saya mengharapkan lebih banyak lagi negara-negara lain yang terlibat untuk kita besarkan dan kita majukan komuniti ini bersama.
Baik. Itu sahaja daripada saya. Anything nak shout out kepada kawan-kawan IDNS kalau diorang tengah tengok benda ni?
Okey, untuk IDNS yang semua nama ZZ kat belakang, mungkin saya tak ingat sangat lah. Mungkin saya ingat cuma Amzi dan Frame TZ, saya tak ingat lah. Tapi memang kalau tengok muka saya memang kenal. Saya mengharapkan korang comeback. Dan untuk komuniti Thailand, all the best. So sekarang you guys dah ada platform yang sangat-sangat baik untuk you guys tunjukkan bakat. Dan saya mengharapkan korang terus maju jaya ke hadapan. Dan jumpa di international. Good luck guys, all the best.
Terima kasih Kuja. Itu sahaja daripada saya dan Kuja. Kita jumpa kejap lagi.
Sawadi.
Rasa keping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specializes in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Todak Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Todak.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti jangan siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, Yud.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan-kawan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しがアマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス。愚かなる弟よ。
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しがアマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Anda kembali bersama saya Poji dan juga orang yang kuat di dalam scene e-sport ni sendiri, Kuja. Apa khabar Kuja?
Alhamdulillah sihat.
Alright Kuja, kita nak menghimbau kenangan sekejap
Boleh.
9 tahun lepas Kuja pernah bermain di MSC dan masa tu ada kumpulan IDNS. So Kuja ada tak apa-apa sejarah ke, pengalaman ke bersama dengan pasukan-pasukan diorang?
Okey, IDNS short form dia, dia punya full name dia adalah I Do Not Sleep.
Tak tidur?
Memang tak tidur. Memang kita orang bersama-sama dulu main rank sama-sama dekat rank waktu tu. Memang berkawan rapat lah dengan orang.
So memang ada sejarah juga lah, pernah main sama-sama.
Memang sangat rapat dengan
bertanding sama-sama.
Bertanding bersama-sama dan masa dekat Indonesia waktu tu pun memang kita orang banyak keluar sama-sama pergi makan semua.
Diorang champion?
Diorang champion.
Hebat IDNS.
Betul.
Tapi IDNS ni tim daripada Thailand. Kuja tahu tak sekarang adanya MSL tu, MLBB Super League yang baru buka dekat Thailand.
Serius lah?
Serius. Kuja ada tak apa-apa macam pendapat untuk scene yang baru dibuka dekat Thailand ni?
Okey, sebenarnya saya happy lah untuk komuniti dekat Thailand sebab diorang dah berpeluang untuk bertanding secara lebih orang kata apa, agresif atau lebih aktif. Dan untuk kawan-kawan saya dekat sana yang mana yang pernah bertanding pada zaman-zaman dulu diminta untuk kembali semula sebab kita orang rindukan IDNS yang lama. Dan of course ada beberapa player masih aktif dan saya mengharapkan diorang terus sukses kat sana lah. Dan ini adalah peluang yang terbaik untuk komuniti Thailand untuk bangkit dan tunjukkan balik kekuatan diorang semasa Messi yang pertama.
Faham. Maksudnya diorang pun ada kehebatan dan kelebihan masing-masing.
Betul, sebab kalau saya rasa diorang lebih ke arah mekanik lah sekarang sebab kita sekarang lebih ke arah makro punya playstyle. Diorang masih start dekat mekanik. So mungkin diorang nak kena improve untuk mekanik untuk makro punya playstyle untuk compete dengan kita orang lah.
Sebab soalan saya yang ketiga, saya nak tanya Kuja, apakah bagi Kuja yang Kuja nampak perbezaan paling ketara di antara playstyle untuk Thailand dan juga Malaysia?
Okey, macam yang saya cakap tadi adalah saya rasa diorang mekanik kita lebih kurang sama sebab bagi saya majoriti mekanik punya user memang tak jauh beza. Cuma makro je yang menentukan macam mana kita nak bawa game plan dan gameplay kita tersendiri. Dan saya rasa Thailand disebabkan dia baru aktif untuk MSL, betul? Untuk season yang pertama, saya rasa diorang kena lebih fokus pada makro untuk nak bersaing dengan region-region yang lain. Dan saya mengharapkan korang sukses.
Okey, tapi kan bila macam Kuja cakap ada tengok kawan, diorang pernah buka liga yang baru. Kuja tahu tak? Ada juga info yang menariknya. Untuk MSL kali ni kan, champion dia kita akan hantar pergi ke wildcard untuk EWC.
Wow, tanya. So directly dapat terus wildcard
Directly dapat. So untuk benda ni sendirilah, adakah Kuja rasa adalah satu benda yang bagus untuk scene diorang dan juga untuk fan diorang secara menyeluruh?
Okey, of course benda ni memang sangat bagus untuk komuniti Thailand seperti saya cakap tadi. Cuma bagi saya lebih happy untuk Mobile Legends sendiri sebab dia telah membuka lagi besar cabang-cabang di serata dunia dan saya mengharapkan lebih banyak lagi negara-negara lain yang terlibat untuk kita besarkan dan kita majukan komuniti ini bersama.
Baik. Itu sahaja daripada saya. Anything nak shout out kepada kawan-kawan IDNS kalau diorang tengah tengok benda ni?
Okey, untuk IDNS yang semua nama ZZ kat belakang, mungkin saya tak ingat sangat lah. Mungkin saya ingat cuma Amzi dan Frame TZ, saya tak ingat lah. Tapi memang kalau tengok muka saya memang kenal. Saya mengharapkan korang comeback. Dan untuk komuniti Thailand, all the best. So sekarang you guys ada platform yang sangat-sangat baik untuk you guys tunjukkan bakat. Dan saya mengharapkan korang terus maju jaya ke hadapan. Dan jumpa di international. Good luck guys, all the best.
Terima kasih Kuja. Itu sahaja daripada saya dan Kuja. Kita jumpa kejap lagi.
Sawadi.
Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specializes in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
MPL Top MY dibawakan khas daripada Todak Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Todak.
Ditelan air mata, selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir jalan yang gendir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Blood, sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi arah. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir jalan yang gendir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Yeah. Dari bayang nyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir jalan yang gendir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 17 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Power up now with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Climb to mythical immortal with unlimited 5G power, uncapped hyperspeed and endless entertainment. Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Limitless. Made for Gen Now.
Bloop, 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 bloop. What's that sound? Feels like something is flowing. It's the Infinix GT50 Pro, powered by HydroFlow liquid cooling. No lag, just smooth gameplay. 144 FPS, pressure sense GT trigger, fast and responsive. For MLBB players, this one's for you. Get it now at Infinix official store and TikTok shop, Infinix Malaysia.
Official food delivery Grab. Definitely focused when full. When people is hungry, they lose focus. Then, they will have bad aim or bad performance during the game time. Hence, order from Grab Food to stay focused. Cultured by Todak. Todak Culture. Get MPL Malaysia's official merch at Todak's booth or buy online at store.todak.com. MPL Malaysia is now cultured by Todak. Official motorcycle partner, Yamaha. Official content partner, Media Prima. Official streaming partner, Tauntaun. Our strategic partner, Ferry. TNT Co. Obspot. Quill City Mall. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MES.
Welcome everybody, and thank you for tuning in into another night here at the MPL Arena at Quill City Mall. As the sun sets today, we still have one last best of 3 before we close out this Friday. Week 7 has started off very interestingly, and we've got plenty of our viewers and fans coming on in to the MPL MY Arena to witness this matchup. So get excited. It is currently 7:56 GMT +8 live in Malaysia. Welcome to those watching from across the world and of course those locally.
Indeed, indeed. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. MPL Malaysia, we got one more match before the end of the day here, and it is going to be an interesting one where we will witness the battle between BTRM and AC Esports.
Now today has already started off with some pretty important games. We've just got confirmation Flash unable to actually make it into the playoffs this time round for Season 17. We don't know whether AC is going to join them in their footsteps here. BTRM have been on the rise, and of course, the code for you guys as we talk about the game. Now, Safa, walk me through this, because AC has been doing pretty terribly overall, but BTRM with a couple of changes and then on that second leg have been looking significantly better.
Yeah, I think that the synergy from BTRM is looking a lot more clean. There's definitely more clear direction about what the players want to do, and I think that the drafting has become a little bit more congruent with what the players want to play. And of course, you have Chiku, guys, right? He's such a good late game carry.
He's great because he can see everything on his screen. He's using the Infinix GT50 Pro powered by HydroFlow liquid cooling. No lag, just smooth gameplay at 144 FPS. Pressure Sense GT triggers fast and responsive for MLBB players. This one's for you. So get it now at the Infinix official store and TikTok shop Infinix Malaysia if you want to get your hands on what some of the best players in the world in Malaysia as well are currently using.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool phone, you know, it's got a nice design at the back. I'm pretty sure these light up. I just haven't been able to figure out how to do it yet. Probably should have asked before we went live, but it's okay, we'll figure it out eventually. So if you guys are looking for a new device to rank up even faster in their MLBB, take a look at this. It's exactly what the players are using up on stage.
Yep, they're armed with the best stuff. The question is, what are they going to be bringing here today to really change it up? Because I feel like if you're in BTRM's position, it's now kind of expanding the pool. We've got the style. Now let's just increase our hero pool, and then we have a truly dangerous weapon.
Yeah, purely from a consistency perspective, I think a lot of us are expecting BTRM to come out on top in this particular match. But we cannot deny that AC is the only team to have taken a series off of SRG in over a year. So there's got to be something there.
Nearly 2 years in a matter of fact. Actually, no, it was straight up for 2 years. Yeah.
Almost, yeah.
Almost 2 years here. Now, with the patch updates, it is pretty important that if you want to, we've corrected this. Marcel apparently was not put in this patch. It was actually for a later patch. Either ways, at least a bit of spoilers there. We need to talk about the upcoming ones. Now, we saw Harley already. He still does a bunch of damage. There's really no going around that mid game here. Once he gets Lightning Truncheon, once he's got that Genius Wand, the second item doesn't become as relevant to his damage.
We still haven't seen Paquito yet, and I'm really crossing my fingers that we get to see him because he is so fun to watch. Maybe we'll wait until there's a Vamos game,
Maybe.
Return of Paquito.
Yeah.
Good old days. But you know what really grinds my gears?
What grinds your
gears? It's the fact that this patch only had 5 hero changes.
Yeah.
And they decided to leave someone out.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Wait until they nerf Guinevere to the ground, okay? That's when people are gonna get upset, all right? Take away her CC immunity from a Violet Requiem, it's over for her. I will admit that a lot. As of right now, a lot of junglers who hit level 15 or if not level 12, level 11 basically have like a very simple rotation of skills. You use your second skill, you wait until the duration is up and then you use it again, right? Because it's
pretty much, yeah,
off of cooldown. I'm noticing this entire trend, whether or not maybe Munton needs to increase the cooldown timers.
I would think so as well, but then you got the difficult question of like, which heroes do we increase
all
the
of
time?
Them across
all
the board.
of them. It's time to turn into a different game entirely. But now we look at Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality, currently sitting at 5th place with a 66.4% chance of making it to playoffs.
Oh boy, and now when we look at the conditions, condition 1, win 1 match, which is a total of 5 points, which puts them all ready for playoff qualifications. Condition 2, if BTRM loses this particular match, they need RRQ to lose their remaining matches for a total of 4. And condition 3, if BTRM loses this match, if AC wins 1, loses 2 matches for a total of 4 points. I get it now. All right. So maximum amount of points that they need to hit is 5, right? If they lose this, they lose that option. So then it comes down to conditions 2 as well as 3. So the important thing, just win the damn game. You don't have to think about none of that nonsense.
Actually, does that mean that them winning this match gets them to playoffs?
Yep, straight away.
Okay, all right.
Straight away.
That's the simple TLDR.
Just win the series. Just win the series. It's not that hard.
Just win, no?
Yeah, not that big a deal, considering that AC's track record has not been looking too great. And I don't think that's changing anytime soon.
Logically, it shouldn't, but again, they did win against SRG, and that's what's messing up the power rankings on everyone's tier list recently, including mine. I had a time, I'll tell you now.
Yeah.
On the opposite side, AC Esports, 10.6% chance to make playoffs, with the first condition being to win 2 matches, or for RQ and BTRM to lose all of their remaining matches.
Wow. Okay. So, dang. Okay. It's kind of wild to see Flash at 1.6% and only having 1 condition compared to everybody else above 10% who have 2 to 3.
I mean, if you have a higher chance, then you have more opportunities.
Oh, yeah, you're totally right about this, but like, look at a condition 2. Like, I don't see RRQ or BTRM to continuously lose every one of their last 4 matches.
I mean, maybe RRQ.
I feel like they can get a 2-1. I feel like they can get a 2-1 an entire series. I'm not behind that just yet until we see some more.
Yeah, maybe I'm a little bit mean here, but RRQ has left a bit to be desired, I will say.
They used to be so good.
As for AC, though, winning 2 matches should be possible, especially if they're able to claim their first victory here. But of course, both teams are going to be vying for that.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult battle up ahead, especially for AC if they want to at least try and contend for a playoff spot. It's not in their control, but BTRM, ideally, they get the passport now. Worry about other things later.
So I think it's going to be an interesting one, right? This is a match between teams who have both started off a little bit shaky. BTR found their foundation, but then AC has moments of brilliance, I guess we can say. I think synergy is still going to be the main thing on the table here for AC, where the players definitely have the potential. They just need to work together.
Well, that's the thing. It's all going to be about chemistry here. At least BTRM has a direction. But before we move any further, we're going to throw it over to Rose. She's got a bit of an interview up ahead between both our competitors.
Hey guys, Rose here. Sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan BTRM menentang dengan AC Esports, Rose actually nak borak dengan duo ni lah. Dekat sana, dorang ada duo lava. So dekat sini, kita actually nak buat nama untuk you guys. So last week, I nampak satu video daripada MPL MY punya page kan. Di mana dorang cakap, last week punya nama adalah C Factor. Lepas tu korang gaduh. So sekarang ni, apa nama korang? Group name?
Kita pun terbelah bahagi man.
Okay. Apa yang options on the table?
Cik B.
Cik B macam mana ejaan tu?
Banyak kat komen tu Cik B.
Macam mana eja?
Ciku kan, Ciku tu buang U.
C-I-K.
Okay, lepas tu Cik B tu ambil BI je.
BI, Cik B.
Cik B.
Cik B, okay.
Kalau aku tak setuju. Sebab apa? Sebab nama tu kelakar, faham tak?
Oh,
tak ada.
Contohnya kalau kalah, punca Cik B punya Cik B, faham tak? Kelakar dengar kelakar.
Tapi tadi you cakap you nak Cici.
Saya nak paling-paling pun duo C lah. Paling-paling pun.
Duo C?
Ya, duo C.
Duo C?
Ya, duo C.
Duo. Macam tak best lah. I lagi suka CHI.
Dia macam tiru Filipin. Macam apa? Duo K. Bukan tiru Filipin, tiru Indonesia. Kairi dengan Kera. Duo K. Tak best lah, tak best.
Cici?
Cici boleh lah.
CHICI?
Tak best.
Cici boleh lah, Cici boleh. Tolong
Cici baik kita main yoyo.
Okay.
Apalah, kita main yoyo dah sama-sama.
Kepada fans MPL MY, mungkin you guys boleh bantu mereka lah. Adakah CHICI, Cici ataupun
Cik B?
CIKBI?
Cik B.
Cik B.
Beras belah lah, penat lah aku. Aku dah marah dia, faham tak?
Kenapa nak marah-marah? Kan nama sahaja.
Beras belah.
Kenapa dia kata beras belah?
Cuba okay, I rasa I tahu. 3 letter, 2 letter.
Betul.
Tapi Cici pun sama. CHICI.
Cici tak. Cici CICI.
Tak boleh. Nama kau CHI. Nama kau CHI.
Nama dia CHI.
Nama dia.
Nama dia.
Tak apa, saya release one haze tu tadi CC je. Faham tak?
Tak boleh. Itu nama berat sebelah kat saya. Macam nama saya dua. Cici. Faham?
Tengok guys. Nama pun tak boleh setuju. Macam mana nak kalahkan duo lava dekat sana? Boleh ke?
Diorang lantak diorang lah.
Betul, lantak diorang lah
Fikir nama kita orang sekarang.
Fikir je nama orang. So, betul? Mungkin audience kita dekat sana boleh bantu kita untuk come up with the official name untuk
betul.
Team bro ni. Team duo bro. Team duo bro.
Team get wrong lah.
Nat, okay, you know what? Since Rose dah pernah layan masing-masing, apa kata kita buat duo post pula? Ni akan jadi poster Cik B ataupun Cici, tapi ini adalah official poster dia.
Okay.
Boleh? You guys ada post tak?
Post of the year ni.
Ada post?
Ada.
Okay. Ni tak boleh kalahkan chemistry ni ah. Sini ah, takkan I post kat tengah-tengah je pula.
Saya dapat kita rapat ni.
Pengamat.
Oi. Okay guys. Okay, 1, 2, 3 go.
At the end, dude. What was he doing? Was he trying to do the Wakanda Forever moment there? Was he trying to say speech of a mind comp? What's going on, bro?
And this is after we said their synergy looked better.
He's throwing his fist up at the wall.
There's some lack of communication here.
So good. The gap in generation is also pretty funny.
It is.
Oh, man. Chiku guys, the family man, the CEO, once again leading the squad with Rasi, Zay, Chibi, and as well as Lynch. And I think I have to agree with the people online. The Chick B or the CC situation here, pretty good. And really, with a secondary shot caller, it's given a lot of confidence to this team.
Yeah, you can see that they really know how to play around each other now. Chibi is always solid at securing objectives. I think Z has been one of the most promising rookies we've had the entire season. Lynch has filled into the role. We know Chiku guys is still Chiku guys. But on the opposite side, it really should be the same story because you got the duo Larva and you got veterans like Valence, Izanami, and Momo.
Yep, you got 2 out of the 5 from Liquid TLID, but now
originally 3.
Yeah, originally 3, and unfortunately can't have that many imports, but they've swapped it around, and unfortunately it just doesn't seem to be the case. This team just isn't jiving well, and you can tell with Izanami's staggered movements across the map, right? Usually he's at the right place at the right time. Now he's always a little bit later, too early at certain points on the map. It's just difficult for AC Esports.
It feels like sometimes you see good stuff, sometimes you don't. But there's good stuff, and it's the players walking up on stage stage right now. Ever since the arrival of Chibi and Lynch, the red robots have transformed into a ruthless war machine. Now with revenge fueling every move and the dynamic combo of Gigi ready to charge forward, they are here to make the arena shake. Systems locked and loaded. Let's go! Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality!
Programmed to eliminate and secure objectives no matter the odds. The Cheek B situation might be what is necessary. The pressure could not be heavier. But this team thrives when stakes are at their highest. With the Larva duo of Fabian and Aaron Shiki ready to carry the fight, they march in ready to claw their way out of danger. Built for the fight ahead, let's cheer for AC Esports!
Despite the odds, this was the team to finally end SRG's win streak after 2 years of dominance. But will that translate into their other opponents? We'll find out, because it's time to bring up the minds behind the operations. The coaches of both teams, joined by our head of League Ops, Franklin, to ensure each game runs fairly and smoothly. For Bigatron, we've got head coach Kenji and assistant coach, well, it's just him. We got AC as well, head coach Adi and assistant coach Along.
Well, let's keep it going with the fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. Good luck to both of our competing teams as they set themselves up to their battle stations.
You know, if a team doesn't have an assistant coach, I really wish they didn't just print assistant coach blank in the script.
What do you mean? It's clearly assistant coach and.
Oh, right. Yeah. The ampersand.
Yeah, the ampersand, that's the word.
It's Coach Ampersand.
Of course. Don't worry, he's not here with us just yet.
Yeah, I've never seen his face before.
Don't worry, he's in the back.
Such a mystery.
Kenji's keeping him in his closet for the time being until they qualify. That's when we might see him during the playoffs.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see.
Look, this particular game is going to be interesting. We're hoping to see some new stuff from either one of these teams. But our MPL MY insider by Cellcom DG did have a conversation with Aaron Shinki. What do you think about the duo Larva going up against the Cheat Sheet? He says, I'm 100% confident that we can beat them easily. But then again, it all depends on our preparation. Whether our preparation is good enough, as long as we still have a chance, we'll go all out.
I feel like that's a very vague answer. It feels like anyone could give that answer.
Well, I don't know. Kind of feels, admittedly, it's a little lackluster.
A little bit, right?
I was hoping just for a little bit more on how exactly they're going to do that. All I'm left with is what exactly did they do to prepare?
Honestly, this is going to be a bit mean. But I feel like that response represents their gameplay. Yeah, because he says 100% confident, but it depends.
Just you wait. Valence is going to get that show one more time, and he's going to tell you to trust him. You just got to believe.
No, the Guinevere.
The Guinevere, sorry.
Yes.
The Guinevere.
Trust in Guinevere.
Trust in Guinevere. He's going to knock up too, for sure. We also have a little bit of a quote here from the one and only Chiku Guys. One ex-teammate at a time. My personal challenge this season is to beat all of my former teammates from CG Esports, including Manish and Kogoro. So far, I've already beaten AJ and Gary. Next up are Valence and Martisi. To Valence, trust. I trust you, but I don't know if your teammates trust you.
Oh, no. We're just never going to let him live this down.
He isn't. He isn't going to live it down.
Forever caught in 4K.
Like, why would he have to do it on his debut game as well? You know what I'm saying? Like, it could have happened at any other time.
I think the good thing, though, is that Valence of all people is not so easily shaken, so he'll be totally fine with that.
Yeah, he's chill. He's from East Malaysia, so he knows.
I don't know what that has to do with it.
Hey, all East Malaysians are chill. Have you ever seen a non-chill East Malaysian?
I have not. Right? So, I'll take your word for it here.
Trust. I married into one. It makes sense.
We got Zorn. Smooth.
Okay. Does he get lucky?
Stormy.
Oh. Not bad. I was hoping for an all combo player at some point. At least then it makes it a little more interesting, brings the tension up higher for both sides, and maybe increases its value.
You know, we were distracted by the balance trust thing, but Chiku basically has a hit list.
Oh yeah, you're right. He does. Unironically, he's got a bigger hit list.
Like,
I would have.
We're not on the same team anymore. That means we're enemies. I'm coming after you.
I wonder if it's like a Alien vs Predator situation where it's just like
which one is
collecting
him?
the trophies.
Hey, there he is. It's Chiku, guys.
Nice.
We got
get one more. Okay, Kurt.
And Skies.
Man, we're not hitting any AC players. No all combo players. How else are they supposed to be a combo?
These are much better packs than the one I got. I got like all the sub players.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Not that they're bad or anything, you know, but how did you guys get it?
First pack, Zorn. This is not the right sub. All right, here we go. Let's jump right into it. First of all, we all know the drafting phase always begins with the classic random map draw. Let's see where we at. Broken balls, please.
Hey.
Oh!
It actually heard your wish for once.
Hey, okay. Maybe there is God out there. Now, Fanny, alongside with Harley, already banned out pretty aggressive junglers from the looks of it from BTRM's bans. We do see that the Guinevere alongside the Leomar. This is a very weird sequence of bans.
These are basically all junglers, actually. With Guinevere being flex, of course, but is it another? It's Freya.
Okay.
Wait, Freya banned on blue.
Kind of weird, I agree, but I definitely think it's not something that Chiku wants to do, because if you're playing a Protect the President comp, it's kind of hard with the President's Freya.
That's fair enough.
Mr. President, please don't jump into the fight. Mr. President, no!
No, I'm going in there.
I'm going
in. Stop me.
You can't stop this blockade. Won't stop me, sir. All right, Coach Adi, let's see what this last ban is going to be.
What else is there? Zusin is open. Harif is open.
Zetian.
Suyo as well. But that's more of an AC priority.
Harith.
Yep.
What else is there?
Phoveus.
Oh yeah, the Phoveus is still around, which means that Sora and Valen is still around. Marcel, of course.
Okay.
That was the one I was looking for.
These are probably the two teams that would play Marcel the most, so makes sense. And BTRM will insta-lock the Suyo.
I didn't think... Wow, were both sides really unwilling to play... Just play a tank, you know? Like, there's no harm, no foul in actually playing a tank.
Well... Okay. It is Chibi and Fabian, you know? Like, they got the DNA, but it is the Phoveus Zusin opening, which is pretty strong already coming from AC.
Very strong start. Very strong start. Hyper meta right now. And I think that BTRM, they have to have known that Phoveus and Zushin was going to go over if they wanted to get this Suyo so badly.
So what is going to be the response plan? They go for the Harif. You would think normally that Phoveus would deny the Harif pick, but looks like BTR is confident enough, and well, it is Chiku. Man knows how to pilot the Harif, and then the Claude shows up for the opposite side.
Very nice. This is really smart of AC. It doesn't limit them, because any other marksman besides the Claude that doesn't have a means to get in and out of a fight will eventually, if BTRM decides to, go more CC heavy, force you to take the Purify, and then you're in a losing battle against Harith.
Okay, pretty solid openings from both sides, honestly. Very confident, definitely playing towards their respective styles. Though the Hylos has already shown itself very early, and we know that might run into some issues with the Zusin. Definitely needs a mage pick on the BTR side that can clear fast.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be Lilia that's going to be the consideration right now. AC really doing their due diligence. Yeah, I agree with Kenji. He was like, what? Why are you banning Ao Yi when you already got Claude?
I mean, Eve Hylos together is actually a pretty strong teamfight duo, and this is one of Z's best heroes too, so it's just respect, I guess.
They need something better. They need something better right now, and personally, I think that Hylos is going into the EXP. Lynch showed that he's beaten a Phoveus before, and Lynch was also proactively playing during that time where Hylos was a go-to fallback into Phoveus when you don't have access to Uranus.
That is a good point. That's true. Lynch has played tank EXP, one of the few EXP laners that actually do so fairly consistently. And now with the Joy banned out, BTR putting a lot of respect over to Fabian.
This is fairly... actually, Yeah, you get Lilia. You might even consider getting a Kalia here as well, just to force out Purifies, and now Zushin's life is just miserable every time Hylos gets involved. Because it's just Glorious Pathway on top of the Zushin, and it's like, you better use her all!
Yeah, we've already seen the Hylos Lilia combo earlier today. Very, very strong, especially if AC does go for more of a frontline tank. Looks like they're going to ban out the Nolan too from BTR, so heavy focus towards the jungle. What is left at this point?
Just take the Fredrin. Just take the Fredrin, right?
But then you will absolutely get whacked by Lilia.
Yeah, that's true. What would be the most optimal?
They're forcing him out the tank for sure, because Baxia is also still open.
Because it sucks if you end up having to play Yishin into a comp like this, and then you have to find out like another answer in your mid rotation to make it work, right? Actually, what would be the mid pick here? You know that Hylos is going to go into the EXP. BTR most likely are going to find. They could go Gatot if they want to for fast clear.
Gatot for AC. I mean, they could also go like Khalid. Oh, the Hayabusa. It's been a while. Only a 2%. Actually, no, this is his debut. He hasn't been played at all this season.
Okay, so now I think Khalid Hilda is actually really good. Really nice.
So if this is indeed a EXP Hylos, then yeah, Khalid or Hilda to invade would be very, very strong. Either is a pretty solid pick. And then you just pair it up with the Lilia combo or... what else is there?
It depends on what they want to play, right? Technically, if they wanted to, they could go Nana if they wanted to. Kimmy is off the table for sure.
Yeah, no Kimmy.
No way they're getting Kimmy.
Varsa is possible, but a little risky.
Yeah. Would that be? No, I don't think that would be good for the lane matchup.
I think it's doable, but Lilia is probably the best. Oh yeah! How did we forget Zetian? Zetian making an appearance.
Zetian's a little risky because Zetian, out of all the mages that we had access to, is probably the least mobile and the least likely to run away from the Hayabusa.
But I think having that vision control is going to be very, very useful, especially with Hilda already on your side. You may as well open up the map for her. AC finishes with the Cho.
Good options here. Man, this one is kind of tough. Inevitably, it feels like AC is falling back to comfort picks at the end of the day. BTRM had a solid idea. They wanted a double win condition, not only in the jungle, expecting Adi to target that Leomord down.
And I think they have managed to find a pretty good draft on their side as well. Very strong early game with the Suyo Zetian, and then the double tank front line of the Hylos along with the Hilda invading against Hayabusa, who is quite vulnerable at level 1. But you do also have the Zusin Cho to help remedy that in the mid lane.
Yeah, ideally, if they can find, like, within the first 2 minutes, a quick gank onto the mid lane or some high contention for Little Wanderer, Chibi can be a part of it and can very easily make an impact at level 2. So let's see how they play this out. The early game is all dependent on the mids. How they play this is up to them.
A Land of Dawn shall now bear host to a party between the Chi-Chi duo and the duo Larva. Which side will be able to claim victory? Both teams. A win would go wonders for their playoff chances, with BTR even being able to directly secure a slot if they're able to take the series.
Yeah, I would like to see how this early game is going to go, because with Suyo, you have access to potential invades, and it looks like Hayabusa decided on an orange buff start, right? Balance, he already opened a map before the waves actually clash. They know that Suyo is on the purple side of the map, so they know no matter what, it's going to end up towards the gold lane once they fully clear the jungle.
Yeah, both sides contesting Litho, but Lynch comes in from behind and forces a flicker from Izanami. 2-man knockup from Valence. Momo a bit late to the party, so BTR comes out on top.
No surprises there. Unfortunately for Momo on this Phoveus, he cannot compete against Lynch when it comes down to wave clear. Lynch just does it significantly better, and I'm pretty sure he also is running Concussive Blast.
Indeed. Hylos early game, you're not breaking through this horse. One of the highest stats-wise in terms of the tanks in the game. Balance also going to be scouted out by Rasi, so I highly doubt he's going to be able to do too much. So as long as he makes sure the Hilda doesn't invade Fabian, he's also doing his job.
Let's quickly look at the emblems here. Let's see what we're running. Yes, it is the Concussive Blast for Lynch, but it doesn't look like it's a Master Assassin for this Harith in comparison to Aaron Shiki, Quantum Charge, Rupture, Festival of Blood. So he's playing a more survival-esque style. Fighter emblem as well.
Yeah, makes sense, I think. Suited for both of these gold laners. We know Aaron Shiki likes to scale for late game and be that really annoying DPS, whereas Chiku wants to farm. He wants to become the clutch carry, so he will go for that magic shop just to get there a little bit quicker. First turtle is now up.
Rossi, he is also running the Master Assassin himself. Hasn't been finding isolated targets. Trying to keep it open here. It's getting dangerous.
Both roamers are still level 3. Lynch stopping Momo. Izanami comes in from the side. Crimson Beacon, Bearded Phoenix going to be dropped down as well. Rossi steals the turtle away. Glorious Pathway slows down the rest of AC Esports. Two-man Dark Wave gets the Infernal Pursuit in. Lynch buying so much time to enter again. Blade Surge onto Izanami and drop him down. First blood going over to Lynch. Meanwhile, Momo doing work. Dumping back in. Blazing Door comes out as well. Picks up a kill on the Hylos.
Beautiful attack coming in from AC. They understood. Yes, we did lose the turtle. That was unfortunate on Chibi's side, but there's nothing we can do about that. We can only play for the upcoming fight. And they played it well. They threw out a couple of abilities, and especially with Izanami being that aggressive onto Chibi's side, it really looked like they were trying to sell, hey, we're going for this neutral objective. We don't want to actually fight. Just notice that while Rossi was able to make this steal actually happen, Momo, on the other hand, has to peel off multiple targets of the front line. He's basically almost like glue. Anybody walking within Momo's trajectory is slowed down so much in these fights, allowing the big ultimates to come through at the end.
Yeah, I like the re-engage from BTR to pick off Izanami, but I think they got a little bit greedy after that one, especially with how tanky Phobias can be at level 4. And that kind of bit them in the butt a little bit. AC going to have more map control as a result of that. I'm not sure if Rossi really wants to engage this, but here comes the kick onto Rossi, and GB instantly bursts out balance. They trade 1-for-1 for the roamers, but Chico, guys, runs into the wrong place. Gets bursted down, though they will find a kill in return on Fabian.
They do get one back at the bare minimum here. Chico's guy's life was able to secure Fabian's, and honestly for Chibi, he'll take that win. Anything to slow down Fabian to get back into this, Chibi should be able to even up the score in terms of EXP.
Yeah, I think Shiku perfectly willing to take a death or two if necessary, as long as Chibi is still able to snowball hard. Since if the Suyo gets farmed, then there'll be more than enough time for him to come online too.
Their damage is extremely relevant because they're the main damage dealer. Zay needs to get into position, and he doesn't have the items to start shredding down their targets just yet. Not to mention the looming threat of Hayabusa. AC Esports can basically pick when and where they want to fight. Bigatron can force, but really, they're waiting for AC to make the first move.
Yeah, Bigatron's more of a kiting team. They've got really tanky front lines. They got ways to slow down the fight to play for the cooldowns on their DPS. So AC needs to be aware of this and make sure they adjust to that.
Let's see how they're going to play this up-and-coming team fight.
Dark Wave, flicker forward, Dark Wave engages onto the front line of BTRM. Rossi again gets the turtle and Izanami. Blazer comes out in the back line. Rossi will finally go down. Lane's going to be dragged down by the Dark Wave. Bobo doing so much work right now. Unfortunately, the rest dashing a little bit too deep in. Valence going to be picked off. Fury the Phoenix doesn't hit anyone, but stops Bobo from disengaging. It'll pick him off. Here comes the Oki Shadow kill on top. He's going to be dropped down, and Fabian finds another trade.
And they walk away from this Aaron Shiki with a sliver of his health, forced to recall. That actually ruins his laning despite everything that is going well for him in these fights.
Yeah, not the most ideal, and it ends up being a pretty even trade overall, but I think Fabian is the big winner of that one. 3-1 and 5 on the Hayabusa currently. We also know this is a snowball type hero. If he continues down this trend, he will be an issue for BTR.
We'll see whether or not he's going to opt to go for Sky Piercer or go for the traditional War Axe. From what it looks like, it's traditional War Axe. He's not going to greed out on this while there's still 62 seconds left on the clock before the next neutral does spawn. Anti-heal has come into play. Dom Ice is purchased by Valence, and Zay also finished his glowing wand as well.
Yeah, those are going to be very, very valuable. Glorious Pathway used a little bit preemptively here. Aaron just BMIs back out. Harasi, not going to be kicked here.
Interesting. So they assume that maybe Hayabusa was making an attempt there, or at the very least, they didn't see where exactly Valence was until the Glorious Pathway was laid out. with the information in hand here, Chiku guys still trying to maintain some semblance of a lead. He's equaling at the bare minimum EXP against Aaron Shiki, but the 2-0-4 scoreline compared to a 1-1-3 scoreline is starting to catch up.
Yeah, the cores on the AC side are definitely winning out right now, which is not good news for BTR since there's actually a little bit more damage on that side to worry about once the mid game comes around. So BTR needs to try and find some sort of advantage back if they want to regain their foothold.
Oh, look at this trap coming in from AC. They're looking for Chibi. Instead, they find Lynch, who opens it up perfectly. Good read by Bigatron.
Yeah, making sure to let Lynch walk forward first. Because they know that there's a Cho roaming around. You got to be careful of that.
They knew more than that. They knew that this was an uncanny move from AC Esports. They also knew that they didn't have first position on the turtle, so it was an intelligent call coming in from Bigatron MY.
Balance flickers in, misses Chibi, only gets a kick on Rasti, and I think that's perfectly fine for them. Fear the Phoenix comes out, lands on everyone into the Zaman Force. Momo can be traded away, Blazing Brand comes out, Fabian secures the full away. That's actually a lot of damage coming out of AC to flicker forward. Aaron Shiki with the double kill. Is Tsunami going to be able to get away? And Z chases him down, and now it's an absolute bloodbath. Fabian picks up another double kill. They're so low, but AC comes out on top.
And this is why being able to get in and out of the fight is a useful skill. Let's look at the instant replay one more time, and I want you to keep your eyes on Zay, because if you put yourself in the shoes of Zay, he is doing a lot of work here. Not only did he use his passive to get the Phobius away from the rest of his team, he's staying close enough to try and block shots from somebody, which again, doesn't work the way that he thinks he does, but he still ended up being a very effective anchor.
Yeah, if not for Z, BTR would have lost so much more in that fight there.
He died somehow, apparently.
Oh, you're right. Guess something happened off screen, but if Fabian wasn't an issue before, he is now. And on top of that, Aaron Shiki is online. 4-0 on the Claude. Nearly done with that Trinity. That Blazing Duet did a lot of damage in the last fight. Chiku needs to be more respectful of his distance.
Yeah, he does. But he also needs to be a legitimate threat. He needs people to look at him when he pops that ult. Because unfortunately, this composition has been struggling to peel for him if Lich launches his glorious pathway very early on into the fight.
Ooh, look at the I just heard the Malay side say 6-7 and I got very distracted.
I don't know why they don't say that in BM. They just set up straight up English numerals.
I mean, I don't think Enam Tujuh sounds as good.
It's just because it has more syllables, okay? That's the only reason why it doesn't sound nice.
You're right, yeah. It has one extra syllable.
Oh no. This doesn't look good.
I feel like Valens could have kicked that.
He could have kicked that.
I'm kind of surprised he didn't kick that.
I guess they didn't want to do it because there was a Luminous Lord, a Lord spawning as well. But now Zay with the Wishing Lantern, that is going to be a phenomenal item to buy here. Momo, he's going to take some real damage now.
The rest of BTR just needs to be able to survive long enough, especially Chiku, guys. He's been dying way earlier in the fights than he should be, and that's why AC has been winning fights. And for AC, they just need to keep doing what they're doing, right? Find the Harif, take him out, and then you don't have to worry about as much.
Exactly. In the meantime, it looks like AC has a pretty wide spread here.
They're gonna engage on Rasi first, poke him out slightly. Valens gets spotted by Chiku in the tri-brush. So, no engage yet.
How many seconds until he's got... Oh no, he's got his flicker back up already, or he's ready to get back into this. So he's looking for the opportunity. The question is, where is Chibi?
Valens gonna get... Look at the damage coming in from Aaron Shiki Blade. Turns out to Valens, but man, Aaron hits like a truck. Chibi cannot stay, and just like that, AC wins control of the river.
And that's perfect. Now that Lich has to recall, this should be an attempt from Bigatron by Vitality to slow them down. And that's why Chibi is now showing himself. He has to remain a threat.
All 5 members of AC are here.
Dude, this is unreal. How are there 5 members sitting around and everybody's worried when 2 laners have already showed up? Like what?
They really should be more aggressive here.
It's either you're more aggressive or you start chunking the Lord down to half. Pick one.
AC just gave up Lord control. It could work out. Looks like they're trying to set up for a split push down bottom, actually. They're sending Fabian, but the Lord is dropping to half HP. BTR's not going to let this chance slip away, but they can flank from behind into the Lord knockup. It's absolute chaos inside the pit. Chibi's the first one down. Izanami seals the Lord away. Lynch goes down. BTR getting run down. Chiku guys will fall. Unstoppable streak for Fabian.
And there we have it. AC pushes back, and they push back hard. With Fabian showing himself on the bottom side of the map for even just a brief second, it gave the green light for Bigatron MY by Vitality to start up this Lord and try and rush it. Unfortunately, somehow, Chibi ends up dying first in that altercation.
If that was the plan, I have no words. That's genuinely big brain, because that looked like a mistake on paper, sending your jungler away when the Lord is at half HP. But if they were using that as bait to go for the flank, then kudos.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether this is something that Valence has been cooking up himself, or he was just waiting for angles to open up for him, and somehow Fabian is the one who finds it.
Lynch has the conceal. They should be spotted. Lynch gonna get knocked off. Purity Phoenix comes out. Keeps Lynch alive for now with the glorious pathway. Lord will be taken out. Good defense so far from BTR, but the minion waves are still streaking in. And AC gonna dive straight through like a steamroller. Blazing to it, melts through BTR and Y. Valence will be the only casualty on the red side, but they are taking a good amount of damage from Z. They'll take the inhibitor, and I think that'll be it.
I don't know why, but I'm pretty sure that Valence could have survived there and AC just hit the turret. They just needed to crack the turret, right? Was it worth sacrificing supports here?
Trust me.
Trust me. Trust me, bro. It's all good. It's all good. But no matter what, it is still Valence plus a bottom inhibitor turret compared to Rasi and Lynch. It is still a winning scenario for AC. They're 8k ahead of their opponents in that mid-game. Absolute destruction. Now that we've come into the mid-game, they've set it up well. Ideally, they should have broken the top inhibitor instead so to get long lane access, but, you know, that's just a small pet peeve.
Yeah, it's still a step in the right direction and a pretty massive lead for the side of AC now. Aaron Shiki still hasn't died yet. 10k gold, a whole 2,000 gold ahead of Tiku, guys. Fabian also still a massive threat, nearly full build already on the Hayabusa. And even a Winter Crown for Aaron Shiki to make sure that he keeps his streak.
Well, that's fair. It's fair to have. The Winter Crown is going to be pretty important, especially if you don't have access to a flicker. It's your only defensive option against the Oki Shadow Kill. How are they setting this up here? They know that bot side has a slow push, but then why wouldn't Bigatron correct the top side so that they have a slow push?
I think it's risky for them. They don't really have good ways of getting vision on the map, and we've already seen how quickly AC can fight if they start it on their terms.
Hey. They don't want to lose position over their own jungle here, but that top wave is building up to be kind of fat. And I think this should be pretty a no-brainer that AC will be able to take unless Rasi can steal again.
You know, a funny thought I just had is, have the junglers secured any objectives this game?
No. No, they have not. No, they have not. Thank you for asking. That's 2 secures by Rasi, 1 by Izanami.
Pretty funny. Oh, mid lane. Valence with a kick onto Chiku. Purify out. Fury the Phoenix as well. He's able to escape, but that's 2 big ults from BTR.
Well, they're still hovering around this Lord, and finally, somebody, Zay, going to be the one who actually clears up that top wave, and because of that, this should be a free take for AC.
Yeah, I feel like BTR should not stay. Rasi gonna flicker first, but he's still way too far out. That's a guaranteed dead Hilda. And now the Blazing Red forward, past the Doris pathway as well. Lynch, will he be able to get out of this? He does have Revitalize. He is surprisingly bulky, but they lift him up once again, and it's a double kill for Aaron Shiki.
Okay, they broke Zay's passive at the bare minimum here, which is great for Valence, but they also got the Revitalize, the glorious pathway, a death timer on both Lynch and as well as Rasi. They have created a near-perfect end-game scenario. Let's look at the instant replay just one more time. Because again, this was a huge mistake coming in from Rasi. He should not be there at that point of time anymore. He should be a lot closer to where your boy Lynch is going to be, because then you follow the glorious pathway's extra movement speed.
Yeah, at that point, it should be pretty clear that you're not contesting the Lord, so it's time to start backing off, and there's really no point using the flicker if you're 1 tick away from being lifted.
Yep. He's hopeful. He was very hopeful. But now, here comes the full push from every single side. A synchronized wave of mid and as well as bottom. Top side was dealt with pretty well.
Balance with the flicker kick, no Purify, and Tiku guys, Creative Things comes out, but the melt is way too much. The basic to it! BTRMY is gone! Evaporated in an instant, and so is their crystal. AC Esports with game number 1.
Nicely played from AC Esports. They decided to prepare very well in the drafting phase, came out strong strong. Better yet, had some really high-level concepts in play. BTRM, unfortunately, could not respond to that very last one.
Yeah, that was genuinely pretty clean from AC, and it's good to see that they've made these adjustments, right? It's clear improvement from before, makes up for all the things we said bad about them. Now, they just gotta keep that going.
Yep. A little antsy coming in from BTRM, and unfortunately, this Harrods pick just wasn't it. Fortunately, that Zaman Force puts you in a position where you have to fight within your box of influence. You can't extend or chase it even further like an Irithel, so you're just dealt with the card. You're handed to the cards that you've been dealt with.
I like the high-lows pickup, and I think the rest of the draft could have been improved a little bit. The Suyo opening has been seen before, but reveals quite a lot, and you gotta make sure to build around it correctly, and then picking the Harif into the Phobius is very confident.
It is confident, but it also goes to show that like the approach to the draft is very directed at each other, right? One is trying to counter draft the initial preparation here, and that's BTRM. They're aware that Chibi only has so many junglers that he's proficient at, which is why on the opposite side, Adi is like, we're getting rid of the big hitters, the Leomards, making sure that you don't have any of your signature picks, make you feel a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, a solid debut of the Hayabusa as well. This is one of Fabian's classics after all. If all the fun, shiny new toys are gone, go back to the old, reliable. And man, I don't think VTR was prepared.
No, they weren't. And I think now they have to start adjusting because they realize, oh, wait a minute, Fabian has the exact same problem as our boy Chibi here. It's a congestion of junglers from both sides is how you supplement it. I think in any case, BTRM should probably put themselves in on red side. It's much better to start working alongside your mid trio, and maybe you have access to, I don't know, maybe a Zetian, maybe another Zushin.
I think being so direct with the draft, a little bit too much to ask for, but Aaron Shiki will be our MVP for game number 1. He farmed so fast on that Claude.
I mean, he got away with one really big team fight, and that put him so far ahead of Chiku guys that it was hard to recover from at that point. 91% kill participation. First turtle, didn't see him. Second turtle, he's already involved. He's transporting himself really, really quickly, making sure that he's double waving faster than, unfortunately, Chiku guys in this particular case, because he's scared to run.
Yeah, literally 91% kill participation on what is supposed to be a more farm-oriented marksman with 0 deaths. This is effectively a perfect game. Was able to even get that Winter Crown early so that he can play more aggressive and push that lead further. In comparison, Chiku got picked off twice in the first couple fights he joined. You already know that the momentum is gone.
Yep. Hard to beat, especially on somebody like Aaron Shiki. Premium life insurance during M5, and now, sorry, M6 and decides to go even further here. Even so, this is just the quad game. Let's see how BTRM are going to adjust this, because some people had to make sacrifices, and in this particular case, it was going into the high loss that was the sacrifice. Had to take it away from the Zushin on the opposite end. Natural nasty combo. This worked a little bit better for their composition, but at what cost?
Yeah, I think Lynch played a good high-lows. He did his job well, but when you go utility side lane, your cores need to be making up for it. They gotta be ahead, they gotta be snowballing, and well, Chiku died multiple times. Chibi couldn't really get close because AC has so much dive. It was a hard game for them.
It was. And as much as I've talked mad, just crazy dumpstering AC for their drafting on their second half was very good. They played it well, and luckily BTRM kind of played into their hands.
Yeah, I think if they had kept the Hayabusa for last even, it would have gone even more smoothly. But at that point, BTR already didn't have enough left in the tank to counter the hero, and just figured he's off meta, we should be able to deal with him somewhat.
Exactly, and that's the thing, right? Cho is just that powerful just because of his ult. The Rossi was dominating like a good chunk of the early game against Valence, and even winning out in the mid lane, even though he's technically not supposed to, and yet there is still significant impact. One, Chiku guys having to take Purifier. Why? He's scared that he's going to get kicked by the Cho, right? And this completely changes the dynamic of how the gold lane actually plays out.
Yeah, without the Purify, without the flicker, you're not able to disjoint the Ogi Shadow Kill. You have a bit of a harder time getting away from the Phobias. You can only try to use it against Valens or Izanami. I really wish that Chiku took a step back in the early game. I understand his aggressive playstyle once he has items, and it has worked in the past. But in this case, after that first step, maybe a little less pressure on the trigger finger.
Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to come back from like an 8K deficit considering the position and the timing that they were currently in, because you got no towers to protect you at that point. Going out to farm is a danger to do that. But our rich guy over on Aaron Cheeky, 848 coming out big time for this team. A large majority of his gold coming through minions. Second from passive, of course. Every second, nothing to worry about. But he also managed to get a good chunk of jungle creeps.
And also 2,000 gold from kills and assists. That definitely ballooned his lead by a wide margin. Normally, Harif is able to keep up with Claude. In fact, Harif should win Claude in the mid-game before Claude eventually outscales. But when man is farming this fast, he just blows right past that timing.
Oh yeah. Hyper accelerated here. Got the injection to improve his economy, and he made sure that it was worthwhile. Nobody could really deal with his hard damage, especially when he was max stacked on the Art of Thievery. Something to keep in mind for the upcoming game. Let's look at the highlights one more time. Because again, BTRM, they came in with like a very distinct plan, and I gotta give it to Chibi here because again, it comes down to communication. He's getting his retribution off, but he's also telling Rossi, yo, if you've got anything, throw it at the Lord. I know the numbers. If you do it at the same time, one of us is gonna get it.
Yeah, and because of that, Rossi actually secured the first 2 turtles of the game. But AC were still winning trade-wise. I think that BTR got a bit greedy in terms of staying for the team fights when they could have gotten out earlier with a small win.
They could have, but that's just threat assessment, right? You try your best to try and figure out the best out of the situation, and situations like this happen, you're like, but how? How did we lose that? We had the man advantage, and all of a sudden, they can get back in and out of the fight. Two dudes did that damage.
They underestimated early game Blazing Duet damage. They just figured we can power through it regardless. And after that, it is a downhill slope. AC, the amount of rundown, the amount of damage. I don't think Fabian even had a Sky Piercer, right?
No, Fabian definitely didn't. It was Chibi who was holding on to the Sky Piercer. He and Chiku guys were just looking to try and finish off the targets, right? Chiku does the initial damage, he comes in to clean them up. That was the general idea.
And not able to execute on that. This also a big mistake from Rossi, staying way too far out for no particular reason that results in even Lynch getting taken out afterwards.
Yeah, an unfortunate set of circumstances. I think if anything, they wanted to hold on to that. No, they couldn't have held on to the high loss. They needed to deny it off of Izanami and Valens. That would have been a pretty awful matchup. Yeah, they just have to get different picks. They got to go for different picks. Unless they start changing their initial strategy of targeting junglers at the very beginning, it's going to repeat itself.
Yeah, I think what BTR will learn from this is that they're not going to be able to hard lockout Fabian from jungle picks, right? Yeah. That was the entire goal for them. Banning out so many jungle heroes, even picking the Suyo first just to make sure he wouldn't have it. But he had the Hayabusa up his sleeve. The Suyo was revealed early, so AC could make plans to handle it from the very beginning of the draft.
Yeah, would he have been able to get away with Ling? I don't think he would have been able. The iframe is important, but I don't know. Considering how often he was going in and out of these fights with just the quad shadow, makes me think that like Ling, that should have been easy to get in now, right? Just
no,
go in, all
not really.
Back in.
I don't really think so.
It could be. No. It's difficult. There's a lot of scenarios and a lot of positions that they could have been. But now we are going on to our next segment. We have a little bit of time before we start heading on into game number 2.
I'm gonna power up.
Don't worry. You
I'm gonna enter my second form.
Now you have a second form. Most people would peel their skin off and molt, but this man puts it right back on. Presented to you, of course, last week it was Ab and Grab. Now we've got something else here for our Grab review. You got it all. Oh, this is what you think. The Blazer does not make it easier.
It does not.
But it sure makes it look a lot fancier. Like your shoulders are massive.
It's very, yeah, shoulders are. I'm not molting, I'm putting on the layer.
Well, here you go. This is the Grab Hot Takes presented to you by the one and only.
All right. What's cooking, homies? I'm the avant-garde mythical glory right here. And today, I deliver some delicious aromatic chicken rice, but at nighttime, I deliver hot takeaways and hot takes for all of you guys right here. I'm not Staffa right now. I'm avant-garde mythical glory. Who's this guy? Get him out of here. Now, I may not be a professional caster, but I do think that BTR's gameplay today was a little bit like fried rice that wasn't fried enough. You know, you got none of that wok hey. You gotta have wok hey, Gideon. You're not on screen right now, but you need wok hey. From far away, it was like macham, yes, but when you eat it, it was immediate sadness. A tear rolls down my eye every single time. I think that the Suyo pick early was a little risky. You know, I liked the idea. I liked the gung-ho. There was a little bit of an idea of wok hey there, but it wasn't enough because Fabian, he's got such deep pockets. He's got secret recipes and ingredients. He's got a special menu that he has been keeping secret from BTR the entire time. And he tricked them with the Hayabusa. It was a good approach, not quite good enough. I think that Shiku also with the Harif, maybe not the right order for this particular situation. There's a Phobius on the other side, you know, Harif is allergic to that, so maybe should order a different menu item instead.
What? But what's the real problem? Tell us the real problem.
The real problem is these boys just haven't eaten yet, you know? You can't contest objectives when the whole team is running around hungry, so don't worry, gang. With a full stomach, you can get full focus with Grab. That's all from me. I'm on Grab Mythical Glory. I got more hot takeaways for you guys out there. Make sure you guys order Grab so that you guys can see me at your doorway tonight. You know? Definitely not a threat. Absolutely not. I'm gonna see you guys there.
Thank you so much, Abby Grab. I didn't know you lost the accent, and well, you know, things have been going pretty well. Thank you so much there, Grab Mythical Glory. Now back to Staffa. Hey, welcome back, sir. Welcome back, sir. All good in the present times?
Yes.
So
did something happen?
Did it also just go all black for you?
Oh no, I saw a vision.
What was it, if you don't mind me asking?
It was all white.
It was all white! Yes, I should have seen that one coming. Real. Oh boy. All right. All white. Oh boy. Really some problem.
But it's okay. Now I'm all right.
Now, oh boy. I wish that our political system was called the left and the right now. I really could have made so much more jokes off of that. But hey, now it is open. It is time for your playoff tickets on 9th of May, 8 p.m. Get your tickets now while you still can, because they are selling out fast. And make sure that you get it from official sources and not some dirty person on the internet trying to sell you for triple or quadruple the price. It just ain't worth it.
If you see those sort of things, don't buy from them. Don't promote that sort of stuff. Promote the real tickets, the real experience. Yeah, it's sad that the grand finals and LBF and UBF are already sold out, but it's okay. We still got tickets for all the other matches. We got the MPL MY Festival happening today, right? Brought to you by Esports Con, where the admission is free. You don't need a ticket to go to the Esports Con, and you can enjoy all the fan activities and the free giveaways and the ultimate giant screen watch party that will be happening only from 5th to 7th June.
I like the fact that our giant screen for the watch party is not in caps, but the watch party is. Yeah, really goes to show. Is it that? How big is the screen? Now I'm concerned if the watch party is the bigger concern.
That's why they had to put the ultimate.
the ultimate giant screen, and that's not even in caps.
I feel like I need to judge that. You know? We need to go there. We need to see. Is it really ultimate?
How big are we talking here? Everybody has a different idea of what 6 inches actually looks like. That's going to be the case. But even so, we're happy to have you guys. Remember, 5th June all the way to 7th June, May 9th, 8 p.m. Tickets have already been out. So again, get them while you still can. Get them, cop them. And more importantly, we're going to go into the cam highlights and check out the players in just a little bit to see how they're feeling. Because after a loss like that, I feel like BTRM, they're walking away and they're thinking like, all right, we didn't play awfully, but we can definitely do certain things better.
Yeah, I think that the draft did hinder BTR largely, and then the mistakes of underestimating what AC would be able to do with the heroes they had cost them too much early. That snowballed hard into late.
Too much, in a matter of fact. And I guess preparations are only going to go as far as they believe it to be. Okay. Krem, Jaskar. Pretty decent pull. Pretty decent pull. Again, you can get these packs if you come in live to the MPL Arena here at Quill City Mall. If I'm AC, what is the if I'm expecting an adaptation from BTR, I would expect them to go over to red side one more time.
Yeah, I think that would be the most obvious thing that would happen here. Previously on red side, AC secured a very strong opening with the Phoveus and Claude, which basically guaranteed side lane priority. And we have confirmation now they will be on blue side, so they're gonna need to shift that up.
Oh yeah. Now, I'm hoping that this is gonna be a different look for BTRM, because they need to ban out that Zushin. Zushin, quite an annoying problem to. Is that a whole?
That's
box?
A whole box.
Them cracked, got the entire box just to crack these packs here by Caillou?
Yeah, we're gonna be here a while.
Okay. Let's see. Does he get something good here? I'll be honest.
Nana, Fanny.
Oh, alternate art.
Okay, we got the Nolan.
Ooh, that's nice.
Fire Chief Johnson.
Foiled Fire Chief Johnson.
Oh man, has it sleeved? Who's that?
Is that sleeve? Dude, he's got an outer casing for this.
Oh, it's Cram. Wow. Fancy casing for Cram.
Wait, that doesn't seem right.
Oh, he broke open another.
Oh.
Ooh.
Okay, comic strip.
I think that's the Venom set. We got the Blazing. Oh, wait, no, this is collection, isn't it?
Yeah, it is the collection.
Very nice.
Dude, he's still going. I think
that's the second Novaria card.
I think that's he's got 4 with the same art. I don't know if they have different heroes in each one of them.
Yeah, it's different heroes.
I would assume,
you get one every pack.
I always assumed all of them are Novaria. Because it's the only one I've seen, unfortunately. All right, let's get into it. We all know what to expect here. Here at the drafting phase, it always begins with a simple random map draw.
All right. What's it gonna be? We got broken walls before, and now we're gonna be touching some grass dangerously. AC already banning out the Leomord, Guinevere, and Uranus, with BTR getting rid of Fanny and Freya.
Yep, no surprises there. I would say, what are you willing to give away here? I think Fabian is more than happy to be like, you can take Suyo if you want to, as long as we get the Zushin.
Zushin is a pretty strong opening, still one of the highest win rates, highest pick rates. I think only 1 or 2 games where she wasn't contested. Will BTR respect that?
Any other concern?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. There's the Harif, but Phoveus is still open.
I think Phoveus is probably a better ban overall. Well, unless BTR are opting to go for you know what? We tried something with the Harif to be we want him to be a war president rather than just the president. That doesn't work. We got to play a little softer. I think they're going to go into something along the lines of to set up for an Irithel.
Ooh. But the Marcel going to be locked in straight away from AC. They were the ones who banned it in the previous game, and we know that Valence is one of the players that puts a high priority on the hero, but picking it first.
I don't know about this one. Really don't know about it, because as much as I want to say that Marcel should be the go-to, can it be punished? Can it be punished in a reasonable manner? And it looks like it can't be punished in a reasonable manner. Not yet, at least. Not until the second phase. We see the Phoveus, we see the Suyo. I was thinking whether they were thinking about Zetian alongside with Harley, but they opted not to go for it. They still want to protect the president.
Harley is open, you're right. Interestingly enough, not going to be heavily contested here. BTR also didn't go for the Zushin either. But the thought process here might be a Zushin Marcel mid duo is actually kind of weak, and they're willing to allow that through, though the Claude is gonna get picked up once more, and we already saw how destructive Aaron Chiki was with it.
Okay, and they also get the Harley as well to present multiple problems to BTRM. I'm okay with Harley overall. It's just that, Aaron Chiki, he's very comfortable on it, so no doubts about it that he'll eventually carry this game given enough time. I'm thinking from BTRM's perspective, what can they do to actually win out this lane against the Claude, right? And that's the important thing. When we see Chiku guys on an Irithel into a Granger, for example, he knows that matchup in and out, so he knows what he needs to do to win the lane. Against the Claude and more volatile matchups that go into that 50-50, doesn't go the way that I think it usually does, right? Especially for Harith, who's so good at securing river crabs. Like, you don't even need to hold priority over it.
And I feel like there's a possibility that BTR will still give him the Irritail anyway. Maybe not now. They'll go with the Valentina first. So we're going to be seeing the Venn diagram golden hours.
So bold, so brave. Thought maybe they could have waited for the Valentina for just a little bit longer, but all right. Sure enough, we go into the second half of the draft. What else are we looking to ban?
Looks like it's the Alice, so starting to secure that EXP lane for the Phoveus.
The most likely, yeah, with Uranus already banned out on this side, they've taken out a majority of the sandbag problems for EXP.
I don't think they need to focus too hard on getting rid of more EXP laners. AC still going to be looking for their mid lane as well. So I'm wondering if there's anything they'd want to get rid of there. The Zeusin is still open, but again, paired with the Marcel is not ideal. So BTR might be willing to just open it.
Let's find out. Let's find out. Got plenty of options to go for.
Among the planes,
considering everything, I still think that maybe a Cho might just have to be the way to go here if they want to set up like... Oh, no, it's already banned out. You're right. Gwen's already banned. Is there any other single target lockdown that we have? Kalea? Not the worst, but will get intercepted midway.
Yeah.
By Marcel.
Oh, they actually banned the Irritail, so...
Oh, shucks.
Recognizing our CEO's signature hero pick and not letting him fall back to it. At this point, it basically has to be Granger, right? Or Carry? I guess Moskov is possible too.
I think the Moskov is okay and probably stands better chances against Harley compared to a Carry.
There's a shiny new sheriff in town.
Is there any other distribution?
That's Clint.
I mean, he's definitely going to win the lane now.
He does, but we also know if he's not able to farm fast enough, he just drops off the game pretty quickly. Even Innocent ran into that issue previously.
Yeah, I think the good thing about Clint into the Harley matchup is just one of the few assassins that have a low enough HP pool and a defense pool that Clint can essentially one-shot the Harley at a certain point. Like, just two-tap him.
I miss Brody.
I miss... Brody used to be fun. It was a good meta then.
They buffed Paquito. Can they buff Brody again?
We'll see.
These are like my mains. I want to play them again.
But then there needs to be some like significant changes to Brody. Like, you can't just like get all his damage from his passive, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, the Rizzler. I'm fine with the Rizzler.
And the Zeusin.
Finally. It took this long to get access to the Zeusin. Unfortunately, a bit of a mis-synergy here.
Yeah. Zeusin Marcel has very slow mid-wave clear. Not particularly good at winning out prio as well. So if BTR goes for an aggressive roamer here, they can use that great effect like the Hilda or the Khalid.
I'm trying to think, because level 1, it's really hard to influence the mid lane without somebody having to take a major sacrifice. Like, if I called Phoveus over into the mid lane to help me shove out at level 1, he's going to lose out a couple of minions on his side of the map. So I don't think they have much of an answer unless they've got like a support who clears fast. And right now, I just don't see it. He clears okay, but that doesn't really change the problem.
Is Glow really the pick here? I know that it's one of Rasi's comfort picks, and yes, you're not going to be too worried about damage coming in from the mid duo. You definitely out-sustain Marcel and Zeusin, but you offer a lot of healing to Claude and Terizla.
I agree, but at the same time, I think it's that ult that really makes the difference here, right? Anybody positioned or gets caught by the 1-2 glue combo, almost guaranteed is going to get jumped on. In most cases, I think it's just to deny Fabian access into the pit early on. That's the assumption here. That's the assumption.
That's a possibility. Well, we'll see if that possibility comes true right now, because BTR needs a victory to guarantee a slot to the playoffs, whereas AC Esports currently 1 game up and ready to take that opportunity away from them.
All right, let's see how level 1 is going to get played out as Valens decides to go to the long path to double-check positions, finding Chibi very early on with the help of his passive. He knows that it's a purple start.
Valens walks all the way into Chibi's house just to snap a photo of him.
Up and That's exactly how it should be played, knowing that, again, the 2v2 is not in their favor here at level 1. So again, I think that Izanami played it well, maintained a very healthy life total, make sure you're looking to trade, get some regens out early as soon as possible, and then look towards Litho Wanderer.
Bigatron should have advantage there, and as we've seen, they're going to be able to take it quite easily. AC Esports not going to bother trying to contest, since they're well aware this mid duo isn't really going to pressure much.
Also notice that Harley is going to end up on the bottom side of the map as well, right? Oh, okay.
Rasi going in on Izanami. Z going to get picked up as well, but Izanami in danger. He might have to flicker out. He's trying to greet it, and turns out he doesn't have to use it.
Yep, I mean, they got to be a little careful here, right? This 2v2 matchup really boils down to how Rasi and Zay, how close they stand to each other. If somebody has max X on that butterfly and is about to get picked up, you have to move away from your boy, because the tanky person gets picked up, it gets chucked on the squishier person, there's a high likelihood that you're going to take way more damage than you probably should have taken.
Yeah, in this case, it means that Marcel is fairly safe to play around with there, as long as they can get that freeze on Rasi, and Z needs to mind his positioning a bit more. He is I wonder if he's going to be stealing that golden hour or penalty zone more often.
I think for level 1, for the first take, that's a good question. I think maybe it's penalty zone. I could be entirely wrong. Golden hour might be the safest options. Penalty zone if things are looking bad.
Yeah. Penalty zone is probably the more consistent. It's your classic group up team CC. Golden hour needs some finesse. We've already seen how it can mess with both sides of the game. Rasi gonna get focused on by 3 members. He is tanky, flickers forward on Fabian, and here comes penalty zone from behind. The turtle gonna be secured over by Chibi, and BTR takes control. First blood being secured by Z.
Great comms there by Bigatron. Rasi sees a potential angle. Lich double confirms that he can get on top of it too. Both of them make the flicker play. Really nicely done as a quick follow-up, a 1-2 punch for first blood. And Chiku, guys, because of this, now dominating his lane, a full half level ahead of Aaron Cheeky.
Lich somehow taking out Momo. Oh, Chibi ganked the lane. Okay, 2v1, gets a free kill. Not to mention Z instantly going up to gank the gold lane, and that allows Chiku to get almost the entire gold shield.
Yep, so again, every front for the side of Bigatron MY by Vitality is just going in their favor. Whatever. Oh, okay. Bit aggressive here coming in from Valence. I was thinking whether or not they wanted to actually go for an all commit, because both of them don't have flickers, so it's very possible for Glue to pull somebody out of position.
I think they've learned their lesson from the previous game. They're already in a good spot. No real need to push it, especially with a 2k lead at 3 minutes. That's huge.
It's looking very nice. Very nice so far with 3 winning lanes. It's hard to imagine that BTR is going to drop the ball anytime soon. I think the only way they probably could do that is if Chiku guys gets involved, and then everybody kind of forgets what their whole comp is designed to do.
Rasi gonna come up here to see if he can mess with Aaron, but Aaron Chicky able to clear the wave in time, make sure he gets all the minions without being harassed.
It's gonna be a full clear here every single time. Same tactics. Clear out these bushes one by one.
Oh, immobilize on Aaron Chicky. He's got a BMI back. Rasi making sure he's not allowed to even farm the midway for free. Chibi pokes out Valence hard in the tri-brush. Forces them away. Chiku should get a free first tower.
Yup, he should. Right now, the control from BTRM. All of this entire river path, it is just on lock, right? Every part, from Turtle side all the way to where Phobius is, full control.
And this is the risk, right, of not having that lane priority. Look at Rasi not allowing Fabian to get close, and now he's going to pull him closer himself because the turtle's already secured. Momo with the penalty zone drops Chibi's low, very low actually. That's a dead Chibi. Momo finds a solo kill, and now the blazing red comes in from Aaron Chicky. Gets cancelled with the dark wave. Well played by Lynch. Gets lifted up. Balance goes down. Bigatron turns around, and Izanami left in no man's land as a sacrifice.
Yeah, this is becoming a little too difficult now to team fight. BTRM are just a little way too strong, and Aaron Cheeky, unfortunately, just does not have the early damage compared to this Clint. Look at him go. Every turret he wants, he takes. Mid turret, that's mine. They should probably invade down on bottom side if they wanted to, but they're going to stick with the safe clear here for their sake of their jungler, Chibi. Gonna go for the full clear. Litho Wanderer taken, and once again, you go back. I don't know why you go back to top side here. That's probably a mistake.
Yeah, I think that's not really necessary, but a lead is already in their favor.
It's kind of a fat wave as well.
Oh, Balance gonna scout out Chiku though. The rest of AC is nearby, but they don't have enough vision, so I don't think they're gonna risk it.
Not? I mean, they've already got the Drizzler like sacrificing a lot of time here rather than being on the bottom side of the map. And they missed the entire opportunity. They could have gotten at least Chiku Guy's Flicker or something.
This is one of the unfortunate bad habits of AC Esports. When they're ahead, they know how to push the lead, but when they're behind, there is a tendency to be overly respectful.
Yeah, they don't probe enough. They need to probe a reaction out of Bigatron and MY on their own terms that are generally safe. Safe probes are like getting the 1-2 out of Rasi. If they can get like a battle spell, that's also good. Okay.
Valid's gonna be hiding in the bush. I feel like why not just Golden Hour and commit that?
Second thing, what are we doing? We're giving like bot for free for like no reason whatsoever. Are we not going to fix these waves?
AC doing AC things again.
This is not good. This is not a good look. It's starting to, the comms are starting to break down because right now, Bigatron and MY by Vitality, they got 2K doing nothing.
Momo now being harassed by Rasi, already down to half HP just from that burn. Does Rasi have glowing? He doesn't. He's just got the Molten Essence. Golden Hour gonna freeze the turtle and they throw Rasi into it as well. Lynch doing a good job of frontlining in his absence. Rasi gonna jump forward. GB secures the turtle. Lynch goes in on Momo, pulls him forward. Charizla goes down, and he gets the grab on Izanami as well. Forces the flicker out, grabs it. Oh wow, well played by Rasi. Double kill, and GB make that triple.
Yep, and that's the problem here. That's the threat. As long as Rasi gets on top of you, it's just a never-ending cycle of him abducting another target. And unfortunately, mid lane did not do a good enough job at keeping him at bay. There's just not enough damage on Izanami and Valence to win out these fights.
The fact that he waited as well for the flicker. Izanami tried to time his flicker to avoid the pullback, but once it happened, Rasi's like, hey, now you're free. Bigatron with a 7.5k lead before the 8-minute mark. This game is basically done.
It's so done. Like, how do you even play? Like, Fabian he can't beat this 1v1 against the Rasi, and they're both equal level now. Rasi used to be a level down, and Fabian can't even get on top of this orange buff without multiple people being called for help.
I think AC just gave up their lanes way too quickly. They started pulling people together because they couldn't win out mid or objectives, and that just translates their loss even further into the game. Now Rasi alone is holding this buff hostage. Lynch is here as well. They do negative damage to the glue.
Can't do much. And this entire time, they were calling Chibi down to come to this side of the map, but there was no reason to. Again, a bit of a wasted effort, but it could have been a moment there where AC was looking to try and go for the big pounce. Unfortunately for AC, I don't know how they're going to deal with the 4 on the opposite side. Like, with Chibi or not, Chico Guys is doing a ridiculous amount of damage. And now he's adding crit to that equation.
It's a very early Berserker's Fury before the 9-minute mark. He is going to hit so hard. And all of this came from that early lead, getting the gold tower because of Z's movements on air on Shiki. A lot of this comes down to early game snowball these days.
Really does. A lot of early game snowball.
Oh, Valid. That was close.
Doesn't find the angle. He's still holding on to the golden hour and will go for a retreat, but bot side is already shoved in. Top side has been set up perfectly by BTRM. Unless they get a steal here, Bigatron, they're hungry.
And even with a steal, I highly doubt AC would be able to do anything. They'll go ahead and give it up. Bigatron going to have a Lord pushing down pretty soon.
Okay, Lord's going to be coming at the 42-second mark. 42-second mark at this point. Just gotta wait. There we go. It's already out. They walk out. We wait for the waves. They've got Valentina and Glue on bottom side. Suyo on top side. I think they're gonna go double down onto that T2 on bottom side. Yep, there they go. Everybody's on their way. Chibi just has to split push here, and he doesn't need to show his face. He just has to chill. Just chill for half a second, and then go.
He will go ahead and show himself on the map. So AC at least knows that it'll take Chibi a short moment to get here, but I don't think they have enough shred to take down his Lord quick enough. That bottom inhibitor is already being defended by Fabian, which means it's a 4v4 mid. Lord crashing in, tower at half HP. Only the first Lord, so AC can still keep their tower for now, but Bigatron not letting go of the leash just yet.
I don't know. Chiku guys, he's looking to break it on this one.
Oh, flicker forward from Rasi. Doing some good work. Going to get dropped down to half HP by the tower, but as long as he survives, BTR already got what they came for.
Oh, surprised they didn't want the second one, but at this point, might as well back up. They've got a missing inhibitor down by mid-side. Not the most ideal position for an inhibitor turret, but at the very least, it's something.
Here we are. Definitely at the stage of the game now where it's very GG. Where unless BTR somehow makes the biggest misplay of their lives, AC Esports has zero chance of turning this around.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you there. The checkmate angle is set up pretty well by BTRM, and now it's just to execute 42k mark. Man, we've been on this, and fortunately for Chibi, there's literally nothing to farm at this point of time.
Already drained the world of its resources, and there's nothing left. But he's a billionaire, so it doesn't really matter as much.
Trinity already complete at 11 minutes 38. Considering everything, that's pretty fast coming in from Aaron Cheeky, but let's see.
Orange buff going to be secured by Chiku guys. Clint definitely hitting power spike at this stage. He is done with the Malefic gun, working on that fourth item. 10k goal lead in 12 minutes. It's really just a slow burn to the finish.
It really is. Because even if they do like flicker penalty zone onto Chiku guys, and let's assume he gets hit by it, there's so much peel. There's Rasi to peel, there's Zay to peel for any melee frontliners, there's even Lynch as well. It's just a lot of peel, and Izanami can only move one person at a time out of the way.
Let's pursue some hypotheticals.
Okay.
What needs to happen for AC to regain this game?
Momo needs to flicker penalty zone onto Chiku guys when he doesn't have any abilities. Aaron Cheeky comes in with a blazing duet, and just before it gets bad, Valence comes in with the golden hour, just to bail out any bad situation.
And all of this hedges on Bigatron not doing anything about it.
Yep. Because really, like, just Rasi alone, it requires 3 people to deal with Rasi, let alone getting Zay involved.
So basically sounds like the same chances that Flash had at the start of the day.
Pretty much, but I think this one's even worse. This is like a clean 10k lead that Bigatron and MY have against AC at a crucial time in the game.
Lightning Trunkian now completed by Z, so Valentino also hit pretty hard. Rasi, look at how easily he can soak damage. He's already down to half HP, has the flicker out eventually. So AC was able to burn something. The Lord is fairly low, and Bigatron's not doing a good job of zoning them out just for now. Aaron Shiki secures the Lord, but he instantly explodes to the rest of the team. Mega kill over to Chibi, and now they chase him down. Rasi with the grab forces the flicker, but Valence not going to survive for long. Already a double kill, and Chiku guys just flickers forward. No real need for that, but may as well at this point. Only 2 members of AC live.
Yep, they're still fighting hard. 3 members down with walking into the base with the wave. Good luck, AC. They got to clear it.
Oh, and the Blade Surge connects. Izanami has the flicker out. They find Fabian though. Killing spree for Z. The minion wave is there. Izanami goes down. It's a team wipe in game 2. Goes to Bigatron Malaysia.
And they answer both the big problems. They answer with Chiku guys was losing the lane, so they got him a winning matchup that scales, and they could still protect the president. Very nice response coming out of BTRM, evening out the score 1-1.
I feel like both these losses have been attributed a little bit to the team being a little overconfident in their draft, right? And losing out that mid lane priority. We already talked about it multiple times that Marcel Zusin is just very easy to deal with due to their slow wave clear. And as long as you have some side lane prio on top of that, the game falls into place.
Yep, it does. There's no real threat here. It's not like Marcel and Kimmy, where Kimmy has enough damage to compensate and Marcel buys her the time to hit the passive at the right moment. Zushin, I can displace you, but without raw base damages from things like Hylos from blues, it becomes difficult to win out those 2v2s.
And AC still has bad habits as well. Once they lost that early game, they just decided to group up and huddle together and not do anything with it. There were multiple chances where they could have tried to aggress and get a pick off and just decided, no, I'm not going to.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of probing in their composition, unfortunately. Like, Harley would like to do the probing, but Fabian just wasn't ahead enough to be able to risk that, right? He comes up, blue shows up, you're dead. There's just no going around that.
Yeah, we talked about how Glue might offer a lot of healing to Claude and Terizla, but I suppose that only comes into play if those heroes come online enough to make use of it.
Yeah, I would... Here's the thing. I would have imagined that Terizla would have been able to bring a little more impact, but I don't think that AC had a clear definition of what Terizla needed to do.
And because of that, Rasi gets to be our MVP for game number 2. Glue remains an oppressive presence as long as there is no direct counter like the Faramis to worry about. He can build into some damage with that glowing wand and still go deathless because he is so tanky.
Yeah, he is ridiculous to deal with overall. High sustain, high decent base damages, magic in profile. It's ridiculous, ridiculous. It's gonna be tough here, but at the very least, something to keep in mind for the competitors AC to ban out in the future. They had the opportunity to ban it out. They chose not to.
They did. But I think they left it open like a lot of teams are nowadays because there is still that Faramis Gambit. But the moment they locked in that Zeus in, it was like, all right, guess not only do we not have a glue counter, we just have no mid lane damage now.
Yup. They were hoping that the damage was going to come from those side lanes. And honestly, Momo had a position where he was dealing some relevant damage, but the bigger team fights were tough. It's just, unless you are willing to like put 4 bodies to die for Chiku guys, it's just not worth the fight to begin with.
And even if you did manage to get him, everyone else is going to be breathing down your neck instantly. Chibi was farming freely. Z is still doing a great job, honestly, on these mage picks, and I'm so impressed. And he has not let us down.
He's really good at peeling. I have to admit, like his battle senses when it comes down to peeling for the president is top notch. He is plugged up some dangerous holes.
Chiku is still so good at finding these people, right? The Chiku proteges are an entire category of players in their own.
Makes you wonder what CG could have looked like if it lasted for 1 more year.
Right. Well, we can't cry over spilt milk, right? But we can relish in the victory that BTR claimed this time around. They understood what needed to be changed from the last game, and AC unfortunately fell into those same habits.
Yup. Some pretty bad habits overall, because when we start looking at the damage dealt, compared to what we're used to, a 13-minute game is pretty fast, right? And we weren't able to see anybody break into the 50Ks, but looking at the highest damage dealer, Izanami, who's able to get very proactive in this game, somehow Zay comes on top of him. And worse yet, by 7,000 ahead, like a pretty wide margin.
And that's against a Zeus in. Normally, she just does damage by standing there. So you see how much of an impact he was having, though with Rasi getting to walk around for free, it's pretty easy to just throw skills out from behind him. I think that the Marcel is not worth first pick.
I have to agree with that. I think that Marcel, unfortunately, is not first pick worthy. He is really annoying. Don't get me wrong. Really, really annoying. But he requires somebody that is constantly communicating at every second of the game. Hey, I have my abilities. I go in. The only thing I want to do is go out. He's not going to stick around for the fight longer than he has to be.
And I feel like we only saw like, what, 1 golden hour that entire game on that turtle freeze, which didn't really even do much.
Yep.
So I think after this one, Valen's got to ask some questions like, okay, is it really worth prioritizing Marcel? Because both games have come down to picking a first pick hero that wasn't really worth it in the long run and giving away overly powerful picks.
Well, maybe they should just stick to standard drafts and things will work out a lot easier.
Right?
They have identities, and that's the thing. Some playstyles just don't work for some of these teams. And we look at the highlights one more time, and now you start to understand that, like, hey, if Rasi ain't protecting the president or finding opportunities like this, that means Lynch is the one making calls saying, he's open, can you get on top of it?
And if they're both able to do that, then BTR is able to hit their peak stride. You can see just how messy these fights are coming from AC, because their front line wholly depends on Momo, but even if Momo is able to survive, their damage is basically non-existent, right? The early game damage all comes from Fabian, and he wasn't able to farm quick enough, not to mention there's a glue. You don't want to ult the glue.
Yep, you don't want to ult the glue at all in these types of situations. Personally, I think that like considering everything that has happened, BTRM just came up with a much better adaptation in comparison to AC, who again, I feel like going back to comforts, just looking for the best possible positions and playing around the power picks that they have access to.
I just wish we could see AC not retreating into the death ball whenever things don't go their way. You have a Claude. You can be playing Distract, you can be playing Kite, Pick Off, try to spread BTR across the map to give Fabian some kills, you know? Sacrifice bodies if you have to do so. You cannot just 5-man roam the map and hope to win a fight.
I mean, that's unfortunately a tough lesson for them to learn this time around. Hopefully they learn from it because we now come down to a final game here.
I don't know. I feel like we've been trying to teach them that lesson since week 1.
Well, you know, some teams take a little bit longer than others to pick up some very important lessons. But at least the drafting isn't as I'm trying to find the right word for this. As skewed as the first leg. It's a lot more like, at least there are clearer ideas of what is being put into place.
I would agree with you in game 1.
Yeah?
Not in game 2s, unfortunately.
Look, either way, for more news and information about the MPL, please tune into the MPL Watch because our playoffs venue has been announced, especially for the MSL Thailand. Hey, big shout out. They are in central Lat Parao. I'm the BCC hall. That's all I'm gonna keep it at that. I'm not gonna go anyway. I don't think I can butcher the performance overall, but MSL Thailand has been an exciting time. This is their very first year. So go check out how to become turn into the road to champions at the BCC Hall Central Lat Prao. Their play-ins, just like us, and their day 2s, they even have a double elimination system.
And they've got that best of 7 grand finals as well happening on Sunday, where we will get to see which of these teams get to move on to the international stage to represent Thailand as a whole. It's going to be a great honor for many of these players. It's starting on the 22nd of May, which is literally next week.
It's happening next week, right?
Very soon.
We're going to have our regular season. They're going to be looking for representatives. And speaking of representatives, everybody heard about the Southeast Asian Games. What about the Asian Games? We take it one step further here. So get excited. Apparently they're announcing it like next week, the entire roster lineup. And hopefully with this pack, this will give them good luck. The Caillou pack by MLBB available at the MPL booth right now. So you saw some of these players and some of these audience members crack them open. Now it's my time to do so. What do we have here? Kicking things off, I see we got the Barats. We got the Barats, traditional, very normal here. We've also got the Ixia. All right, different art, traditional card back. We got the Hanabi. I've never seen this art. I haven't seen this flash art. Is this for the All-Star event? I don't know.
That's cool though.
Most likely, apparently we're getting word from not only our sponsors, but also our producers that this is a new card exclusive for only the packs that came in here today.
I guess it's a new edition, right?
Oh, you're right. It is the new edition. This is the second edition, not edition number 1. That is pretty sick. And the other ones, what are the other ones? Traditional emotes, not too surprised about that. And the final one being a background card.
It should be a location.
Yeah.
What does it say?
The Gleaming Marsh.
A Gleaming Marsh. Okay, that is a locale.
Yep. Apparently, he's got a lot of cats in there. They've got a good number of them. We're gonna be throwing it over to our next segment here. Please listen out because we got an interview with Ro.
Hey guys, selamat datang ke Game Break interview bersama dengan Rose dan juga Vince. Now, kalau you guys tak tahu Vince ni siapa, dia actually team manager Bigatron by Vitality. So hi Vince.
Hi.
Okay,
Hi,
sihat. Sihat.
Sihat, alhamdulillah.
Stres ke tadi?
Agak tapi okey je.
Okay, now mungkin kita boleh borak dulu tentang the first 2 games yang kita tengok tadi. Di game pertama AC nampak that mereka berjaya dominate game. And game kedua pula, of course, BTRM flip the table and dominate game. Apa yang jadi selepas game pertama, you guys as the management, the coaching staff, apa yang you guys buat di dalam bilik tadi?
After kekalahan game 1 tu, kita orang just reset je lah game tu. Simple. Sebab saya rasa dorang lupa cara main. Lupa cara main.
Lupa cara nak
Yeah.
main.
Contoh macam Hayat tu terlalu free. Sepatutnya kita kacau.
Could it also be because mereka agak terkejut dengan pick tersebut?
Tak pun, kita expect je. Cuma cara main, execution tu.
Just really the execution part.
Ya, betul.
Okay, now kita tahu sekarang ni BTRM tengah cuba untuk membuat Cinderella story daripada bawah carta liga untuk mendapatkan slot playoffs. Betul tak, Vince?
Betul.
So dalam pendapat Vince kan, apa sebenarnya the biggest difference daripada minggu pertama sampai sekarang Bigatron yang kita nampak?
First of all, I boleh cakap line up of course lah berbeza, betul lah. Line orang. And then vibe as a team tu pun dapat. And then what else I can say? Dengan kemasukan JB dan juga Lynch, saya rasa banyak membantulah team.
Banyak lagi experience, the communication
wise
lagi bagus, betul?
Betul.
And of course, kita nampak beberapa player ditukar, tapi ada beberapa player juga stay daripada minggu pertama sampai minggu ini. Player mana yang paling step up bagi Vince?
Obviously semua orang lah step up. Tapi dalam team saya boleh cakap untuk game ni Rasi step up tadi.
Kenapa Rasi?
Rasi dia punya target lock tu gila. Dia lock Fabian tu gila-gila lah.
Ya, sampai dia dapat 2 turtle out of 3. Terkejut kita semua tadi. And of course, actually guys, just for your information, kalau Bigatron berjaya menang perlawanan ini 2-0 bersih, mereka actually sepatutnya dah layak ke playoffs. Tetapi sekarang walaupun menang, it's going to be a 2-1. Unfortunately, tak layak lagi, tak dapat tiket lagi.
Faham.
And of course, perlawanan seterusnya, you guys akan jumpa Team Ray. Yang first few weeks look pretty good, tapi sekarang ni agak shaky juga. So, Vince, in your opinion, boleh ke BTRM step up untuk mendapatkan kemenangan seterusnya untuk mendapatkan tiket ke playoff?
InsyaAllah boleh. Tak ada apa yang mustahil.
There's nothing that's impossible. Anything yang you nak cakap dekat your boys ataupun you selalu nasihat mereka?
Untuk the boys?
Yes.
Untuk the boys, diorang just perlu main game yang diorang main. Jangan nervous. Dan jangan banyak main.
Jangan banyak main-main kan?
Jangan banyak main.
Oh, so sebagai manager kan, Ros nak tanya, Chick B or Cici?
Chick B.
Chick B, alright. There we have it. Thank you very much, Vince. With that, mari let's right back to the casters untuk memulakan perlawanan ini. Will BTRM continue their win or will AC Esports take it all?
Thank you so much, Rose. A couple of words from the manager, ex-professional player Vince. It's been a while since we've seen him up on the stage. Good to see him back on cam. Now we go over into Game 3. A lot of adjustments are going to be made, especially when you're looking at AC side. They're like, guys, we had him in Game 1. Game 2, what happened?
Marcel happened. Sometimes you need to actually be fighting rather than taking pictures. Or well, it's just not the right time for the Marcel to be picked up as the first pick here. This guy be flexing.
He's flexing his top goal. He's #1 Marcel in Malaysia in the crowd. He's got the tag for it. He's got the tag, so he's earned it. He's put too many hours playing a hero that hardly auto attacks.
So we need to get him up there.
Yeah, we need to go. What are your opinions about the current situation?
You think Marcel should have been first pick?
Yeah. What do you think about these new upcoming potential buffs in the advanced server?
Oh, we got more cards here. We got, who's that?
I think that's Feast.
It is. And then we got Siska and Aaron Shiki.
Pretty nice.
Pretty nice, pretty nice.
Pretty nice so far. There's still 36 more seconds, and it doesn't look like the spirits of AC are completely broken just yet. There's still anybody's game, but that drafting section, man. Ooh, it is a rough modifier for anybody else who likes to draft, goes into this and sees like, man, that first phase.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Well, there were definitely executional issues. The draft was also a large part of why these teams lost their respective initial games. And I wonder if it's just the curse of the blue side here, right?
Possibly. I mean, maybe they're trying to buff up the red side numbers. Who knows? Who knows at this point? BTRM now getting access to blue side once more. AC on the red side. I'm guessing this is going to look very similar to game #1, with the only exception of Suyo not being first picked here.
I hope not.
That'd be crazy.
They banned the Phobius this time, so AC won't get that very clean Claude Phobius opening that they got before. Oh, look at that Phobius card.
I like the fact that it said Infernal Pursuit. All right.
Let's see, we got the map win rate apparently. 33% for BTR, 43% for AC on Dangerous Grass.
Interesting. Suyo gets banned out here by Coach Adi at the very end. They're like, oh no. They took him
Does
away.
BTR play Freya? They do. But who is the question?
I don't know. They could go for like Jungle Freya for all intents and purposes.
They could.
But we'll see. It's going to be a flex for the meantime. Let's see how AC responds, because the last time it was Zushin and I think it was their jungler, right? Wait, it's blending it with game 2.
Yeah, no, the first game was Phobius Claude.
Phobius Claude, okay, there we go.
So now they go Harley Claude instead.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they're both pretty strong picks, and we already have seen how well Aeron Chicken can carry with the Claude if given enough time and space, but these are two cores that you're revealing very quickly that both need lockdown.
Lockdown, some space, something to be able to confidently walk up to your opponents. As we see Marcel get locked in, very nice. Marcel is particularly good at locking people out of the fight. Valentina gets picked up here. I think this is going to be Ichiku, guys, Freya.
I think so too. And most likely the Valentina is being picked up here to avoid the double golden hour. So BTR gonna try and show AC how it's done, but the Kalea makes an appearance. That's the lockdown that the Harley is looking for.
Yeah, very, very smart. Now everybody has to take Purifies. And if Harley shows up, good luck. Good luck. This is a pretty precarious situation. Again, this is the one. Finally, we see AC on the opposite end threatening opponents with battle spells just because of their composition rather than BTRM continuously doing it.
Now that AC is on red side, they can also keep the possibility of the Faramis hostage, so BTR can't just lock in like an EXP lane glue. Fredrin now going to be the next ban. If they want to target tank junglers, then we should expect to see Baxia go as well.
Yeah. Another thing that hasn't been banned out is the Uranus. Gonna be a little bit difficult as long as you don't know where this Freya is going. It's always a dangerous time. The second phase now, the stakes are even higher than it was in the previous two.
We already know from the interview earlier that with a victory here, since it's a 2-1, BTRM is not guaranteed to go into the playoffs yet. But one more win after that should cement it for them. So a victory here is still going to be very valued.
Uranus gets banned out with Fold and Uranus gone. EXP now
Saber
becomes volatile. Saber gets banned out. Okay. I don't know. Based on the reaction from Chibi, it looks like it's either they are thinking too far ahead or they already knew what he wanted to play.
I mean, we know that Saber is a possibility and it will usually make an appearance in game number 3. I get the feeling that Chibi was thinking about it. But it's no longer going to be a possibility, which means they gotta find a different plan. They'll go ahead and ban the Terizla.
So they turned the entire EXP lane. You know what? Give Freya over to EXP. What's the worst matchup that she could get at this point? Everything is kind of out of the way. Like, you've lost a lot of your a lot of the single target problems that affect your lane are out of the question. Kalea is the only thing that can be annoying to deal with, but you've got mid lane trying to keep that under cover. Uranus, the proxy, as well as Rizla, both gone, so the early game is like a non-contest.
I feel like there might still be some EXP laners that could cause some issues though. Like the glue is still there.
It's okay, but Freya still beats
the Yuzong.
The Yuzong.
Oh, the Sora. Wait, they picked Sora into Valentina?
Now they just shift it around, right? They still have Zetian on their side. Oh wait, no. Harley's in play. So Zushin and Zetian is going to be a bit of a struggle, especially if we have to take Purify. Ah, man, this sucks.
I think it's fine to keep Valentina mid. Then you can go into, like, say, Alice EXP.
They're a bit mobile though.
Ooh. Up. It is going to be EXP lane Freya after all. The Baxia gonna make an appearance in the hands of Chibi. He has extensive experience with these utility junglers, so he should be able to pull it off just fine. And we got Harif for our CEO.
Yeah, again, very interesting way to go around to find the solution for the side of BTRM. They use that first half to kind of predictate what AC is looking for. And now that the Sora pick is in, the fact that they show Kalia this early on is great because now BTRM have the proper response. A classic old way of dealing with it is either you use the Gato Kacha to cancel out the Tsunami Slams responders, first responders, for the follow-up, or you go Baxia and you take away the healing from Kalia. Pick me up, I'm not as worth it compared to everybody else.
But the Zeus in will be locked in as the final pick, actually going through the entire draft here. And it definitely pairs better with the Kalea compared to the Marcel, so AC shouldn't have to worry about losing mid lane prio early.
Yep. What AC can do is that they can split their forces. You divide and conquer to make sure that they find multiple different places to gank. A lot of these lanes are pretty volatile. If Claw dies in that lane, if Freya dies in that lane, even one time, you guarantee yourselves 3 minutes of untouched peace.
Indeed. So either team gonna need to be wary about being on the opposite end of the sniper's scope. Both sides have pretty strong early games, pretty good scaling curves. I think AC Esports will have a little bit more damage overall once we come to the mid-game phase. But we'll see if BTRM can recreate their success in game number 2, because right now we are hopping into the final game of the day here at MPL Malaysia. Let's find out if it's going to be the Red Robots or AC Esports that comes out with the victory.
Let's find out, because AC, they've got a tri-brush setup here, expecting Rasi to actually turn his way and try and sneak his way around. They try to make a call, but unfortunately Rasi one step ahead. Now Zay, on the opposite side, has to be a little careful because the way that he pushes this lane will affect significantly how level 2 is going to go.
And we can already see he's getting harassed pretty rough out of the lane, as is expected of a Valentina versus Zusin matchup because of the range. Chibi making his presence known to contest the Litho. Gonna get lifted up, and ooh, Izanami. Looks like he was able to secure that.
Unfortunate, but it does mean that Fabian had to use his retribution to ensure that at the same time, Chibi, it looks like they didn't have a preset plan with the Baxia on where that rotation is meant to go. It's just contesting traditionally while having Rasi leave the lane every 5 seconds or so after it collapses just to figure out where the enemy jungler goes.
At least he's still maintaining vision for now. Lynch should be able to win this lane, especially before level 4. But once we hit that timing, Momo should be able to do a little bit more against him.
Looking at the emblems, nothing too out of the ordinary. Warcry gonna get picked up by Lynch. He wants to win this lane hard. Oh, God.
To get the lift up on Z and drops him straight into the face of Fabian. That is a dead Valentina. First blood over to AC, and they lift up Chibi as well. He's got to back it off.
Well, just wasn't paying attention, Zay. He still had that flicker available. He could have gotten out of that if he wanted to. It's just pretty confident that there wasn't enough damage. Fortunately, with Fabian, it does become a problem. And now, bot side potentially getting ganked.
I think Fabian did actually steal that crab from Lynch as well, slowing down his level 4. Meanwhile, Valence right on top of Chibi to be as annoying as possible. No glue around this time to worry about.
I don't know. I don't think this is happening right now. Doesn't make sense. And the longer Chibi decides to stick around here, the further behind he's going to fall.
They're actually pulling Aaron Sticky over. Meanwhile, they dive them backline. Fabian gonna get dumped on with the Valkyrie descent. Momo picks up Chibi though and steals the turtle away with the Heaven's Wrath. Now Lynn's trying to go 1v2. They're so low in the backline, but he's not able to chase them because Izanami picks him up, drops him down, and that's a dead Freya. But Z comes back in, steals the Sora ult, and trades.
Able to find one back here. Not too bad, 1-3, but the scoreline is still in favor of AC. Turtle fell into their hands, but this entire time, Chiku, guys, did not move from this fight. He did not get involved and got a full wave 4 as a reward.
I think that even though they lost the turtle there, BTR does kind of come out on top a little bit because of how much gold Chiku was able to trade. Now Chibi gonna eat that deadly magic, still gonna be perfectly healthy.
Yeah, can't do much about this. Even getting the Toys Poissons out. Lynch, question is who double waves here. Do you get Lynch to double wave here, or is it still back on Mr. President? Both need gold.
I think you just funnel it all into the president at this point.
Into Mr. President. Okay. Let's see how that's going to work out for them. Because keep in mind, the president is running Purify compared to Lynch currently running the Vengeance. Very smart choice. He knows he's going to eventually get picked up by somebody, whether it be the Kalia or the Zushin.
He's well aware he's the backline diver. He is going to be the sacrificial pawn this game. If he can survive, it would be great, so the Vengeance is fine. Otherwise, not much point trying to get a spell to survive, since the goal is to win those dives. So they're going to collapse onto the mid lane. Great flank on both sides into the Tsunami Slam, defensively used by Valens, but the Golden Hour actually saves Chibi. In fact, it allows them to re-engage onto Valens. Z with the reset on the cooldowns.
Played that perfectly, and now has access to Tsunami Slam. Really nice work coming in from Zay. He gets a double Terrify in that sequence, and now they're looking for more.
Oh, Arasaki dodges the conceal, but the Tsunami Slam stolen away. Look at Z-Man. He is popping off with the killing spree.
Played perfectly. That's how you sequence a chain of events. But now they want more.
Momo on top of the turtle. Valkyrie Descent comes in. They're going Pravian, but Momo comes in, gets the two-man shifting skies. Pravian secures the turtle. It's pretty tanky, the remaining members of BTR, but the Cloudbind gonna lock down TV and drop him with the deadly magic. Lynch trying to do as much as possible. Jumps back out thanks to Rasi coming in with the freeze. And Chiku is still doing CEO things in the gold lane.
Yep, despite losing another turtle, it doesn't matter. They've got the CEO in good position. Lynch doesn't die for it, which is super important. And Zay is still able to find more. At this stage of the game, Bigatron and MOI have taken the gold lead back from AC Esports as they have not yet converted these leads.
Rasi in danger, surrounded by 4, 100% dead. So AC sets up for a free tier 1 down bottom.
All right, they have to chain this together. Now they should immediately make their way to Lethal Wander and steal as many of the side camps as they can. If they can get an orange buff, that would be the most ideal, but let's not risk too far.
AC are hovering around the river. It looks like they're not going to try and go for any sort of dive right here. Net worth difference still pretty even for now. Lynch waiting for the ambush. Not going to take it.
Well, pretty good way of trading, making sure that he gets the procs down, but making sure that he's using his passive shields that he generates off of using his ability and consuming the orbs to make sure that it's a no contest. Aaron Shiki, on the other hand, he's got the DHS, so he's healing off of a lot of these minions showing up into the lane.
JB trying to bait a reaction, but AC will go for the defensive play instead. Not biting onto the bait.
Both sides, they go back to neutral states here. AC Esports, they don't want to interact with them anymore. They want to interact them on their own timers and nowhere else. With that bot tower missing, though, it should be more inclined to double wave.
You would logically think they tried to set that up to make some kind of play happen on the map, but Chiku is actually farming pretty well. He's got nearly 800 gold advantage over Aaron Chiki. Valens gonna look for Asi, goes in with a Slammy Slam. Marcel gonna get taken out, not even able to get the golden hour before he dies, but he does freeze Chibi, which is not ideal. Lynch goes in, and the beautiful shifting skies comes out from Momo, grips them up together, blazing duet, cuts the fight in half. Valens goes down to a Chico guys in the backline, gets picked off, killing spree over to Fabian, and the Cloudbind finishes off Chibi as well. AC bites back.
Fighting back strong. This lead has been bouncing back and forth between the two. Let's look at the instant replay one more time because this catch was so important. They've got the combo, and they know that Rasi overall isn't the tankiest when he is playing this Marcel, which is great for Fabian in the single target damage. So far, based on what we've been seeing from AC sides, their team fights, if you can land for high value targets, find maybe 2 or 3, that is the most ideal scenario because no matter what, somebody has to eat it.
Yeah, that panic golden hour ended up messing with Chibi hugely because he couldn't initiate at the right timing. And then on the retreat, Momo found the 4-man shifting skies, setting up perfectly for AC. That is a massive turnaround right there when the game was still very even to this point.
And now we see some clear leads from AC. Chibi roaming around the map at this stage with 112 seconds still left on the clock before the next Lord actually spawns. But based on what we've seen here so far, I don't think Bigatron should be able to walk up at all, right? AC at this stage need to wait for another mistake coming in from BTRMY.
Yeah, and so Bigatron are in a position where they do have to be the aggressors. So AC Esports can take advantage of that. Just position yourselves correctly, get a pick off, especially on Rossi, since he's going to be running forward most of the time. And then you can slowly build that lead up.
They dance around the mid lane for now. Top side eventually will get a tier 1 of their own, and it looks like they're willing to trade for this. Let's see the movements from AC, because as they trade, you can see him. Harley, he wants it. Rossi
comes in, goes on Chiku, but Rossi comes through, stops him midway. Zaman Force already comes out. Tsunami Slam not going to be able to land because of Purify, and the Golden Hour freezes them in place. But the Cloudbound once again in the backline, Momo doing work. But the stolen Sora ult in return. Rossi unfortunately falls to Izanami. Meanwhile, Lin shuts down Fabian with the Valkyrie descent in the backline. Vengeance 1v3, buying time. Not enough though, because Momo is tankier. And now AC looking to chase back. BTR have to run.
Yep, they played it perfectly from the side of AC. They fought for so long, but they made sure that Chiku guys did not have a free hit target. And he had the Zaman Force open. He just couldn't get continuous resets because there was just nothing to hit at that point of time. AC need to replicate this continuously, right? Wait out the duration of that Zaman Force. That is the highest DPS that Chiku guys will have when it is active. Once it is down, then you go back to square one.
And as for the side of BTR, they are in a bit of a tough spot now. They have a composition that really wants to run into AC and split them up as much as possible, but they don't do enough damage to be a threat, nor do they survive long enough now that Aaron, Chiki, and Izanami are actually starting to build up damage. The Zeus-in especially is 6-1 and 5. BTR just don't have enough resources to aim him first, since there's much more important targets.
Yeah, and I think that at this stage, the only way that they're going to do it is by winning this upcoming Lord fight if they want to like try and swing things back in their favor. And now
Chibi collided into Momo, but Z is nearby, so AC will play it safe.
No punish, no punish. Very nice of Momo to hold on to his ult. There's still more to be played. Tortoise Poison will eventually expire here, and then Chibi becomes a lot less tanky.
Yeah, looks like it has run out now, so AC knows that this is going to be a key timing where the Baxia does not have his ultimate. So they still are lacking vision a little bit.
Oh, but Momo has vision over them, so they know 3 members last seen towards Tribrush side. Question is whether Lynch actually finds Fabian. Oh, okay.
Thunder form baited from Momo. Deadly magic already used, and now Valkyrie Descent. They're trying to chase Fabian, but he picks up the Eye of Cyclone. It just gets out of there.
No, you know, Lynch is not going to catch him like this. There's no way. Not at this stage. Especially if you haven't landed the stun initially between catching him, shift between his hat. Right now. See, where is it?
Golden Hour to stop the Lord take for a moment, but Momo just stands in the way. Fabian secures the Lord and just backs it off. No need to fight here.
Good disengage, good disengage. There might have been an angle to where you can get the Purify out of Chiku guys, but waiting for the Lord at this stage is going to take too long. He's going to get it back by the time it starts knocking onto their inhibitors. Man, this game is a lot more even than I thought it was going to be.
It is, but AC is doing a good job of it. I'm starting to think that Marcel is just not a very good pick for either of these teams based on the way they play together, even though Rossi has gotten some good catches.
Yeah, only a couple though, only a couple, but it's not the end of the world. I'm curious how many stacks he actually has on his Thunderbelt if he is running it. Yeah, it doesn't say just yet, but he's almost done with the second item. It looks like he's trying to get into the Antique Cuirass. Or not.
Don't know if Antique Cuirass will really help you this game.
Exactly. I mean, he's got the Radiant Armor already, so I'm trying to figure out... he's holding on to the Seal Plating, and that could
probably
like...
just the Chastise, right?
You're right, the Chastise Pauldron. I knew I was missing something here. Okay. So that's just for Claude. They've gotten all the outer turrets. Now let's see the inhibitors.
BTR has to be careful. They will dodge balance for now. Dodge backwards from Aaron Shiki. Manages to clear out the mid-minion wave. Lord collides up top inhibitor. Chibi is tanky enough to take some of the damage, but not enough to keep that tower alive. So AC Esports will take the first inhibitor of the game and back it off from there.
They slowly slip backwards. Still not finding engagements. Is anybody even worth yoinking here?
Ooh, Valence with the conceal from behind. Doesn't really find a good target though.
None. None. It's hard because AC will struggle to siege them down without Momo looking to initiate. Without an initiator, it's going to be hard to take like any of these neutral, not neutral objectives, but these structures as a whole, because they don't want to waste too many resources fighting them on Bigatron MY's turf.
Absolutely. AC has a 6k gold lead, but they are still being respectful. This is a very classic style of Den where they do tend to play it a little bit safer, but this time, it's to make sure they don't throw that lead away, so it's a bit more understandable. The Lord gonna be coming up in another 40 seconds. No real need to force anything before then.
They're gonna keep on dancing, right? I would say that at this point, it's better just to freeze all the waves and let them slow push. They're automatically, especially topside, right? It's automatically going to be shoving in no matter what. You just need one person to stick around to soak up the golden EXP that does get dropped down. The majority of these players have yet to hit level 15.
Looking at the items right now, most of the core is going to be about one item away from finishing. Aaron Shiki has the Winter Crown as well again. But Chiku has been able to catch up in gold, actually. The Harif will hit pretty hard. He just needs the positioning to be able to do that damage.
Speaking of positioning, this aggressive style that we've seen from AC, now already extending from No Man's Land to the river to Izanami walking up to enemy jungler side. Somebody's gonna block this coming in from Chibi, but no, they go for the full reset. They want BTRM to be the ones to hold that ground.
I can respect trying to force your opponent to be the ones to make the first move. It is a very AC thing to do, but again, I wish that they were the ones that were creating these opportunities instead. BTR still in position. Fabian waiting on the flank to see if he can find a squishier target.
It's about this Freya, right? Now that they see that the Freya is out, they're trying to punish Chibi. He gets the roll away for free. Now it's about zoning, right?
They're also waiting for Valens to maybe catch someone. BTR knows that he's missing. They know there's a high likelihood the Kalea's in that bush over there, so they're sticking to the left side of the jungle. And the longer this takes, the more the Freya will push, but now they'll commit. Chibi gonna get lifted up into the magic. Golden Hour will save him for now. AC has to switch targets. Lynch is making his way through the mid lane. Lord dropping low. Zaman Force comes out. Who's gonna be able to secure it? Chibi gets the Lord, but Chiku guy is gonna be the first to fall because Aaron Shiki just does so much damage at this point. He's picked up a double kill, and they're gonna be continuing to dismantle the remnants of BTRMY. Z goes down, and with that, the final hopes of Bigatron as AC Esports marches down the mid lane with all 5 members and a crystal that is theirs for the taking.
AC finally taking a series for themselves, pulling it 2-1. A huge upset here. Aaron Shiki, of course, cocky as ever, he's coming back, telling the president, I want my rebates back. Give it all back. They played a strong game. They played a strong game. Unfortunately for BTRM, they just made one huge mistake.
Yeah, it could have gone either way. They were still keeping up in farm to a certain point, but then they let themselves get caught out, and then it was a bit of a downhill slope since AC Esports doesn't often make risky moves and forces them to be the aggressors.
Yeah, really, this could have been a more interesting game had certain things gone a little differently. He was building up to that as well with the Lord. Just didn't think it would fall flat so quickly because BTRM usually had 1 or 2 survivors in a lot of these big fights.
I think they just didn't have enough damage. Chiku on this Harif is getting caught out every single time he starts the fight, and looks like teams have figured out they just gotta take out the CEO, right? As long as the brains of the operation are no longer an issue, you can deal with the rest.
Yeah, it's really difficult to set up for a secondary win condition these days, especially if it's not your mid laner, right? Even in the jungle, right, there are still problems with how exactly you get that damage out. With that being said, though, we have a bit of an interview with Rose once again, with, of course, Izanami and Valens live on stage.
2-1 untuk AC Esports. Tapi dengan kemenangan ini, mereka masih lagi ada peluang untuk layak ke playoffs. And of course, di atas pentas bersama dengan Rose, kita ada Izanami dan juga Valens. Hello, boys.
Hello.
Congratulations. How are we feeling? Rasa lega ke? Menang? Okay.
Lega lah, tapi masih
belum cukup lagi lah.
Masih belum cukup, betul tu. Sebab selepas kemenangan ini, like I mentioned just now, masih lagi ada chance untuk layak ke playoff. So, Rose nak tanya actually, mungkin kita tanya dengan Izanami dulu kot. Selepas kalah dengan IG minggu lepas, apa yang AC buat dekat gaming house untuk perbaiki perlawanan-perlawanan yang akan datang?
Apa yang kami buat di gaming house?
Yes. Discussion ke, heart to heart talk ke, more bonding ke?
Kalau bagi pendapat saya, kami just lebih fokus lah di dalam scrim. Kami betul-betul kena konsisten kan lah, sebab kalau konsisten di scrim mesti akan konsisten juga lah di atas stage ya. So just try untuk konsisten lah ya.
Betul tu, sebab kita pun pernah buat dalam satu pre-game interview kan, di mana Izanami pun cakap and other AC players pun cakap the real problem dengan AC adalah consistency. Sebab dengar cerita mereka masing-masing okey je dalam scrim, tapi macam mana nak convert kebaikan tu di dalam tournament tu lain cerita lah. And nampaknya AC berjaya untuk menang game hari ni. Tapi Rose nak borak dulu pasal game kedua. Apa jadi? Sebab game pertama nampak macam you guys, it was really AC's game dengan high up pick. Tapi game kedua apa yang jadi? Adakah execution? Adakah draft? Or BTRM just perform better?
Soalan ni saya rasa Valence boleh jawab lah.
Okay, Valence, what happened?
Kau jawab lahir. Kau kan manager aku.
So macam mana ni? Apa yang jadi di game kedua?
Dah game kedua tu sebenarnya kita lupa basic sikit lah. So kita macam miscommunication sikit. So kita just reset and just have fun on game 3.
No pressure punya game, have fun. Now, speaking about this win jugalah, Izanami also
Ya.
Kita tahu mereka ada lagi peluang untuk like a playoffs, tapi peluang itu tak besar sangat. It's agak nipis. Adakah itu bagi satu pressure kepada AC Esports untuk try to win every single game? That's why mistakes macam game kedua tadi berlaku.
Yalah, kalau bagi pendapat saya memang ada pressure juga lah sedikit sebanyak. Sebab kami pun betul-betul perlukan menang lah. Di game 3 game kami next ni, kami betul-betul perlu menang. And benda tu pun buat kami agak macam terlalu rushing lah untuk menang lah ya. So tapi kami still cuba untuk kontrol lah benda tu semasa in game lah ya.
Kalau terlalu rushing boleh buat mistakes, silly mistakes kan, yang
betul.
boleh buat comeback. Now Valence, Rose nak tanya, di game ketiga tadi semua hero Chibi di-ban. 5 hero di-ban. Kenapa pilih untuk guna semua ban for Chibi's hero? Adakah dia paling bahaya di dalam BTRM?
Kalau dari kita just follow plan Coach Hadi. And we just play and enjoy the process lah. Kalau bagi aku lah. So, menang pula.
Menang pula. Okay, also, Rose nak tanya Valence. Tadi sebelum game bermula, kita ada satu quote daripada Ciku. Di mana dia cakap, dia sudah kalahkan semua ex-teammate dia. And sepatutnya Valence was next on the list. Is there anything yang nak cakap dekat Ciku?
Untuk ex-boss aku Ciku, sorry sebab kau nak bantai aku tapi tak jadi. Sebab aku tahu juga kau kan my ex mid lane. So aku tahu lah habit kau.
You guna bad habits Ciku untuk capitalize on his mistakes this game.
Bukan bad habit, ex habit macam tu. Habit lama macam tu.
Habit lama, gerakan dia.
Betul, sebab dulu dekat team dia banyak ajar Amzik gitu. So aku faham lah dia point of view dia lah.
Oh, betul juga sebab dia dulu banyak train Amzik di dalam gold lane kan. Lepas tu Valence dengar and then Valence is like, okay, my time to shine. I'm gonna use what I learned from you. Alright boys, thank you very much. So sekarang ni kita dah nampak perlawanan 2-1, tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the game. So, mari kita tengok MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... siapa? Izanami! The Prince of Mage. Now, kita tahu AC Esports ada baki 2 lagi perlawanan untuk musim ini for regular season of course. Vamos dan juga RRQ. Now Izanami, selepas kemenangan hari ini, adakah you dah yakin you guys boleh jumpa mereka and buat yang terbaik untuk mungkin mendapatkan slot playoffs yang sangat-sangat dinantikan?
Ya, kalau pendapat saya kami memang kena, walaupun kami kena ni lah, kami memang kena ready lah untuk next opponent kami, tapi pada masa yang sama saya rasa kami perlu ni juga lah, perlu tak boleh underestimate sebab macam next game kami ni kan kami lawan dengan Vamos and RRQ, and dua tim ni pun sebelum ni di leg pertama kami kalah lah dengan dua tim ni, so kami pun perlu berhati-hati lah dengan dua tim ni, and kami pun perlu securekan poin menentang dorang lah untuk kami dapat layak ke playoff ya.
I like that mindset. Walaupun mereka sepatutnya menang and kena menang, tapi kena berhati-hati juga because bila kita underestimate opponent, boleh kita pula yang kena comeback, betul?
Betul.
Alright, Izanami, any words kepada fans AC Esports?
Kepada fans AC Esports yang datang hari ni, thank you sebab datang guys, and tak lupa juga kepada fans BTR, thank you juga sebab datang. Thank you guys, thank you support MPL MY.
Terima kasih boys, congratulations, good luck on your next match. Alright guys, with that, mari shoot back to the casters to analyze apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan menentang dengan BTRM by Vitality.
Thank you so much, Rose. And there you have it, the words from the AC members and our MVP himself, Izanami and Valence. Once again, 6-1 and 10, playing on a signature Zushin, which I don't understand why he keeps on getting it, but hey, you know, that's totally fine. As long as AC's hopes of winning is still alive, they'll take anything.
Yeah, literally last pick in the draft as well. All the way until the end. And shows why she should be respected. 100% kill participation, by the way. This hero is so ridiculous to deal with, and it's especially difficult when you're playing on tank front lines. That's why Chibi just doesn't get to go wherever he wants.
Yeah, maybe if he was playing Fredrin, he'd have a little bit more of a chance, because unfortunately once the shield unity breaks, that's 15 seconds of you walking around like a regular human being. And that's something that you just can't afford in a team comp that wants to kite. So many unfortunate bouts here, but I think that right now, I don't think anybody has like a good concept or good grasp of how to really abuse the Marcel, especially that ultimate, right? It feels a lot more situational than what we initially thought on first release.
It's a hero that really needs a lot of creativity and also just the right conditions to be met at the right time.
Yeah.
So it's hard to pilot, and we've seen some games where the hero has done a lot, but otherwise it doesn't have as much function as, say, like the Kalea. Valence just needs to jump in, grab someone, job's done.
And it's not even that hard. He literally presses 2 buttons.
Yeah.
It's not like Cho where you gotta like, between animations, I gotta flicker to get the right direction. And even for Rossi, he's gotta time it really, really well to get that golden hour on the dot, because there's so much time to react to it.
Yeah, if you want to play Marcel, you have to go to photography school. You gotta be like those National Geographic cameramen, just like sitting there waiting for the right time.
You're waiting for this one bobcat in the wild, sitting in your like filth for 3 weeks to get that one shot. That sounds like a good time. and these are very real problems that BTRM have to face. I think they've got the concepts down. I really think that unfortunately, Harith just not the pick for Chiku, guys. It really isn't. And worse yet, even if he swapped out Harith for like some of the other picks that we've seen like College, it would have done even worse.
We've seen Chiku play pretty good on Harith, especially when the buff first happened to Harith. Chiku was one of the dudes that was really popping off on it. But I think he got a bit too used to being the aggressor, just dashing into people's faces and two-shotting them with Zaman Force.
But here's the thing, right? Aaron Chiki is just straight up beating him up in lane. It's not like Aaron Chiki is coming out without scratches himself, but the overall traits are not Chiku favored. We've seen that at least from Aaron Chiki's POV, he's gotten out of the lane to double wave 2 or 3 times over the past 2 games, in comparison to Chiku, who got it 1 or 2 times off, not walking away with a major win until he got access to Clint.
And this is after Chiku was given so much opportunity to farm the lane as well.
And better yet, they could have gone with Claude if it was such a big problem, right? So it's like, I can't give Aaron Claude, I can't give him Harith as well. Like, you've kind of put the president in a no-win situation.
But I don't blame them as much this time around because they did first pick Freya.
You're right.
And then Claude got stolen, so it's not like they could really contest it anyway. But yeah, you can see the fights become kind of messy. BTRM is diving into the backline with Lynch and Rossi, which means that Z and Chiku guys are going to be a little bit more vulnerable. And Z did a very good job in that early game. He was stealing the right ults, he was going for ganks, but the rest of Bigatron having difficulty keeping up.
Yeah, really, really hard. I mean, let's not forget that Sora, once he... that cloud shift is ridiculous. Once he starts pounding the ground, I don't think there was any way for Bigatron to deal with that. Like, realistically, what are you going to do? Chibi can't run away from it. Lynch can't run away from it. Zeri, as soon as he loses his flicker, he can't get away from it. There's literally no winning.
Yeah, some kind of proper teamfight catcher setup would have probably helped a lot more with Bigatron here instead of the Marcel, because you can see Rossi coming in, trying to save people, but then he could just freeze them for a short moment and then AC just continues. Or that golden hour we just saw that literally stopped Chibi. And again, feels rough.
It feels very, very rough. And personally, I also think that like Zay, he was playing Valentina, unfortunately, like a traditional mage, and he did not need to do that. He needed to go above and beyond here, which would have been wild. Because again, he's not really given a lot of tools other than Peel. Until he sees Sora, that's the only time where he can actually go up in front. Or Tsunami Slam for Valens, but that's if he can chain the events together.
And Bigatron is relying quite heavily on Lynch to be able to distract the backline for them to dive in. That's why Chiku is just popping Zaman Force in the middle of the team fight. But Lynch isn't able to hold them in place long enough. He didn't have enough of a lane presence.
Yeah, he wasn't winning the lane hard enough, unfortunately. And even in the team fights, they were close, but man, Zushin, such a problem. Keeps picking it up, micro CCs. Either way, here is the current standings for week 7, day number 1 here with SRG still sitting on top with 11 points. TR in 7 points. IG tied against them at 7. The aggregate points are also the same. However, it's the match win-loss ratio which is keeping them under. Vamos in 4th. Bigatron, unfortunately, do not catch up to Vamos this time around, and they still stay the same. Equivalent points with RRQ, with the only difference being the aggregates.
AC Esports has been able to deny BTR the direct ticket into the playoffs, which means that it's gonna be just a little more difficult for them, and the tournament continues to be more interesting for us viewers, but their points as well have not pushed them up into the safety zone yet. It is now a 3-way match point tie between 5th and 7th place, which means it's going to be interesting, the next couple matches.
Look, by this week, we will know whether we have our bottom 2 getting eliminated or not, or whether there's even an opportunity for the following week to determine the last one. With that being said, here is Saturday's schedule for week 7, day number 2. It's IG facing off against Team Ray. Flash facing off against the Kingdom RRQ Tora. Vamos facing off against the Selangor Red Giants.
Ooh, these are pretty fun matches to watch tomorrow, actually. 2nd versus 3rd place, vying for supremacy.
Yeah.
And perhaps those upper bracket slots. The bottom 2 teams facing off with Flash looking to bring the Kingdom down with them. And then Vamos, who has been on a hot streak, going up against the new and improved SRG.
Very, very nice to see. I am excited for the obviously SRG versus Vamos. I do want to see how Vamos is going to perform overall. The Team Ray and IG one, I don't know what to expect from it, right?
Yeah.
Because it felt like Team Ray and IG both do particularly well against teams who are better. But now that I feel like Team Ray and IG are kind of like at even odds, what happens then?
I think it's going to be a much more even match, and hopefully a good match to watch, right?
Yes.
A true test of both sides' capabilities.
Yep, we would like to see better quality as we are getting to the last leg. Once playoffs come through, there's no more practice games anymore. There's none of that nonsense. It becomes a double elimination very quickly. With that being said, though, if you are a BTRM fan by Vitality, of course, buy their tickets. Here are the dates of all of their games that have already been played and currently haven't been played. Oh, wow! They sold out of the Team Ray one so quickly. So, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, this Sunday?
Yes, Sunday.
Here? Sunday they're playing. Wow. So Team Ray has to go through. They gotta go through IG, and then they gotta go through BTRM. Okay, so based on the order, we should technically figure out who's going to be the second person also getting eliminated, or it's going to be like really, really close?
I think it's going to be close.
It's going to be ridiculous.
Hard to say for now.
Because like we look at the AC one, and that final week is selling fast. It's Vamos alongside with RRQ Torres. So we know that AC is going to be the last straw for RRQ.
Yeah, AC has less matches as well, so even more important for them to win these matches to qualify to that playoff slot. So hopefully we get to see them bring their A game even more than today.
Yep, we're going to have to see them, again, provide solid gameplay throughout the entirety of this last leg, just to give some confidence coming into playoffs. For the fans, for us, we're expecting a decent show.
It's going to be a fun one. The remaining matches are going to be tight, they're going to be close, they're going to be important and crucial to ensure we get our top 6. And that's going to be fun. As a thank you to everyone for joining us today, we got one more redemption code at the bottom of the screen right now.
Yep, big shout outs to those of you who will watch the stream all the way to the very end. These CD codes are for you guys specifically. You might not want to share them this time round, just to be a little cheeky, just to show that you're getting a little bit more than everybody else, especially if you're a fan of the show. Regardless, it was packed in the arena just now. Majority have left to go for that meet and greet. Another cool thing that you guys can be a part of if you come down live to Quill City Mall. Code's gone. Not going to show it back up again. Where'd it go? We don't know. With that being said, thank you so much for watching the MPL MY Season 17. This is Afa, my name's Gideon Q. Here's the mic check to close out today.
Aku dapat position
Okay.
dah separuh. Ni ready kan? Ayo, Aku kit dapat suyo. Suyo mati.
Nice. Barang guys. Tarik guys. Lagi. Nice boy.
Gua flow atas. Alright. Gua flow atas ya. Okay. Gua flow atas betul. Aku dah load ni, ready
Alright.
Nice, bro.
Wave nanti lama lagi.
Aku dapat Ciku. Outing Zeden. Dapat. Aman banget.
Let's go boy.
Aman banget. Nice go.
Nice. Boleh guys.
Boleh. Rasi. Aku ada ti.
Flicker.
Ya. Nice boy. Baik boy.
Kado.
Boy. Kasih CP. CP. Aku cancel cloud.
Hero.
Pelan. Aku tu. Hero.
Aku start 3.
Mid kan boleh end kan?
Jom. Pergi mid. Santai. Bunuh.
Mati.
Nice, Chico.
Dasar boy.
Boleh naik lagi. Mati. Tower.
Nice big.
Tower, boys.
Nice boy.
Balikan ni. Boleh balikan serius.
Ni. Freya dulu.
Tengok. Bye. Dakan.
Aku sangat Arif.
Arif, guys. Arif, mati.
Lagi TP.
Mati.
Masuk. Boleh mid ya guys.
Away.
Aman boys.
Guys. Dah lukas.
Jangan ke aku.
Aman guys. Orang guys.
Orang.
Ada. Lagi guys. Freya guys. Freya. Let's go boy.
Let's go.
Patah aja.
Gemar.
Nice.
Guys, chill. Tunggu aku. Crash me guys.
Winter.
Guys.
Winter.
Jangan. Respect. Jangan. Respect.
Winter.
Oh.